Yo, Oren, what is up? Good morning. Cheers. Oren, I don't know if you're new here. We're working on cardboard pizza circles, and these are Mad Balls from the 1980s. And I don't know, like this is just a little bit of a general curiosity. Frank, Tank. Hey, Tank, do you want a link? I don't know if you're interested in the link, Tank. I saw that, dude. I saw you were up, and I got jealous, so I came on. But if you want to hang out, dude, I'll send you a link. I don't know what else you're up to, or yeah, I right here. It's 2:41 in Philadelphia. I kind of forget what coast you're on, but I do understand it if you can't do it. But Tank, good morning. But yeah, we're still working on this Mad Ball series, and I'm just trying. Like, so what happened was, yeah, going to grab some coffee. All right, yeah, hang tight, dude, because just give me a couple. I will figure out how to do that. Because you know what? Here's the thing, Tank. I don't know if I ever. Let me see if I can just do it from my laptop here. 1 second, guys. We're still working on it. Yeah, so Mad Balls were, I mean, the series has expanded, but at one time, Mad Balls, it was really only like two series, like 2 years, and basically like a generation went by with these things. And I would say like maybe like two generations of toy collectors, but it wasn't until like the Mad Robot, uh, like Mad Robot and like Super, or not Mad Robot, Kid Robot and Super 7. For some reason, we're not focusing on these, but this is one of the original ads. This is the template I've used for a lot of them, just color wise. But they've done like new ones. Like here's what, and they did this one series, that were like horror balls, and it wasn't too long ago. Like these right here. See, we have like the face hugger, and why are we not focusing? Ah, this is frustrating. But either way, like you get the idea, and they make them in vinyl now. They make them in plastic. Sometimes they're still in foam, but it's a slowly ever expanding line. But we're focusing on the originals. But yeah, give me 1 second. We gotta get Tank going here. Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's get some of that coffee. It's only three. It's early. It's only 3 o'clock in the morning. Here we go. We have that up. We have stream. Let's get into StreamYard. We do StreamYard here, guys. I know. I know people are. Let's see, invite guests. Here we go. Copy, and then right in there, we will get. Let's send one to Tank Baby. Here we go, Tank. That the link is in your Twitter. And then I guess I'll do my best to monitor. I let me see, because I think while I'm live, I should see a notification, right? I should. But I have some coffee as well. And I'm hoping just to still make some progress on these tonight. I was kind of laying the ASMR scribbles and the scratching, keep me going. Yeah, and then after this, I would love to get to Hornhead, somewhat like leaving the path to completion here. But I got so into studying this series. Uh, it's like, like you kind of study something to get more familiar with it, and as you study it, you get more and more like fascinated by it, and dare I say, motivated to do more with it. And that's almost like where I am with this series, where there's just so many little like cool ones, and I like some of the newer ones. I think they're well designed and just kind of well executed. And like you say to yourself, oh, just like do another one, keep going, do another one, keep going. Yes, you finished it. Uh, I we will do. Right now, it's almost like I don't know what to do with Wildstorm Wednesday because I want to do conversations on like the first initial run of Backlash, Death Blow, the first two runs of Death Blow, Gen 13, and but now we're at the crossover. So I'm in this like edit, like as just as like sometimes you have to act as a producer. I'm just in this like weird zone with Wildstorm Wednesday, but I have to make a move because I would love to go on like a really good, like a really long reading run tomorrow and stockpile like the next couple episodes of that series. But I think it's time. While just speaking of Wildstorm Wednesday, real quick, it's time to do the Jim Lee, like the story for the initial Death Blow drop, like the Jim Lee run, as I like to speak of it as. And the reason for that is there's just so many videos that I don't know. They kind of pretend that there's no story for those like first 6 issues, essentially. And I don't know why, because there is a story there. And I've just seen too many videos of people, they just kind of like play dumb when it comes to like what the story is, and they play it down. And I just like that's a narrative we have to correct and fight against, and we will. So I think right there, I just motivated myself to what the to what I'm doing for Wildstorm Wednesday. This Wildstorm Wednesday will be Jim Lee's Death Blow, and then we will make room for the Tim Sale Death Blow, which is what I believe is Saints and Sinners, and that is a good story too. So I'm a Death Blow guy. I'm a Death Blow fanboy. Doing some purple here for undertones. I still have to experiment. I wanted to do a round of the Nick. What is up, the Nick? I don't know, Nick. The Nick, it's great to see you. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just hanging out, working on some Mad Balls. I tried to go live last night. I tried to go live all of Sunday, and I just couldn't do it. It ran into a major technology, like the basically had like a system wide crash. Uh, I would say like late Saturday going into early Sunday, and had other obligations, other things I had to jump on. But either way, uh, still like we still got things back going, and sometimes you just have to work through these problems. The the um the silver lining though is the problems that were worked out are permanently worked out. I have a lot of confidence in what was done, but like going into 2025, one of my objectives were to make all of my work more available to myself. So if you all know, like the day job, I'm an IT guy, essentially, more or less an IT consultant. I'm not a level one tech or a systems like admin. I just interface with a lot of people and work with some good people to get some Nice, no, some good things done. So yeah, we because of that, I run into major IT problems sometimes, but it's cool. Like everything you see me do is available to myself uh, at any time, and that was a trial and tribulation. That was a lot of work for 2024 just to get to, and then in my spare time, it's everything you see here. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I Warren, I'm pretty much the same way. Where I got rid of my comic collection, Warren, and everything you see me do on YouTube is me basically rebuilding it with the intent of bringing you guys everything that I'm like reading. Because I did get a little bit like part of what like triggered my original purge was I got a little bit disgusted with having so many comics and basically reading so little of them, even though I knew a lot about comics and all that fun stuff. I just felt like it was disingenuous to own that many. So I got rid of them and said I will rebuild, put it on YouTube, like just find ways to do that and kind of keep going until I don't know, like I don't want to say until the original collection is like rebuilt, but to really kind of get this like knowledge base about 90s comics that a lot of people could use as a resource. And that's really what we're trying to do with the channel. We're trying to make it a resource for 90s comics. So yeah, it's nice to see that you guys are coming on and you're enjoying that. And I don't know, just made me want to hang out in general. Here we go. We're still working on these highlights. Trying to get more texture, make things look a little bit more natural, a little bit more realistic along the way. That's always the push and pull struggle. Ayo. Yeah, I think Dangerous. Tank, the link is in your Twitter. If you just want to make sure, you can chime back here if you're sitting in the green room. But I don't know, like how. Believe it or not, what we're about to do with Streamyard, I'm not I'm not very savvy with because I've only done it a few times. But hopefully I get some level of notification once you're there. But yeah, I mean, of course I'm having fun. Yeah. This is a lot of the stuff that like I wish I would see more of just when it comes to other creators and things like that. Just when it comes to like a general like draw stream. Draw streams too are always like, I don't know. I think a lot of people make them super serious and not very fun. I think we do good work on the Wednesday show though. I do like some of the things I see there. Oh, you send it to the old account. Well, let's see. Can I send it here? I don't know if I can send it. Maybe I did. Give me 1 second, dude. 1 second. Tank, baby. Uh see here. Right here, let's see. Did I send it to the? I have Tank Barrett Apex Predator. Maybe is that not? Let's see. I'm trying to see when you posted last. Oh, 2023. So maybe. Why can't I find? I'm searching for. Oh, here we go. Is it this one? Ah, I found it, bud. Here we go. Oh, I love the icon difference, Tank. Where one's white on black and one's black on white. I got it. I think we're good. Yeah, it's like it's. I think a purge is something that is good for like comic book. Like if you want to become like a good comic book reader, and you kind of fall into like a collecting hole at one point. I think a purge is just essential. I think it's something people should do. I know it might be hurtful to kind of see money like stuff you feel like hell like like I even threw away like rare stuff, you know, and that's even when I had like this pretty much like a very active eBay business, and I was still selling on eBay, and I still purged. Let's see here. Oh, you're back in. Okay. Ah, there you are. Yeah, there we go, buddy. Add to stage. Boom.
What's up, man? How you doing?
What is up, sir?
How are you doing?
Good. Sorry, I had your mute there for a couple seconds.
No,
Dude,
you're good. So
yeah.
here's I'm gonna help you out here. So here's what you want to do. Press Shift 4,
All right. Shift four.
Shift
Let's.
button, and the number 4.
Yeah. I am doing that. I am not getting any.
You're not getting anything? Okay, well you might have to manually. Sometimes the hotkeys don't work.
Yeah, it's
Or
and I'm also on a Microsoft Surface, and I think
okay,
yeah, and also I'm like out of tablet mode for that. If that makes any
okay,
sense. Yeah, so
yeah.
like I know some of the keys may not
No,
function.
I'm
So
picking up what you're putting down. So
yeah,
I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth one over it says, if you hover over it, it says spotlight layout. It's got a big person and then two little people off on the right hand side.
there
There
you
you
go.
go. There you
Nice.
go. That's the
There
way
you
we
go.
want to do it,
Tank, it's great to talk to you, buddy. It's been
dude. For real. Oh, we've been stalking each other on the internet for some time, huh?
yeah, but and it's really kind of like I just been on this run of I got into 2025 and said like let's just kind of get a little bit more embedded with all of you guys and everything I've been like seeing, and because like I've done stuff alone for so long,
Right.
and but I've been like seeing you guys on stream. I find you like so interesting, like you know
Well,
your
thank you.
stuff. You're just like a like a good mind.
I
And
try.
yeah, yeah. But I was speaking about some of this stuff with someone else, and like I'm still not into the idea of like doing stuff with anyone. Like I know some
Right.
accounts do that. I like a curation. I like-minded people that I think kind of put some of the work in, and then like we can all benefit from that attitude. But it's
Yeah.
it's awesome. It's awesome to have you, bud.
It's good to be. It's good to be here, man. I appreciate coming up here, man. I've always enjoyed your art style, dude, because it's so high octane. I love it.
Yeah, like it's a little bit of a like obsession, I'll say. But I think
Mhm.
you have to kind of, like you have to be a little obsessed, you have to be a little bit wacky cause it takes time. It takes time to kind of go through the
Mhm.
techniques and learn and be willing to restart things. I'm big on that if you ever like noticed.
Right.
Like but yeah,
Be willing to.
Tank, remind me, where are you from? Like
Uh,
where
I'm originally from the West Coast. I'm currently living in the Midwest. I've
okay.
been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere.
Yeah. And I guess like my next big question is how
Uh-huh,
do you
uh-huh.
like your coffee?
Normally I drink it black, but my wife makes coffee by the loaf, so I cut it with a little milk.
Okay. What's coffee by the loaf? Is that like a term?
Oh,
Is that
dude, yeah, no, it's the joke that my wife's coffee is so strong that I try to limit myself to 1 to 2 slices a day.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Yes.
I stole the
Yeah.
joke from Garfield. It's this old Garfield joke where John's like, "Hey, Garfield, would you like some coffee?" And Garfield's like, "All right, but only 1 slice."
Yeah, only one slice, that's all. Good reference by the way too when Garfield ruled the comic shop where
Yeah, yeah.
you would go to a Walden Books and find all Garfields and no
Yeah.
superheroes.
With those, with that strange, with that, and Garfield really, one thing I loved about Garfield is that it really opened the door for a lot of other creators at the time to publish these odd shaped books.
Yeah, yeah, those like do you know how many volumes did those long ones get to?
So many, dude. Me and my best friend when I was a kid, we used to just like collect them all, and we just had stacks. Just
Yeah,
had stacks of those books. Jim Davis was just printing money. That and Far Side desk calendars, which Bill Watterson called
yeah,
printing money.
yeah. At one time it really was like before like I guess and not that I don't think it has merit, but I just think a lot of the snooty like the snooty people got attached to Calvin and Hobbes, and
Right.
somewhat like if you get Calvin and Hobbes and you move backwards, everything became like just invisible, and all of a sudden everything became like Boondocks and Calvin and Hobbes, and
Right.
like this because I remember like those early Garfields, like the first like maybe like 5 volumes of those long ones, and then you
Mhm.
get the newer ones where his style shifted and he just perfected the way he drew Garfield.
Yeah.
It's a great transition. Like I wanted to do something about that for the channel for quite for quite some time because
So
it's one of
yeah.
the great times where you see like this style transition
Right. Matt
and they
Groening did that with the Simpsons,
yeah, I was just thinking that. Yeah, yeah,
and
that's
the
a dead
secret
on
behind the
observation.
scenes is having enough money to get a design team to make a more commercial um,
Product.
aesthetic. And
Yeah,
I mean, Jim Davis never set out to make a funny comic. He set out to make money,
yeah,
and he
yeah, and
succeeded.
yeah, and I think that's noble. I don't think there's like a lot of merit on the people that are like, oh, I'm just here to like tell a story and to do my own stuff. I think if you chase the dollar, it molds your work. I really do. I think it makes your work into something it would never be otherwise.
Yeah, no, I can respect story integrity, right? But at the same time, it's like, dude, you're doing commercial art. Get commercial.
Yeah,
Make it so it sells you money. Otherwise, your commercial art masquerading as fine art, and it's like, no, sorry, it doesn't work that way.
yeah. I like
The
I'm
galleries are never gonna invite you, bro.
yeah, right. Yeah, you'll be locked out of the galleries. Like for
Yeah,
yeah.
they don't care. They already view you as being subhuman, anyways. So I mean, I used to roll to art. I lived in Los Angeles for over 20 years, and I used to go to art galleries all the time. And I'd go there in my leather or denim jacket, um,
Nice.
and
I
just
love it.
riddled with patches and buttons with this punk aesthetic. Um, while everyone else is there in sports coats and t-shirts, looking Miami
Yeah,
Vice
yeah.
with their turtleneck and their nose stuck so far up their posterior. And I was there, and I would like appreciate art. I would just be like, "No, I like this one." They're like, "Oh," go off on all this academic stuff, and I'm like, "Yeah, you can go off on the academic stuff, but to me, this just talks."
Yeah, and I think when it like I view comic strip stuff, I view even comic book artwork. In a large part, I even view this. Like I view it all as
Hmm.
commercial. Like I think the true artist that like approaches like a blank sheet of paper or like a blank canvas, I think a lot of it comes with like intent. And I think you have to be an artist to create to for creation's sake. And even
Yeah,
if you're like looking, if you're like, hey, I want to draw Captain America, and you're doing it for fun, you're still trying to replicate commercial art. Like it's really hard to
right.
kind of say. And I think that gets confused a lot in the way we talk about things from time to time.
Yeah, some people lose sight of it, and or have a misunderstanding. And I often say, you know, uh, art is a form of communication, and it's only as good as it communicates. Like earlier, I was on with Rex, and Omer Glitch was doing
Yeah,
an Ironsides piece, and I was like, dude, I'm really digging this. I don't know if he probably was half joking, half serious, and he was like, "Come on, man, don't patronize me." And I'm like, "No, I'm serious. I like this. It's got a forced perspective. It's got high impact energy. I'm like, you're taking risks, and I like
yeah,
it."
yeah. He's Omer is one of my he would come on here a lot and
Yeah, I like
kind
him.
of yeah, and when he started the Wednesday show, I said,
Okay.
dude, like, yeah, like, so he's really kind of like a little bit of my like kick in the butt, but and I talked to him like on the side, like like phone
Hmm.
conversations, and I was telling him I feel like like you people like you kind of have this like like you should just kind of keep going and push the artwork as far as it can go, but
Right.
yeah, and I think he's like at a balance because it's like he's almost like a better presenter guy to hang out with versus a
Right.
guy you want to watch draw. Like,
Well, I mean,
and it's hard to be both, like kind of sometimes, but I think
yeah,
he'll get better.
especially when you're trying to pay attention to what you're doing.
Yeah,
Uh,
and it's tough, dude. Like even dude, even here with this, I'm like, oh, if I have him on, I'm not going to fucking draw, and I want to draw.
right. Yeah, no, that's why I'm like I mean, I've been doing I just recently got back. I had to take a break from everything for a hot minute. I lost the password to my Twitter account. I was pretty
Yeah,
pissed. There was a whole bunch of
what happened with
oh,
that though? Yeah.
it really all started with my dog expiring.
Oh
It was
no.
it was pretty rough, and
Yeah, I'm sorry, bud.
he didn't want to go.
Uh,
He had cancer, and he was just determined to fight it.
yeah,
He didn't want to go. There was one point where it was like for like 2 weeks straight. It was like, okay, he's going tonight.
yeah,
He's gonna go tonight. He pulled through it, and he turned it around. And like a couple months later, he passed in his sleep peacefully. But it's like,
that's
no,
sad,
he's going
dude.
tonight. And
Yeah, I
we
am so
thought it started off, we thought he had an infection. So, we take that, he gets antibiotics and stuff. And then it turns out, it's that it's a tumor.
yeah,
Um,
dude. I had a scare with my cat, and my cat's a
oh.
product of a breakup. That's how that's how a guy has a
I know that one.
right? Like any guy out there that's like, yeah, I'm not single now, but I was for a while. It's like any single guy that has a cat has it through a breakup. Like that's it. But no,
Right.
and he got like sick. He stopped eating, and I took him in. He had to do like 2 rounds of X-rays, and the second like MRI. had like a thumb lesion like in his lower stomach, and the one round thought it was cancer. So I went through all of that, and then it was like, no, it's just benign, and it was just like this gastro like
Right.
problem. And but no, dude, like I think it's if like we love our pets, like,
Yeah.
and it's a big thing, and it's hard for people who don't have a pet to kind of understand like just how emotionally like you're just connected, and it's sad, like you don't want to see them suffer and go, and it's horrible that you even went through that.
And I have outlived quite quite a few, pets over the
Yeah,
years. I'm pushing 50 years old, so I've had pets since I was little,
yeah,
and
yeah,
they've gone all sorts of different ways. Some have joined the food chain, some have lived to an old age, some have 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 suffered ill fates at the hands of
yeah,
automobiles. uh,
yeah,
I've been there, and dogs are really our man's best friend. And
yeah.
the funny thing is that I'm deathly allergic to dogs. Like, I have to
Oh
take
wow.
antihistamines every day. I mean, when I was a little kid, my parents had dog. They went and got these two dogs, and then they were like, "Dude, at first, we thought, oh, okay, I got a cold or something like that." And then as it carried on, went to the doctor, got allergy tests done, and like, yeah, no, severe respiratory issues. So, and my wife, of course, she's a dog person. She would, she rescued another dog, and I love her, even though she ate my webcam.
Oh, you go. Yes, dude.
Dude,
I know.
I got a
Yeah,
sponsor for my channel, and they got me a webcam and all this stuff. And luckily, I'm still in good with them, and they understand. They laughed. They thought it was funny. I was like, no, that dog is like permanently kicked out of the office until she's more well behaved.
yeah. I know someone that was planning. She was packing for a trip to uh Bermuda. That her
Yeah.
company, it was like a paid company, like vacation essentially, and she had this new dog, it's a puppy bloodhound, and
Okay.
that she just recently rescued, and she left her passport on the side of the bed for a split
Oh
second,
no.
and that dog like ate it, like it chewed it up. She still goes to the airport, and it has like just had like puncture wounds, like too many puncture wounds, and they were like, we can't accept this, and she got turned away.
Yeah.
And but that's like I've done that, like even my cat, like Dallas, he sometimes gets like the cable, like
Mm-hmm.
he'll just have to chew cables, and I'll turn
Yeah.
my back, and he'll be like gnawing on like a laptop cord, and I'm just like, like like you get that reaction, but then you're like, ah, like you don't know
Like,
what you're
no, calm
doing.
down. They don't know any better.
Yeah,
And it's like, I understand it's an oral thing. It's satisfying to
yeah, it's
them.
like it's a weird thing,
Uh,
and
like,
like
dude, I've
people
had to
think,
repair vacuum cleaners, heaters,
yeah,
because she's just chewed the cord. She really digs the texture. And
yeah,
I've tried to find, like, I don't know. I'm gonna go back to the forums again, but find like a good, like, most of the dog owner forums are like, get a floss rope, get the floss rope.
yeah,
And I got her one. She doesn't like it. But I
yeah.
did finally find a chew that she does like, and that was like a big old beef bone.
Oh,
She's a
okay.
German Shepherd
Oh,
Husky
nice.
mix. So she's got
Oh,
the German
cool.
Shepherd coloring, but she's got the Husky like fur pattern.
Yeah,
So
like the
she
like
looks like an illustration, like a walking illustration. Like, it's like the colors are sharp,
I love it. I
not
love I
blended.
and yeah,
It's
and
wild.
I love huskies. I love German
Me
shepherds
too.
too. Yeah.
She is
I
very smart. She's not as smart as she thinks she is.
yeah. And how do
uh,
you how'd you end up with her? Like, how did that come about?
Um, a neighbor saw an ad on the uh, local Facebook Marketplace for
Oh,
free
wow.
dogs,
Okay. Yeah.
and she went there, and there were like 5 dogs in this tiny cage. They were stewing in their own waste.
Ah.
And so we grabbed a bunch of neighbors and friends in town and said, "Hey, look, let's get these dogs out of here. You know, we'll figure out what to do with them later."
Yeah. Yeah. Like
It was a
a
rescue
real rescue
operation.
mission.
Yeah, and we're like, "Yeah, I'm not going to get the law involved in this because then they're just going to go to the pound." And even though our local shelter's a no-kill shelter, that doesn't mean that they won't be shipped off to one that is.
Yeah, and look, it's sometimes it's you gotta be a vigilante sometimes in life.
Yeah.
You have to like I say this all the time. I even say this when Christmas rolls around. People are like, "Oh, I'm donating to like this charity and this and that." Here in Philly, I live across the street from like like I live in a nice building, but the building's across the street from like Section 8 property.
Oh,
And I
dude,
tell people, yeah, I tell
what?
people all the time, like if you want to get involved with someone and change their life for Christmas, knock on the door across the fucking street and meet a family and sponsor them for like Christmas. Like you can do it. You don't need an institution, you don't need a church, and that kind of cycles back to your dog story where like take fucking charge sometimes. Like you don't
Yeah.
need people to tell you right and wrong, or what to do. That's noble,
Yeah,
dude.
so we
Yeah.
just we took action and we got all those dogs homes, and we got the one dog. I was of course just like, come on, man. I've been, for the first time in years, I had not been taking histamines every day, and I don't like to take antihistamines. 'Cause I don't do like the Benadryl because the one of the key ingredients in that is really, really, really bad for your brain.
Is it
My
really?
cousin,
Okay.
yeah, no, my cousin is a doctorate macrobiologist in New
Oh
York,
wow. Nice.
and she is part of one of the teams that's on the forefront of Alzheimer's research. And she let us know, like, hey, stop taking the Benadryl, stop it, don't.
Wow.
They found she was like, a couple of things I picked up from her was like, stop taking the Benadryl and make sure you get 6 hours of sleep. Right? These are these are
Yeah.
good preventative measures. They're not going to it's not guaranteed to prevent Alzheimer's, but it's like, dude, it's going to really reduce your risk of Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
I was like, I'll take it. I'm a
Yeah.
health
Yeah.
minded person. I mean, dude, I've spent over 30 years practicing martial arts, studying martial arts.
Oh, cool.
Been athletic, most of my life.
Yeah. Yeah. An active dude.
So
Yeah.
I like to eat healthy, and I like to cook, and I love flavor.
There you
I
go.
don't
Same
like
here.
twigs and leaves. Twigs and leaves are gross.
Yeah.
Babies can
Yeah.
go stuff it.
Yeah. Dude, I was stuck the other day. My fiance made this whole big thing of like she's on this like lentils kick, and
Hmm.
I crack open the fridge and I'm like, oh, I should have like a hunk of salmon in there. And I just like forgot. I forgot that I already like cycled through it. And there was
Right.
just like this big thing of like lentils and rice. And I'm just like, oh, I'm gonna have to like eat this. I'm just gonna, even though
Yeah.
it's not like twigs and stuff, but it's still kind of like just not having like
Still, it's
protein.
not Flavor Town.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, and I will just have to like sad eat this and get on with my day. And but I'm with you though. Yeah, like twigs
Yeah.
and yeah.
Yeah. And yeah. No, that like it's funny you should bring up lentils because later this week I'm going to make a lentil and turkey soup for the family.
Yeah, see, yeah. And it's not like wholesome and satisfying, but sometimes like you just need like a heavier food. And I'm the
Yeah.
same way when I like eat greens or try and eat veggies. Like the amount that I have to eat is just insane. Cause like I'm
Sometimes
active
you
yeah.
sometimes you just need to chase a cow with a bullet blowtorch, man.
There you go. Yeah. Yes.
You go to a restaurant, they're like, "How would you like your steak?" And I go blue. And if they look at me like I've got some genitalia growing out of my forehead, I'm ordering the chicken.
Yeah.
Because they don't know beef.
Yeah,
It
I know.
happens
Yeah,
sometimes.
yeah, I'm always having to describe to people what the red juice in beef is. And
Right.
I still know people that are insanely paranoid about, like, they even associate when beef touches something to when raw chicken touches something, like within the kitchen, because
It's
they
like, no,
think there's a, yeah, like they think it's like salmonella, they think they're going to have bacteria, and I'm like you can age beef outside
yeah.
for, like, you know, as long as
Oh,
nothing gets to it, you can still eat it. Like beef is like almost like an all-weather protein. And
yeah.
it takes little maintenance, and this is
Oh,
how people survived. Like,
one of my favorite things, favorite restaurants to go to in Los Angeles is Castaways. It's really one of those upscale, like these days it's like $80 a plate. You know,
I
it's
like
real,
it.
real
Yeah.
pricey. But they have this meat locker
Yeah.
that's on glass display that's full of aged beef, and I'm like, cool. Then give me a cut of this aged beef, and
Yeah.
this is where I mean, normally I'm a medium rare guy, but
Yeah,
when
that's
it
fair.
comes to
Yeah.
aged beef, I'm like, dude, like I'll take it blue with a little bit of
Yeah.
char, and that's rarer than rare. But I do love a little bit of char. So like, just kiss it with a blowtorch, slap it on the ass, and send it out.
I love it. Yeah. Dude,
I've
but I
actually
know
ordered a steak like that in Texas, and it was perfect.
yeah. Yeah, it's like there, and even there, like there's a beef culture for like obvious
Hmm.
reason. And yeah, I mean, like, yeah, a lot of people don't realize that you can have a humidor for cigars, and you can have a humidor for beef. And
Hmm.
I think there's a place here, Ruth, like Ocean Prime, it's called here in Philly. And I think you can get up to like a five, like maybe not 5 year, maybe like a 3 year, like aged cut.
Oh man,
Yeah, and it's
sounds
up
so
like
good.
it's definitely like, you know, that next like price point, but it's
Right.
almost just like, and it's almost like cooked when they slice it. Like, you know, like you would char it just for like like added flavor almost.
Yeah,
You
no,
know,
it really is because like with a lot of aged beef, it's already cured.
yeah,
Like you could
yeah.
you could just slice it thin like prosciutto.
Yeah,
You could
no,
just slice it
that's a good
thin and
example,
throw it
yeah.
on a sandwich. Um, little MLT and mutton lettuce and tomato when the mutton is nice and lean. Um, but yeah, no, I love HB, and the house the house I live in. Like my wife and I bought this house out here in Bumble in Bumblebon, um, backwoods, Illinois. I mean, yeah, we're at the county seat, but like, yeah, dude, the town is like 3.5 miles wide.
That's awesome. That is, yeah. I
But
like
we
I
got a super Walmart and two
yes,
McDonald's.
yeah.
So hey, it's civilization.
Right, yeah. The world has arrived.
It's a college town. Our university is best known for training law enforcement.
Okay.
Oh, okay, that's a human. It's like, dang man, did the cat really force that open? Cat loves coming in the office and trying to grab my attention.
Yeah.
We're buddies, and he poncho the world. I love pets. I believe in them, and I think they're great for children to learn responsibility. So I think all of our kids have a pet.
Yeah, it's a good barometer too, cause if you you know, like I kind of have I'm in that zone where, you know, like people are you know, a lot of my friends are like, you know, making families and kind of doing all that, and you kind of have that spectrum of people who like love everyone's kids and they love everyone's pets, but they don't have any of their own. And you're kind of like, oh, why don't you like get a dog, like just kind of yeah, like you always seem to, and it's just like, no, I don't want to wake up to walk it, and it's just like all of these reasons, and you're just like, like how do you, like how, like to me, I think it's tough to like be single, live alone without having a pet. I think pets like balance you out. I think they teach you something to care for, even if you're a
Right.
full on adult. I think it's a good ritual to like have, and
Yeah.
they
Plus,
balance people out. Yeah,
plus they have a utilitous purpose. I like cats because then I never have any mice or rats,
yeah,
and small and other insects and stuff that get in the house.
yeah,
They get nuked.
yeah,
So the
yeah,
cat earns its pay. And dogs, that's an in-home security system. I always train my dog. I get them to the point where they're leashless, where it's like, no, no, I'm
yeah.
I'm in charge of the pack here,
That's
but you're
awesome.
you're my right
Yeah,
hand. Doggy, you're my right hand.
yeah,
I mean, granted, you're the lowest ranking member of our pack, but
yeah,
getting them to obey the youngest kid, because my youngest is 7, so getting them to obey that one, it's like, really, I'm going to take this person seriously? Like, I'm bigger than them
yeah,
now.
yeah, yeah,
Aren't I in charge? It's like,
yeah.
no.
Like I used to do almost like like years ago I had a little bit of a like I was around like a lot of farm animals, like
Hmm.
basically dated a girl that was like a farm girl,
Okay,
and
okay.
yeah, and got to like do a lot of stuff, and like we would like buy pigs, and like I really got into it, and they had like almost like their own like pack of dogs that they would use as a perimeter for the farm.
Yeah,
And like the dogs would train the chickens, the dogs were trained the goats. The dogs were really like these like arbiters of the territory, and they would like in South Jersey, like in real South Jersey, there's like a lot of owls, and some of the chickens would just like want they would just find their way at night, and you would want your like you would hope one of the dogs would know that the chicken's moving and protect the chicken, because like the owls would come out of nowhere, and in the morning
yeah, dude.
like yeah, and if the owls got the chicken, you would just literally find like there would be like a pool of red and a couple feathers, and that's where like the owl came down and went up. And but like you can kind of stem that. You can kind of really have like true free range chickens if you have a good dog pack. And these
Hmm.
dogs would like, dude, they would come, we would be poolside, and they would come out of the woods, the forest, with deers in their mouth, with skunks
That's
in their mouth.
cool.
Like
That's
the
cool.
yeah, and they were all leashless, like they all knew. And if there was like a younger dog, they would train, like you almost like didn't have to do anything. After a while they were like that, they were just ingrained. And that's really where you're like, oh, like where does like man's best friend like come from? And you're just
Yeah.
like these, like like these dogs have it in their DNA. And that's where like sometimes too, like when farmers trade animals, like they'll trade like a bloodline, they'll trade like, hey, these are good cow dogs, these are good sheep dogs, these are good chicken
Right.
dogs. And it's just, and that bloodline though is also, like like that dog could have been 100 years, like 100 years that dogs could have been doing that.
Right.
And yeah, and when you see stuff like that, you really just admire the animal.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we domesticated dogs. Cats just invited themselves to the party.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's true. um, yeah, no, I'm a big proponent of having utilitous pets. Um, I mean, my middle daughter, who's all grown up and she's out on her own right now, 20. Uh, she unfortunately, when she moved out, she just left her ferrets behind.
Ah,
Yeah, which is fine. I like those little guys, but unfortunately, we just, with all the kids that I got, and so yeah, I've got 4 kids in the house that are between the ages of 7 and 15. And
Yeah.
well, 14. He's going to be 15 this year. But it's like, dude, ferrets will put just about anything in their mouth,
Yeah.
and
I didn't even know that.
they are obligate carnivores. Like, California,
Oh,
we
I didn't even
can.
know that. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's so silly that ferrets are illegal in the state of California, because I'm like, dude, if they get out of the house, they're dead in 72 hours. They
Yeah, right.
cannot.
It's not like they're like destroying like an ecosystem and like,
Yeah, your
yeah.
domesticated sable ferret has been domesticated for over 3,000 years.
Yeah,
They
there you go.
cannot
Yeah.
survive in the wild. They'll die.
Yeah.
They have no instinct left. And that's the standard ferret you see that people have for pets.
Yeah,
It's like,
most of the ones okay.
I can understand, no stoats, no weasels, no wild ferrets, but like, dude, the sable and banded ferrets, like those things are so domesticated. It's like pugs. There's no wild pugs because they cannot survive in the wild. you
Right.
know?
Yeah, right. And they're also like bloodline wise, like not even like
Yeah.
no instincts to even do like they're almost like a Pomeranian. It's not like a Pomeranian. Like if you have a Pomeranian and it gets lost, it gets out of the gate or whatever, and
For real.
is in the real world, like you will have to think that dog's not going to last long in the real world, you know. And here in Philly, you see a lot of the lost signs for those dogs, and
Dude,
and
and
you
they
know
join
that
the
they're
food
hard.
chain. They do. They
Yeah,
join the food chain.
yeah, and it's just like like believe it or not, you're probably like, you know, um, like even in Philly though too. Like you see like a lot of raccoons and ferrets and or raccoons and
Yep.
possums around here a lot, and in some neighborhoods you'll see them like crossing the street, and like you'll see
Hmm.
families of them, and you'll be like in suburban Philadelphia, and you're just like, I guess like that's how they do it here. The
Yeah.
animals,
Yeah,
yeah,
no, for real. Like this summer, we had an owl move into the neighborhood, and within a few weeks, the neighborhood Tom uh, was no longer seen, and
yeah.
he was that was a big cat. But it's like, dude, you're no match for 4 knives per leg.
No, it's yeah, and again too, like people underestimate what those animals, like what they can do, what they're designed to do, and
Mm-hmm.
they are predators. Like and that's it.
Sure.
Like, and they don't look at your cat as a cat. They don't look at your puppy as a cute dog. Like they see it, they get triggered, and that's it. And they breed too. Like like
Yeah.
owls are a little bit like rats. All of a sudden, you'll have a major owl problem, and then you gotta spend the Saturday, Sunday. You gotta hunt. You got you
Yeah.
got
No, this is my third year of living in this town. And one thing I've noticed is that towards the end, right before Halloween, you got people complaining about all the stray cats, and then over the winter that dries up, and they're not complaining towards until the end of summer.
yeah
Uh,
yeah
and it's because, dude, it's the circle of life, bro. They're feeding the wildlife. They're feeding the foxes. They're feeding the owls. We get eagles out here. I've seen eagles flying around. Seen brown eagles.
yeah. We get some of those, and I would say they're somewhat common. Like if we drove the AC right now, along the highway, we would see,
Hmm.
if it's during the day, we would see eagles. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, it's a food chain, man. Like, yeah, there are some environments where if there's a lack of natural predators, yeah, sure, the population get out of hand. But like when I was living in Los Angeles, and you see these missing dog, missing cat signs, and I'm like, bro, no,
yeah.
that's
Yeah,
that's
it
done.
sucks. Yeah,
They
and
they join the food chain, is what they do.
yeah, well, yeah. It is the Lion King in full effect.
It really is. Let's see here, I
Uh,
gotta see here. I'm gonna discard the shit. I'm grabbing some royalty free fonts right now because
oh, nice. On
I'm you
thefont.com.
know like, yeah, 1001 free
Yeah,
fonts and
yeah,
Defont
1001.
and some
Yeah,
other sites. I just go scouting around, see what people have just thrown up for free to get rid of. Maybe get a little bit of that algorithm tickle, so that way their premium font gets featured on the website. It's a good business model. Like, I know how it works behind the scenes. Like, the more free fonts that they get downloaded, um, the more they get featured on the front, and then there's options to buy licenses for the really good fonts.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and sometimes I go to like Blambot. I used to go to Blambot back
Oh
in the
yeah,
day.
yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh my god, I haven't heard that in a while. That used to be the place to go.
I stopped hearing from the guy. Well, he kind of, I don't know. I think he threw his lot in with the overly political crowd.
Oh, did he? Ah, okay.
Yeah, I think he did. I mean, I'm not gonna hold it against him. I mean, stay true to your convictions for real, but
Yeah,
be an asshole about it. You
yeah.
ain't gotta
Well,
be an asshole.
that's always that's always the thing, and that's an argument I bring up a lot. Where it just seems like like you just have to be political if you have an online account for some reason.
Oh, no.
And it's just like like maybe like we cannot like you can kind of if you do comics, if you're a movie producer, if you're doing something, you can talk about that thing because I don't know. Like I just think back, like if Orson Welles had a Twitter account, I don't want to hear Orson Welles' opinions on politics. I want to see like what movie he's making and his views on all that. Like like I want to see Orson Welles like movie mind and his theater mind like explode.
Right.
I don't want to know who he likes for president. I don't give a shit. And that goes into like the stuff we see now. And it doesn't mean you can't do it, but at the same time, like let's talk craft, like let's talk the business, and like we can probably be a better industry overall if people just stayed on target.
Right.
Anyway,
Like,
all right, yeah, triggered.
let's
Peter got triggered there.
yeah, we're here to we're to entertain. Shut up and entertain. Stop talking, start dancing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but I'm sorry. Yeah, I did
No, you're good.
interrupt
You're
you
good.
there. Yeah, I didn't want to do that.
You're it's really, absolutely justified in that, you know? All right, so let's see here.
Yeah,
Gotta,
we got cheap viewers on streambo.com. Okay, we have a bot coming in from Twitch. My ex got pissed at me for staying home to care about the dog with a kidney disease. Oh my god. Yeah. That's sad. But
oh, dude, that's not cool.
some people are not pet people. They don't have that trigger in them. And I don't know. That's how you can judge a person if they're a pet person.
Right.
I feel like you can have a high horse if you have someone over and they don't know how to like touch your dog, or they act like that the dog's going to like kill them and they can't be like cool about it or whatever. I think you have the ability to judge that person. Real quick, Tank. What are you reading? What are you watching? What's filling
Um,
your?
with King of the Hill coming back, and they're moving the story into the future, I decided to go back and just start watching all the old I hadn't seen all the old King of the Hill. I used to just catch like an episode here or there.
Yeah,
So I've just
yeah.
been
I
kind of
think I
watching
think we
that
all do
recently.
that. Yeah.
So I've been just kind of watching that recently. Um, there are several things I've tried to watch, and I was just like, this is just so terrible. It's so
That's what I want to
ham-fisted.
hear. What
Right.
do any of those
Like, I've had
come
a
in
couple of
line?
people try and say, "Oh, Brave New World, watch Brave New World," because I love Star Trek. And I was like, "Look, dude, like Discovery was just That was I couldn't stomach it. It was so
It
bad. It was
it there
Michael Burnham show, and this is just an insufferable girl boss who is entirely unrelatable in any way. I mean, unless you're superficial and go, she has the same skin color as me. Oh my god, that's like, oh my god, there's only billions of people in the world that have that. Oh my
yeah.
god.
Yeah. Dude,
Yeah. So
no, I am with you. I think there is a divide on, I guess, like, we'll call them like original Trekkies and Trekkers, right? Because we still have to
yeah.
distinguish between the two. If you really
Yeah,
grew up,
that's the old school people. My mom used to do that too. She's like, I'm not a Trekkie, I'm a Trekker.
yeah, right,
She would
yeah,
take offense.
yeah, like the original Geek Wars, right? Like was Trekkie versus Trekker. Yeah, and dude, like I grew up with the original series with Next Gen. I'm someone that I love Enterprise. I thought Enterprise was the most underrated show. But I feel like just as a franchise, like Star Trek ran its course, and the movies weren't like really didn't pop. Like the Insurrection movie didn't pop. Enterprise was maybe like not different enough, but
Right.
dude, I used to love watching Deep Space Nine. I would watch Deep Space Nine and Babylon 5, and they were like kind of echoes of each other, and I loved like Deep Space Nine. Like I think that's like the one. I guess like my one dark spot is like earlier seasons of Voyager, but I do like the later seasons of Voyager though, like seasons like 4 and 5 of
I mean,
of
I appreciated what Voyager was trying to do. They were trying to put the Trek back in Star Trek.
yeah, by putting them in
And
the like No Way Home type middle of no like yeah.
yeah. And that had its moments. Although I think like dude, I'll admit my probably my dirty little pleasure is that I enjoyed Lower Decks. I think
That
it's a
that
comedic
seems
love
fun though.
letter.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think
It
that's like a dirty pleasure because I think that's just like there's so much easy things to make fun of and start like like it doesn't have to be. I know people attack that for maybe not being canon or being like a
well,
little nifty with
if you
like
watch all the way to the end, they admit they're not canon. And then
yeah
they start calling out all the Kurtzman and the Kelvin timeline is also not being canon. And I was like, dude, that made me just love you more.
yeah
Um,
bringing in the Kelvin timeline and addressing it as such it is funny though. I think I would be
yeah.
signed on for that.
Um, okay. I mean, oh my goodness, Greg. Do. Oh, support for Windows 10 will end in October of this year.
Yes. Yeah. Are you a do you work in tech or you seem a little computer savvy or
No, I've just before I was ever allowed to touch a computer, I had to learn. My mom forced me to learn exactly how they operate, how they work, what
that's
all the
great.
different components are, and um, then when she upgraded from, we had an REST 1500, and when she
Okay,
upgraded
yeah,
from
yeah.
that to a 286 desktop, I got the old computer, and so I got into computers kind of at a young age. When I was at school, I messed around with the school computers. Those were like Apple IICs,
Awesome, dude. Yeah.
like one of the best learning computers ever. Because you really do get to understand the basics of what is the functionality of a computer. And so I'm a little bit about like I'm a bit of a I don't know. I know enough to not screw up my computer. Like I built my own rig,
That's
and
all.
I've got it.
Yeah.
It's a nice rig.
Yeah, I
It's
was
good.
yeah, I was just curious with that Windows 10 comment because I've been seeing people reposting that and I got tired of like kind of saying, hey, like this happens for like security reasons, this happens for like driver reasons and firmware. and people being able to infect and even like clone your machine without you even like knowing it's like, and people always kind of, and and I get it, it's a part of their business, but it gets misconstrued as like a Microsoft like evil cash grab versus um you know like
Well,
viruses and security evolves, and the OSs have to kind of do their best to keep up with
right,
security
and
issues.
I'm not
Yeah.
happy with Microsoft with Windows 11 because Windows 11 is essentially key logging software, and that's
Okay.
malicious software. It is spying on everything you do. It's recording all your keystrokes, the position of your mouse, um,
Yeah, and
what you're
that's
clicking
kind of
on.
yeah, and a lot of that too is like, not that I'm like making their argument, but
Right,
some of that too is for their development and like analytics, where
right.
they want to know like like how things work to make to make Windows 12 better, and knowing like, yeah, like what you're clicking on, where you're clicking on, like it's just like a lot of these things, and but they do have like the data aggregation
And
to.
and that data, that data is subpoenable. Like
Yeah,
law
it is.
enforcement can
Yeah.
grab that data, and it's like, look, dude, um, like if you want that, get a warrant. You put it in front of a judge that you think I've committed a crime. But what they do is these geofencing warrants, which I would argue that they are unconstitutional. Many circuit judges have stated that they're unconstitutional.
Yeah, there's arguments for that. Yeah. Like, yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Because
I'm
like,
with,
look,
yeah,
I
yeah.
get it to catch the bad guy, but like, dude, uh, that's no bueno. That's Big Brother stuff. I'm not
Well,
okay with it.
it's almost
Um,
like classic
and
science fiction, and like the fear of, if someone's out to get you, they can just find like a random recording of you on Amazon Alexa and use like the fugitive,
right,
like you're gonna get framed. We
they
got
could take it
this
out, and they
leverage
could take
now.
anything out of context,
Yeah,
right? Because they could
like,
say, okay, we're going to insert from this time frame to this time frame, and we'll exclude the rest. And it's like, yo, dude, no, 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 no.
yeah, and
It's
I just think like, I think some of that stuff is real. I think we're a little bit too in an age where that stuff doesn't seem to be a topic of conversation. Like it used
right.
to be, like, like you used to get articles for Scientific America, and even Wired magazine would always have an article like every couple months about like, these are the threats, this is what's happening, be aware of it. Not really sounding the alarm, but like kind of like like real time documenting it, and then all that's like it's really kind of like, I think a lot of it's like social media. I think there's things that do not allow to go viral. I think Google purposely
Oh yeah,
makes things like unsearchable, and that's me wearing my tinfoil
dude, they
hat.
got busted for that.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, yeah,
Google recently lost a lawsuit, and um, but unfortunately, nothing's going to happen until criminal charges are, and it is a violation of the law. The Constitution is the high law of the land. Remember, our system is based on the British system of the time. That is common law, high law, House of Commons, House of Lords, uh, and leadership. It's and executive leadership, right?
yeah,
So
yeah. There's a executive branch,
that's
which
right.
also
That's
always
that's the
gets,
crown,
yeah, which
right?
always gets miscited too. By the way, like, a lot of people say that, and they're not clear on what that is exactly, but
Right.
yeah, but you are right though. Like, it's there
Yeah,
for sure.
it's silly. It really is just absolute. I'm looking for a
That
man. Don't you hate it when you put stuff in the wrong place?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Um, are you? Do you get into books at all? Are you much of a book reader?
Honestly, I just haven't had time to sit down and read for a minute. I did get, gosh, I downloaded it too. Oh, that's on my Amazon.
Yeah, reading stuff like reading does take like you have to have like you have to rearrange your lifestyle sometimes just to build reading time.
I don't get a chance to sit down for that long these days, and I love to get into a good book. I love reading, but these days, even the television that I watch, it's on, I'm not really
Yeah,
watching it.
no,
I'm
it's
only half
yeah,
paying attention.
I do because I walk a lot in the city, so I'm
Hmm?
like I kind of have a really good rotation of like audio books that I'll like burn through. And
Yeah.
sometimes sometimes I'll listen to the audiobook, but then I'll buy the hard copy just so I can kind of like marker it up and kind of take notes. There's ways to do that through like Audible of like tagging things, but like I do my best, but I always say to myself, I'm not reading enough. I'm not like organizing my time the right way or looking at time the right way, and it's always like a regret sometimes where I want to read more, and it's almost like I think there's a side of me that just wishes I could be like on a like on the boat somewhere with just all my books and just like just sail and that's it.
Yeah, usually the only time I get the chance to like really sit down and read is when I'm like on a bus or train.
Yeah.
Only time I ever get to sit down because I don't like flying. Not that I
You
don't
don't
like
like,
flying.
oh,
I don't like flying since 9/11, and when I
I
was
was
in
I was about to say that. I was about to
yeah,
I'm sorry, dude, that that
uh,
but no, I
I
don't blame you.
had when I was in the army, I had several security clearances, and as soon as I got those security clearances, there were four S's on my boarding pass.
Oh, wow.
So, and
Yeah.
4S, for people out there who don't know what the 4S Club is, that means that you are selected to be screened every time.
Yeah,
They'll
that's what
say,
I
"Oh,
thought.
please, sir,
Yeah.
we have a random screening," and it's a lie. No, you've been marked as as a security risk. And ever since I got the security my first security clearance, which um that was when, gosh, when I was in the army, I got conned to driving around a sergeant major, and so I was up in operations, and um and so I had to have a security clearance to even step foot in the room,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then when I was in Iraq, because I already had security clearances, it made it easier to get more security clearances. And
Wow.
so, yeah, so I ended up,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
became a mail carrier. I got my mail carrier. I was official postal employee while I was in the army. I got the card. I used to go into the command centers, um, all the time. I had a SuperNet account.
That's
Um,
cool though. Yeah.
I had large general uh, clearances. So,
And then like
and
what happened? Like you eventually cycled out of the military? Did you
well, eventually,
stay involved?
I
Yeah.
was very good at excelling at my job, and I was also equally as good at my so.
Yeah, I mean like you seem like you would like like you seems like you have a head on your shoulders. Seems like you would definitely. Yeah.
Sometimes it's up
Yeah,
my
some
butt.
yeah. Yeah, don't tell my parole officer that.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
hey, I do have to say, at least I don't have a criminal record, right?
Yeah. Hey,
I managed to avoid that. Not that I
hey,
haven't been up to
yeah.
shenanigans.
Oh no, dude. I've had to I had to spend serious money to get my name out of permanently being cited. Yeah, like
Yeah,
I've been
yeah,
in some
I've
trouble.
been down
Yeah,
that road. I spent a good chunk of my life savings at one point not go to
yeah.
prison.
There you go. That
And
then
so the
it's
charges
all
were dismissed
revealed.
because I hired a lawyer that sued Time Magazine and won.
Nice.
And
Yeah. See.
yeah,
Yeah.
no, and when I got into the courtroom for my appearance, right? He walks up to the DA, they shake hands, they have a quick conversation, and then the DA just goes, "Look, man, first time offender, and military veteran, just let it go." And it was just like, that was $6,000 well spent.
Yeah, yeah, that very similar with me. My guy did well actually one of the two. He had the case in front of the Supreme Court and was like, he's Googleable, he's like famous, and he went up to the judge and the prosecutor. They had their back and forth. He comes to me, he's like, you have to go to the judge, you have to tell him you did this, you have to tell him you did that. He's going to ask you a
Hmm.
question, you admit that you did it, and then we're done. And that's all they wanted. And I
Yeah.
think some of that was to make maybe the like arresting officer look like, hey, pretty decent. Like, if because I don't know what
Yeah.
the paper trail like is sometimes to what turns up even for police officers. And
Hmm.
I was like, okay. And then like outside the courthouse, like the guy was just like more interested in like, like what to do for donuts and where like
No,
local
for
patients
real.
were and shit like that.
For real, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, I remember my lawyer going, "You know what the difference between the DA and the judge is?" I was like, "What?" The judge has better political connections.
There you go. Yeah, yeah.
And I was like,
But
"Yeah, you're the right guy." I mean, I remember I hired this guy, right, this law firm, and I went down to I got a hold of him and I put in my payment and whatnot. He's like, "I want you to come to the office. I want to meet you. Blah blah blah. Let's see what's going on here." And like, dude, the parking and their office was in Beverly Hills. The parking was $25 an
yeah, that's high
hour.
even now you pull in you if you pull into a lot, you see 25 or 30, you're like, oh my god.
Yeah, and luckily, they validated my parking, so it didn't cost me
Yeah,
anything. But at the same time, I was like, yeah, no, this is what I want. This is exactly what I want to hire. Um, and because like for real, uh, I really only got caught. I was smoking hash in the park with a friend, and there was an empty park in the middle of nowhere. Right. But at the time, this was a felony in California. Like a brief window for like 3 months where it was a felony again. And um and so like this was big, and my buddy was supposed to be, we're sitting down, my brother and I, we're sitting down and we're making up a card game because we forgot to bring anything with us. And I was like, what do I have? Oh, I've got some index cards and we've got a couple of dice. So cool, let's make up a new game because we just wanted to do something fun. And he was not paying attention when he was supposed to. And yo,
nice.
bro, I told him too because I got him off. I got us both in with the lawyer, all on my tip, and I paid for the whole thing. And I was like, bro, for real, you owe
Yeah,
me. Like,
yeah. My whole the whole law firm, I sent them referrals too because I was like
mm-hmm.
so relieved and just like impressed with the way how it all went down. I sent them referrals for a solid like five
Yeah,
six
for
years
real.
afterwards, and they had a guy for me that worked in the law firm that would like call direct, and like I would almost like, I guess, me be a little paralegal. Like I would just like have a case and be like, hey, like I know someone, I just talked with someone. They're calling you. This is what I know. Like, here's their name. Here's their number. Make sure they're taken care of. Like stuff like that. And they always offered me like gift cards and stuff like that because they're like, because like at the time I was like embedded in Philly, and I was just around like a lot of executives, a lot of just like like politicians and stuff like that. So there was there was like almost like a need for it. Sometimes people like they need to know who to call for like a particular thing, and I got a little bit like that whole experience like kind of like paid off though too. Like it kind of it helped me down the road because it made me look like I had a guy, which technically I didn't. I just had a guy inside of a law firm because I paid him a lot of money to get me off because I was fucking stupid.
Yeah, no, yeah, and it was like, yep, not doing that one again. I was much more intelligent the next time I was up to shenanigans.
Yeah, it's I think there's like a little bit of a trial by fire when it comes to like interacting with a police officer and stuff like that. I think I really feel like that's something that they should teach in school. I think it's something that if you're in public school, like you should not be afraid of cops and kind of know what the officer's trying to do sometimes, just so you can even help them, like and like
and the
just
thing that
like
sucked is my brother used to get into so much trouble for smoking weed that when we showed up, like the judge knew him by name.
Wow, ego. Oh,
and it was just like I shot a look over at him. I was like, bruh,
yeah.
really? Like,
that's like a movie moment.
Yeah, like, dude, for real, dude. What? No,
Yeah. And where's your brother now? Is he?
He passed away a few years ago.
Oh, geez, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was overweight and on the metformin, and he ended up having.
I was hoping you were going to tell me he's married to a like a senator's daughter with like
right.
5 like Ivy League kids, like like
Not for real.
like a
He
complete
should have
reversal.
been right. No, he should be here. Like after I get the Scalpel Zero stuff out, which he was one of the major contributing characters, major contributor creators on that, man. He helped me develop the whole. Probably created like a good third of the IP in the world building and characters. Like a lot of the characters he created. And
well, it's good. It's
after,
good. Yeah, it's good if you get that out, dude. Like it really is.
Yeah, after I get that out, then I'm going to be publishing one of the stories that he did. Sniggles, the world's mightiest goblin.
Nice.
Yeah, a towering behemoth of a goblin at 4.5 feet tall. Wall of muscle, kicked out. It's what's great is that with the world building that we did with that, I was like, dude, like I looked at it one day and I was like, bro, for real, the goblin society in this world has more culture and depth than all the races of Middle Earth.
Nice. Yeah. That's the stuff I like seeing. Like that's always like a little bit of like the geek trigger, like the nerd trigger, where when you just get like fantasy environments that are literally like detailed down to like how local taxes work and things like that. And
and it's most of the detail you're not going to see as a player, but it'll look great in the RPG.
We got and
yo, what's up, dude?
What's going on, Tank? What's up, Peter? How are
good
y'all?
Morning,
Good morning.
Picture. See now.
Just so you know, just so you know, I was giving you props earlier by forcing my hand to get a little bit more involved with live streaming.
Oh, awesome,
Yeah.
man. Yeah.
Yeah, we were
I've
singing
been
your
meaning to
praises
try to do
earlier.
like, yeah.
Yo, Rex is out there too. What's up, Rex?
Yeah, he was up
Rex,
there earlier.
I see. You know, I see the. I sorry guys, I missed the private chat. There.
No, you're
Yeah, I'm still so bad with like not looking up because I'm drawing.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's hard when you're trying to draw and do a show and trying to manage all of it. Like
Yeah.
on Wednesdays,
I was
last
saying,
Wednesday I didn't get a lot of work done, but it's still fun
yeah,
though.
I was saying earlier that I think you're such a like fun, good presenter that I think for you, like like you distract yourself because you're trying to draw, but you're like, but you're also like drawing. So it's like, how do we balance that? Should I send Rex a link? Does Rex need a link?
Oh yeah. No, see if Rex is up here. Rex is a night owl, man. I often forget that he's up late.
Yeah, he
Rex,
does like a little evening nap around 6 to
Right.
8 or something, or like 10 to 9, and then he wakes up and he's like up all night, and then he has like a mid morning nap, and then he's gun ho all freaking day, man. I don't know how that guy does it.
I
No,
I
dude.
love it that everyone's like schedule.
Kind of. That's yeah, kind of. Yeah.
You're almost like the PR front
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
this whole group. I think this group needs a name. Like,
Yeah.
No, we're
Yeah.
I think we need a name,
we're the
like a good
names.
one too.
Yeah, we're
Right.
the get
Yeah,
along
no.
gang, man.
Right. Yeah, no, like back in the day we had the Dog Stars and
Dog
you saw those
Stars.
guys.
Yeah,
They showed
isn't that?
because it was Good Dog Press was the channel that we all hung out on. And there's
Oh,
like Rick Piper, Cross Comics, El Guapo, Trusty Sidekick,
Oh, you
uh,
know a
E.
guapo.
Ortiz. Oh yeah, no, Caesar and I go back a minute, man.
Yeah, well, man, El Guapo was on that. So he was on the chat show with Vanessa
Oh yeah.
Danger, and
see, I have no idea who any of this is. But keep going. Yeah.
El
so
Guapo, he's an
so
amazing
Guapo,
artist, man.
he was dropping bomb shits and whatever, or talking shit about Ethan and fucking John
Oh,
Malin on the. He was so fucking mad.
Yeah, he's
yeah.
not happy with.
Yeah.
same,
So
same.
That was the cool thing about the Dog Stars is that everybody could have their opinion. Not there for it. We're there to entertain, bring out some good quality stuff.
yeah. Well,
Some
wasn't
of the
that the name
guys,
of the band by was it what's his name? John Wick? Didn't he have a band called Dog Star?
Keanu Reeves has a band called Dog Star. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Oh
what I thought
yeah.
instantly. Yeah.
Oh dude,
When
that's
he said
dope.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to say that, but I wanted to hear about what the channel was doing, what the Dog Star channel was doing first. But
Yeah, no, we
yeah,
just
yeah,
called
it's
it the Dog
supposedly
Stars because it was Manny Correa, Good Dog Press.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was
Was
he,
that the call?
he published his book, The Unbreathable Skunk Girl.
oh, that's a
nice.
funny name.
Yeah, that
So
sounds cool.
it was a fun book, and I wish Manny would make issue number 2. It was supposed to be a 4-issue miniseries, but he like, honestly, all the drama and stuff, like Manny's an adult, and so all the high school drama stuff
Yeah.
burnt him out. Plus, he had spent like a whole year building a brand, getting the book
Yeah.
done, and stuff like that. And he's like, "Look, man, I've not been." He's like, "Look, I've taken care of my family and fulfilled that part of a role, but I've not been a good dad." So he's like, "I'm gonna go be dad."
And we got Rex.
And
Yeah.
what's
So
up, brother,
sexy,
man?
Rexy.
Look, man,
Omer is not wrong about my schedule.
yeah, I know, like how is he? You always want to say, is he in your house? Is Omer in your house?
He's
Well,
in my head. In my
Yeah.
head.
Zombie.
That's now stuck in my head.
Yeah.
Now it's
Hey.
in my head.
Well, you know, I'm not
Nice.
trying to be a stalker or nothing. It's just an observation of kind of seeing
He's
Rex's
not wrong. I do my
schedule.
show, and then I might be up a little bit, eat something, whatever, and then take a nap, and then I'm good. About
And he's
11 or
mentioned it to
midnight
me, yeah,
on.
a little bit.
I'm a
Yeah.
No,
night
for
owl
real.
anyway, so.
For real,
That's
immediately what popped into my head was Antonio Banderas from 13th Warrior. He's like, I listened.
Yeah. Man, that was such a good movie. It's classic, man. That's
I
an
love
old-
that movie.
Yeah, I love that story.
It
A little Pee Wee Herman
is a
for
good
you.
one. Oh my goodness, I have written mindful and demure so many times, and now I am sizing them all out so that they're changing adjusting the font so they're all exactly the same size. Because picture I just
Now, why are you writing those disgusting words?
because what's his, Bad Vibes was saying, yeah, no, you should put a tagline, not mindful, not demure, because that's like the latest thing for the Scalpel Zero picture I did, and I was like, yeah, but then I got to thinking, and because I usually run, I got a side hustle that I have like entirely separated brand wise and everything from everything else I do. Where I make T-shirts, I sell them on like Redbubble or
Oh, cool.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool, yeah.
Press or something like that, And I
Right,
kind
you
of
gotta-
like neglected it. I shut down the store because I was like, I'm not putting up anything. I'm gonna rebuild a new store. And I was like, you know what? I've got an idea for some soulless commercial nonsense.
Yeah. And that's that
So I
demure
went-
shit. You're jumping in on the
Right.
hype.
I just went and grabbed a bunch of new fonts because like every font that I have on my computer I can use for commercial purposes.
Yeah.
So that way I don't have to keep track of
Hey,
licenses
Brad.
and anything. Like I have license to use.
Art and comics in the house.
What's up? Hail to the
Right.
chat. Hail to the chat.
Hell.
I thought I was popping on and I was just gonna be by myself the entire time. And this is the record. This is the most people I've ever had on at one
Au
time.
contraire, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
Mon chéri,
cool.
mon chéri.
a little French there. Yeah.
And you
No,
guys
I was
are
gonna say, dude, if I'm ever on the digital book, then anybody's allowed. That was originally like E. Ortiz's show, and then like he was saying, he's like, no, man, it belongs to like all us old that were.
I was just
was like-
interested in talking with Tank and learning about his life.
crazy.
And
Yeah,
now,
sounds like
now,
a-
Oh
now-
gosh, the endless
and
subject.
now we're all
You-
here.
you didn't get it.
sharing.
You didn't even get
Dude,
into
I haven't even
like.
said this one time in Baghdad.
In Baghdad. Holy shit.
Yeah.
This one time in Baghdad,
Not in
I saw a
Bangkok
little
and
kid
the
eat a whole
world,
can of dip
your
in one go.
oyster.
A whole can of what?
whole can of dip, gold wintergreen.
Dip? He
You
ate
guys
it?
want to see an
Yeah.
inspiration for the cover for Devil Flyer number 7?
Yeah.
7.
Yeah.
Number
One
7.
second
Shit.
there.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Look over here.
I've already got a cover done by Ryan James, a wraparound cover done for number 6.
You
Nice.
better start getting work on those guts, boy.
Yeah. What are we
Knee-
doing with
knee
the
deep in those
sequentials?
guts. Yeah. You haven't
Whenever
even
I
launched
get wrecked.
Rex, you
Oh,
haven't
sorry.
even launched the number 1. You're at a prequel.
Hey, screw you. Okay. Anyway, this is a perfect symbology. So the hand of death is grabbing the man behind the mask, right?
Uh-huh.
And
His
that's
manhood.
Devil Flyer in the background. His
Okay.
persona is Devil Flyer, reaching out for
Oh,
the
that-
man as
oh.
death
I
grabs.
think it would make a great homage.
Yeah, that's a really
cover
good, yeah.
right there. That would be
Now,
upside
Peter
down.
hates
yeah, I
homages.
saw that.
Yeah, I
and
was gonna
said,
say.
"Oh,
So
that's
that
perfect."
you're bringing a homage cover on my channel.
Yeah, he's fuck that, Rex. Fuck that.
Is
Yeah,
that
we don't-
okay? I didn't know.
I don't know. We like to do why if you're going to spend the time and money on your own book, spend time and money on
It's
something.
just
On
it's just a great idea for a cover. I don't care
Yeah, I
if it's
got that.
homage or not. I'll make it my own.
So
we're
you're
fucking
being
involved.
inspired by it.
Because at
Yeah.
the issue, at the end of the climax,
Oh yeah.
He said,
something major happens, for the hand
Don't
of
spill the
death to be
beans.
grabbing.
Yeah, come on. don't
Don't spill
spoil
the beans
it,
all
Rex.
at once. Yeah.
Yeah, we need the pizza round table.
Yeah,
Mhm,
the
mhm.
Knights of the Pizza Rounds or something.
Nights of the
Right,
pizza
what-
round. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I'll make a logo for that. I'll make a logo for
Here we
that.
go. Here we go. I'm
Okay.
ready.
Because dude, I had to, because I wanted to do this one. This guy. I wanted to do him around the Super Bowl. I had to go buy a new pizza so like I was kind of like done with the whole series until like I just worked through the entire stack, but this was like the new one. And then like once I bought the new one, I'm like, maybe I'll just like get back to eating pizzas because I kind of want to do more Mad Balls at this point. So we got a lot coming. That's the point I'm getting to. So
And
I
dude, I
got
love pizza round art, and I always forget to save the pizza rounds when I get pizza for the kids.
yeah. Oh, Ohm's got one now too. Yeah.
Oh, I've got a whole stack here. I've
Yeah.
been saving them.
Yeah, me too.
We have to do it. Nights of the Pizza Rounds.
Dude, I'm loving those, man. Those are a lot of fun. I love
Yeah,
Mad
like
Balls
maybe
when I was
like
a
just
kid,
a
dude.
monthly one time kind of thing every
You
other
could do a
month or
gallery
something.
show with these things. I'm
Yeah,
sure.
Pete's got a stack.
Yeah,
They're beautiful.
There's a place in Philly I recently re-engaged with. I would say like maybe going into December of last year, I kind of was like, like really thinking about it, and then like I slowed down with the series, but then I reached out to a place in Philly that kind of doubles, like they're kind of like part concert venue, but they're known far and wide for their art shows and stuff, and they were
Okay.
like all in, and I kind of like just backed out of like responding to those emails and stuff like that because I was like almost like in my mind like wrapping up the series. But now like since I'm doing more of them again, I'm like, like maybe I should do like an art show or just kind of just put them out there.
One idea is you could probably do a show and put them all over the restaurant if you had a big enough pizza place to display them in.
Oh, that would be cool. Like doing it at a pizza place. That'd be pretty dope.
Yeah, and Philly's a pizza town. Like Philly is they
It'd be
put
kind
one
of
here.
kitschy. Yeah.
Yeah, and some of his like higher ratings pizza wise are Philly. Like, and they're all in walking distance from here. So it is pizza central.
That's
Sounds
cool.
My
pretty dope.
favorite food.
Yeah. If you guys like the pizza. And here we're doing wolf breath here. This is wolf breath.
The only pizza that didn't sound good to me was what Carrie comes on the show. She, tuna, prong, and sweet corn.
Oh, I think I heard that, Rex.
Dude,
I wasn't sure what you guys were talking about. You guys were talking about pizza for that?
Pizza that Carrie likes in the UK. I'm like, does she order
we
it
be
that way? Does she
concerned?
make it at home? How the hell
Is
do
she
you put
okay?
tuna?
I mean, this sounds like self-loathing behavior.
Yeah, this
I know, right? She says it's
She
delicious.
says
like
it's a thing out there.
Lush.
She says it's a yeah. She
it sounds like prison pizza.
Prison
For
pizza.
real.
that goes with the tank wine or whatever.
Like, did she lose a bet?
Yeah, right. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Oh, leave your bet.
Jeez.
We're brutal.
Well, the British, they come up with weird shit sometimes, and
Dude,
surprisingly,
World War
sometimes
II
it
ruined
tastes
them,
good.
man.
Sometimes it's good.
I don't even know. is Brit like is corn even a British like food? I
Sweet
even
corn.
want to go into the
Oh, dude, the
culinary.
history of corn in Britain and why the Irish potato famine happened. Oh, it's all tied together. It
Yeah, here
really
we
is.
like real quick, Tank. I
Yeah.
am to understand corn that the corn we have here in America is highly manufactured, meaning like real corn
Oh,
is like
GMO, yeah.
Yeah,
like
Monsanto's big
like
time.
real corn's like that big.
Yes
And
and,
then,
no.
like- Okay.
It's a yes and no. So, like we have different types of sweet corn. Now, granted, like the Federal Trade Commission needs to get in on this along with the U.S. Department of Agriculture. They actually need to start doing their damn job. But, like when it comes to like sweet corn, that's not so modified. I mean, it's mostly like that's more like just bread, to um to be juicier and sweeter and whatnot, and that's the corn that you have like on the cob. But you get into the conversation of dent. Now dent is that's the corn that is like so heavily modified. That's the one that like dent is everything from your animal feed to
Okay.
that's your popping popcorn. It's also
Yeah.
your cornmeal, your grits. All that is dent. And that's the corn that like you don't eat on the cob. Like it's when it's ripe, dude, it's like hard like a rock, bro. You'll chip it.
Yeah, I was gonna
trying to
say,
bite
yeah,
that.
like you can walk on it and you don't break it.
You can walk
Right.
This is good.
And
Like you throw that stuff down and it's literally there with the rocks until something
Brutal.
eats it.
I've been walking on this for days, and I ain't got
Yeah.
one bottle of wine out of it yet. What the hell?
Yeah.
right, for real. When does moonshine happen?
Yeah, corn mash.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, if you bought it at the store, it's not real moonshine.
Yeah. So Tank. So real quick. So is corn like where does corn when it falls into like England or like where
All right,
does
so
yeah
back in the early days of the United States, after the War of 1812, when what do we call it? When relations started normalized between the U.S. and UK, they started importing corn from us, and it was very popular. It was very expensive, and then of course, we had another falling out, and due to slavery, right? They didn't want to do business, so and they started putting heavy duty tariffs on imported corn. So English landowners started subdividing their properties in Ireland to the point where each family was living on these tiny little plots, and in order to survive, in order to get enough nutrition, they started growing potatoes.
and there you go.
And
And then yeah.
one good potato plague later, and you've got people
Yeah,
starving.
and that's kind of like and that's a little bit of like a little bit of a dark spot for me because I don't know. Like, I guess like is they have to know like or have theories on exactly what triggered the plague because
Mhm.
potatoes are literally the easiest thing to like anyone can grow a potato. Like you don't need
Yeah.
to know a lot about anything to grow potatoes.
And I forget what it was. I mean, we do know from a historical perspective exactly what caused it all, but I totally forget.
It was bad weather, wasn't it? It was the freeze and the frost killed all
Well,
the
it
potatoes.
was the potatoes were rotting. They were rotting in the ground.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
yeah, there was the
Because
freeze and
it
everything, and
was the
that didn't
freeze
help.
and water. Yeah, that's what makes the potatoes rot.
Yeah, and then and then it's like, dude, you've got the potato famine
Yeah.
because that's
Yeah.
most of what they had. And before then, it was a lot of grains. Potatoes really weren't even an Irish thing. It's like kind of like how we think of British food as being terrible.
Yeah.
And really, that's a result of World War II because before World War II, British food was delicious.
Well, yeah,
And
they were like the center of like culture too.
Yeah.
For like like Europe.
Right.
for real,
Yeah.
it was UK and France
Now
and
it's
Italy
the
were
French.
all synonymous with fine dining, and that's
Yeah.
where all the delicious recipes came from. And now it's like you think of British cooking, you think beans on toast.
Yeah, it's I know a lot of people that spend time in the UK and they
Tuna
loathe
on pizza.
Blood
Yeah.
pudding.
Yeah, it still goes back to we should just do that one night. We should all make our own tuna pizza and give
Well,
it.
she
give
showed a
it
picture and it looked like vomit on
Can
bread.
I just like remove an eye like on
It
stream?
did. Oh, that's cheese. No, that's gross. God.
That's and what the English call cheese. Cheese
I mean-
does not come from a can. Okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Cheese
We-
whiz. Yeah.
We need to always share that lesson.
And this is why America is superior to the UK.
Wait for that.
Right? Because when we were starting to starve during the Great Depression, we came up with things like chicken fried steak and
Yeah.
all sorts of these
Yeah, I like
yummy
chicken fried
foods.
steak. Oh, dude,
Yeah.
I was almost thinking about making that next week because my
Oh,
grocery
dude.
store had cube steak, and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, I just want to buy a bunch of this and make chicken fried steak.
Well, yeah, I mean, dude, especially like, dude, in the last couple of weeks, our grocery prices went up by another 25%.
I saw you
Yeah,
post
it-
that.
The wife and I were like, dude, like protein's become a luxury
Yeah.
commodity,
Yeah. Yeah.
especially with like all 50 children that I have. So
Yeah, my soccer team of children.
yeah,
Are you like an Elon Musk or two? You're trying to repopulate the planet, or
Dude,
what's going
yeah,
on?
no, I've got
We
my own
need
private
to.
art.
Yeah, we got to compete with the Muslims. Are you kidding?
Right, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I don't drink.
Oh,
I really don't drink. I'm really not into fighting. I got to keep Irish stereotypes alive somehow.
Hey, I'm Mexican. I'm trying to spread my Latin love all over the planet, but it just
Oh
ain't
my!
taking.
Yeah, check his sock drawer.
Yeah, that's part of the problem.
so,
The sock drawer. It's not a
this
woman.
conversation is so racist.
Hey,
Yeah.
that's just a reserve, okay?
Yeah.
Well,
it's
you know,
like
the potato
seatbelts and,
famine gave
and-
us a lot of Irish immigrants and a lot of great police
did.
officers, right?
did. Well, yeah, no, and yeah, no, dude. There's a lot of stuff. See, my family, I'm Irish, and we.
I've
came
been
here
to
and-
Notre Dame in the university over where is it? What's
Yeah.
Yeah,
the Fighting
came
Irish, baby.
here-
Yeah.
We came here in 1723. After the English finally just took our lands, they took our farmlands. They took our stuff, and they removed my family's noble rights and installed their own English puppets. And
Yeah.
so we said, screw that. If we're going to be citizens of the crown, then we're going to go do it over in the Americas, where you actually have an opportunity.
Yeah.
Did you all
we're
have to
doing
go
that
through
stuff.
the pre-mock Donna or whatever it's called, where the
Right?
noble,
Yeah.
Yeah, prima nocta.
yeah, prima nocta.
Yeah, no, and it's like, yo, it's like it's funny, man. Like people
Willem
go, oh,
Wallace.
Dublin, and it's like, dude, in my family, we're like, screw Dublin.
Yeah.
And there's some Irish families where it's like some family members still hold a grudge. It's like, bruh, it's been 600 years. You can let it go.
I don't know.
But us mixed,
I
we know
admire
how to
that.
hold a grudge.
I'm
Family
okay with
tradition
holding
at
a
this
grudge.
point.
Yeah,
Sorry, say again.
I back the grudge hold.
Right.
Yeah, I'm yeah, I'm fine.
I'm what they call Scots Irish. That's Irish people that when we came here, my family converted from Catholicism to I think they became Methodist. If I remember correctly.
Wow. It's like
Yeah.
we're I feel like we can make a history channel special now on Tank's life and family heritage.
There's actually a book. It's called Duggan Genealogy. It was published in 1977. I'm the last name in the book.
Are you really? Wow.
I'm the
But
last.
now
I'm the
you're
last name in that.
repopulating the U.S.
Yes.
That's right.
Make America great again.
Yeah.
Son of a hooker bitch.
Yeah.
I just realized that so let me share one.
So,
Guys,
Tank,
let me
you're a
see.
former Army or Marine, or what are you?
Yeah, I was in the Army. I was US. I graduated from Fort Knox, the U.S. School Armor School.
Did you happen to
was a
watch
tanker.
Covenant, the Guy Ritchie film,
I don't think I've seen that.
or Peter? Have you watched?
No,
that
I
one?
did want to say I still have to see the Gentleman and
Oh, those
the
are so
Netflix
good,
show
man.
for that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm like I love Guy Ritchie. Like
he's good. Both of those
I-
are really good.
Yeah, his Excalibur, dude. People like butchered that movie, and I thought that was like such a cool fantasy flick. And I don't know, like he's good though. Like he's been good for a long time, Guy Ritchie.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm going to pay the coffee tax real quick. Luckily,
yeah.
it's state, not federal.
Yeah, it sounds delicious. Some coffee right now would be great.
Yeah, I got some. I did some iced
I
coffee.
think I
before
brewed a
coming
cup and it's sitting in there getting
Oh, hey
cold,
man,
actually.
I'm a tanker.
It needs some
I
love.
survive off of caffeine and hate.
There you
Oh,
go.
yeah.
Hate.
Hey, I was gonna swing it back around to our little discussion about like drama stuff with some of this group or community or whatever you want to call it, right? These factions. And one of the things I like about Rex's channel and Rex himself is he doesn't get into all that, you know, and I don't really want to get into that either.
Into what? I missed.
Oh, like all the drama
Yeah,
bullshit and all
the
the
drama.
fucking high school
no.
bullshit, you know, like
How,
I think it's funny.
How do you? Yeah, Rex. Like, how do you stay out of drama, or do you just?
I'm oblivious to just about everything that's going on. That's the way I like
Gotcha.
it.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder if me knowing some of this stuff is detrimental.
No, yeah, it's like yeah, like knowing to like you kind of, or you can kind of know a
And
lot,
yet-
but then you can play ignorant.
And yet, how did I start the show today? I know you came in later, so you might not have an answer to that. Oh,
No, yeah,
I
heard
said,
that.
you
I
know,
was watching.
EVS
Yes,
recently.
I was kind of shocked.
Were you that I brought up? Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I mean, EVS said, you know, when I began CG, it was this, and this, and I was like, was it? I mean, was that your original attitude? I wonder. I don't think it was, you know, but maybe it was. I'm not.
Oh no, there's clips.
They're just-
Everything you were saying, I was like, yeah, no, he used to say different things about it. It's changed over time a lot, and it's
Yeah, I
changed
think it's
more than
morphed
once.
over time. Now he's saying
Yeah.
that if, you know, I originally started CG for professional artists that, you know, and he even talked about getting burned by certain people, whatever, but it's like, okay.
Yeah,
It's,
and that was
just-
always my impression. Yeah, but why? Well, yeah. Can you guys bring up what did he recently say, or how's he?
He didn't even
classifying it?
start CG. It's not even. He didn't even start it. It wasn't even him. There's a whole group of guys that were CG before anybody else, and they're all indie guys, and they're the guys most of the guys are the guys in the slums. If there's any even left, they've all left because of everything that's happened. They're no longer anything. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
all
I mean,
gone.
the way I remember it, and this is probably back when I probably watched more and more of it, was like I just remembered him even saying that like people are like calling this CG or we're calling it CG, and he himself would reference CG, like
Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then to where it was like there was like another group or like individuals, because like it's still the internet, like people say things, it's hard to backtrack where things come from. But then he got popular with CG, and then was popular enough to like really monetize it.
Right.
And then
Yes.
yeah, and
And then
that's just my like that's a little bit of a off the tip of my brain like hot take on the history of it. But I
right,
don't know like yeah.
he absorbed the brand from
Basically,
others.
recently he posted on X, and I don't know that I saved it. I probably retweeted it, but it's probably way down. If I could even access exactly his words, I don't want to misquote him. But basically, he said, I originally started this for professional artists." He made a distinction: professional artists who had been canceled by the culture and couldn't get work. And I'm like, okay, but you've had the Diaz brothers and other non-professionals on there on your show, and
Yeah.
sort of kick-started their careers in comics off big time. Uh,
Which now have been denounced, right?
well, I don't know, and I don't care. I'm not anti EVS. I'm not anti uh,
No, I'm just pointing it out that they're no
Diaz
longer
brothers.
considered.
Right. Maybe
Yeah.
that's what I hear
What I hear
through
too. Yeah.
Shadowhawk, I think. But,
Right.
yeah, I mean,
Um
Kelsey, I know, and Renee, used to be, you know. So, I mean, people fall in and out. I think it's sophomoric, it's
Yeah.
very cliquish. It's high school, stuff.
Right.
I like you today. I hate you tomorrow.
Mhm.
It's can't we all get along and
sounds
make
fun.
comic books and enjoy the hobby together? I don't get it.
Yeah, and that's always my position, Rex. But and it's like I think guys like us were stuck because of again, it's like popularity. I think if we all got popular, we could dictate that. And
I
that's
plan on it,
yeah.
so
And
I'll
I'll
probably be the
I'll, I'll,
subject of a new trash cast soon. I don't
I,
know.
I,
I love it.
We can only
I will
hope,
tell
right?
I will tell you guys right now what's missing from all of it. If you guys really want to know,
Yeah.
uh,
Inform
we
us.
we need to put our pockets together, get a advertising fund, and advertise the hell out of a network of channels. We need to go heavy onto AdSense and pay to play,
Pay
and
to
that
play, baby.
is the solution. And that's
And
it.
just kind of
You
flood the
gotta
market.
advertise.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because of I did that early, like I almost start like every year doing it outside of this year, because there's like the channel's got different traction now, and I always like got subscribers, I always got like more comments when I AdSense videos.
Mhm.
But I know, like, just from doing that, and no one else is doing it. Like, that's the like with the Madness Network and stuff like that, where they don't advertise, and they have
Right.
enough people to if everyone did $100 $200 a month, or what they could do, and they advertise the hell out of it. That's what you have to do. Um, Otherwise, the solution is you have to randomly get popular enough to gain subscribers, where you can still have stuff go viral. I've had things go viral and you get nothing for it. Like
Yeah.
you get one video that pops It doesn't translate to other videos. It doesn't translate to subscribers or comments. But advertising, I think, would legitimate like it. There's a legitimate factor because people say to themselves like they know you're spending money, and if it's kind of one of those things where even if they think you have money, they look at you differently, and that's it. But no one advertise. No one pushes the advertising. So that's
Yeah,
it.
because it costs money. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Like I get it. Dude. Like
it makes sense.
we're all like conscious with this stuff with how much money and time that we spend into it, but I haven't seen any of these like newer personalities, newer channels go all in. But you go through the history, like you see hints of it, like even with the Daily Wire and some of these like political channels where they have a long history of going heavy on advertising as they were gaining in popularity, and that line gets blurred. Like you don't know where the advertising begins or the popularity begins.
Yeah, and if you do it when you're kind of rising with some popularity, it's gonna blow up. Yeah,
And
like it helps.
I think that's where like the effort needs it. Like if there's like a serious tone to it, that's where the effort needs to be. If not, we're just a bunch of dicks having fun on the internet.
Oh, look, here's my dick. Where's yours?
Yeah. Hey,
I will say this though, Pete. I think in the last month we kind of triggered the algorithm. I think a little bit between like a few of us because like I saw subscribers go up, I saw comments go up, I saw views go up, and Rex has seen it. And but I think we finally hit a low because the numbers are going down.
Yeah, like same here. I think I'm at plus 8 or 9% for my like subscribers, views, like when I go through like my like I'm at plus over my 28-day average. And but dude, like I was on the phone with one of my guys earlier that I got someone flying in for Tuesday. This guy gets in Philly super early Tuesday. I think I'm meeting him at around like 6:00 in the morning on Tuesday, and I'm already telling him whatever we do, like Friday is black or Wednesday is blacked out for me. like whatever we have to do, we need to do it between like these windows because you're not going to have me Wednesday night because of the Wednesday show. So
hey, well, you do what you got to do ultimately, buddy. I appreciate every time you can show up.
I think that's what we got to do. So let's just. Again, like we can have fun, let's be a little serious when we have to, though.
Right. Yeah. I 100% agree. Yeah.
Right. And make fucking books. Help Rex make his book.
I'm trying, man. I'm over here on the back end helping him with this campaign. I'm helping him.
Rex is pushing issue 22 cover.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Yeah. Let's get there.
Yeah.
And again too, like I think there's a little bit of a trick that happens if you're popular enough. The people, I think this is what we see with the Rippleverse, where people like Eric July so much they like the books. Right?
Right. Yeah. There definitely is some of that. Yeah, there's that magic there where
that's an important observation.
They don't really give a shit about the book ultimately, but they like the person enough to say they do.
They like him, and there's something to that. I think Glitch, I think you can do that. I think Rex has that type of personality where people want something from him, and it doesn't have to be Watchmen.
Right.
It would be nice if it was, it could be Watchmen.
Hey man,
I'm just lightning in a bottle. My next book's probably going to be on John Buscema.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm just trying to write the Black Pearl
because you had to go financial sometimes, right? And make some money.
You do, yeah. I don't know. Like I think we do have a coalition here, though, guys. I really do. I mean, just the fact that it's almost 5 o'clock in the morning and we're fucking doing this.
Oh man, hell yeah. Jeez.
Like does anyone have work tomorrow?
No,
I don't.
not
No,
me.
you can't do this
Like
anymore.
Yeah, it's it's President's Day. We're at I mean, even though
Yeah.
like for me it's a federal holiday, I'm still going to get like traction though. I'm still going to get people fucking calling me and emailing me and stuff.
But it's a little slower, hopefully, right? It's
just like
a full blown day.
Like it's always, but it doesn't matter. Like even for me, I can have a like a nothing burger day and still have that be busy, and then have the next day just be like fucking chaos, and just be, like my level of stress, like stressed out and fucking panicked because I know that there's not enough time. Like there's just not enough time. So I fucking start to like get anxious and I get tough to be around sometimes because I want things done.
I had a philosophy friend. He got his master's in philosophy. I said, I don't have time, and he says, time? What? He held out his hand. He said, give me some time. You don't have time. Okay. He was asking me to do something. I said, I don't have time. And it's like, time, what is it? I mean, we've all got the same amount of time. I mean, we can't give any of it away to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, it's like to me, it's
the most valuable commodity.
It is, and I often cite like where the time zones came from. Because if you look into the history of time zones, like the railroad companies had to keep their schedules because that's their business. So when they went from like coast to coast with the railways, you would get off of the train and you would be somewhere and you would have them tell you what time it was. Like, and you would reset your watch and keep traveling, reset your watch, keep traveling. And there was like no universal time zones. And that's where like the time zones came from, which is just a way for the trains to kind of stay on schedule and for you to know if they were arriving on time or not. And
I didn't know that.
So it's like in a way, like time zones and things like that, it is, it's a human construct.
Right. Well, time is a human construct too, in the sense that how we track it, not the universe, though, but
Yeah. So like it helps to look at it differently, but there is such a thing as running out. Like you can still run out of time. Like fuck.
You remember that movie with Justin Timberlake and what's her name?
Yes. In Time.
In Time. Yeah,
that's a good movie.
Badass.
That's a fun. That's like that's like the level of sci-fi that I like, where it's just like one stupid idea that's one in universe. Like the whole world revolves around one stupid idea.
Right. And they just pound it to the ground.
Yeah. Like and it, like in a way, Tank and I, we were talking about Star Trek earlier. Like Star Trek is a lot like that.
Oh yeah.
Where like the big idea is that humanity is unified and they want to explore space. And it's like that's the big idea. Yeah.
Yet they're always getting into fights everywhere.
I know, like bunch of dicks.
Yeah. Just run away and go explore somewhere else where there's nothing.
Right. It's like
why are you going into Klingon space? There's people there and they want to fuck with you. I mean, don't go there.
Yeah. Like you're in our space. I'm now not in your space. Like
can we send an ambassador to learn about your culture? Like just one? And not invade your space? Could you send an ambassador who would like to exchange ideas?
It's like the Dave Chappelle has that bit in Robin Hood Men in Tights where like when he finds out that they're fighting over the river, but the river's like that big and he's like, I'm on the East Bank, I'm on the West Bank, and he's just like hopping between the two and he's like, it's not the motherfucking Mississippi.
Yeah. Shit.
Dude, I love that. We used to watch that as kids. We used to watch that movie all the fucking time. We thought that was like
Dude,
the best.
that's on the list. I'm introducing the kids to that one next.
Like, and then there's the like the Braille Playboy gag where
Like
Yeah.
and the guy like feels the boobs for the Playboy. He's like, nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
You should have
Something
seen the look
that
on
won't
my
exist
kids.
anymore or doesn't exist anymore. You know, Playboy magazines and Penthouse and all that bullshit. You know, because
Dude,
it's all computers. You know, it's all
I was at the
virtual.
bookstore because I like to buy
Mom
like,
can't
high-end
throw
fashion
those
things.
away.
Yeah, but yeah, and they had the new Playboy there. Like
Oh,
like
really?
Playboy came back in print. And
Huh.
I picked it up because like, dude, like I love like
The
Playboys
article.
from like the 60s. And, well, I buy like 60s and 70s ones because of the ad layouts and you know, like just the construction of the magazine.
Sure, Peter. Sure.
But anyway, but no, and but no, and I picked it up. I'm like, oh, I'll get like I'll buy it. But it was, dude, it was like $20. The cover price was 20.
Holy shit, talkies.
Yeah, and I'm just like,
And
wow,
were there any
like,
nude ladies in it? Hello.
what it was like polybagged also, which is like fine, you know, because like,
Yeah.
you know, they've been doing that for
minors
like
and shit like
forever.
that. Yeah.
But it was just kind of like just the idea where it's not only is it inaccessible because it's polybagged, it prices people out. I thought that was so expensive for that magazine.
I
Right.
really don't
No,
think.
I
Well,
didn't buy it.
recently,
Yeah.
Penthouse came.
It's an extra
Penthouse
step,
came
but
back
I
with
don't think the
their
poly
comic.
bag increases the price that much, does it?
Yeah,
No,
maybe
the
I'm
polybag is to keep the kids from looking into the magazine.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not.
Exactly.
It's not about. Yeah.
It's,
dude, like,
it's just
so
one
I
of
had a
those
huge
magazines.
collection. Well, not a huge collection, but I had maybe like 5 years worth run of Playboy. And my ex-wife, she wasn't too keen on it. And she's like, "You gotta get rid of those." I was like, "Yeah, okay, whatever. I don't care. It's not them."
yeah,
I just wish I had kept them for the the monetary collectability. And I think I just threw them all away.
yeah.
And I was like,
they're-
"Oh, let me try to sell them on eBay." And she's like, "Nah, you can't sell that smut on eBay." I was
Hey,
like, "All right,
K-pop
whatever."
in the house. Hey, K-pop.
What's
Hey,
up,
Pop.
K-pop?
Oh,
She loves boobs. Oh yeah.
Who doesn't?
Bobs are cool.
yeah. Here you go. Princess Bride is greater than Men in Tights. But they're different movies.
Yeah, different.
Right? Princess Bride's more of a straight fairy tale, and Men in Tights is
You
just-
guys want to see the only Adam Hughes signed comic I have? Although this is
Oh,
this
let's
is
see. Oh, right here. Sorry, Rex, I missed that.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
that's
signed it right between the Wonder Women too. You know, just ah.
Where is it?
yeah. Hold up here. Let me see if we can. Cool. Sorry about that, guys.
Oh, I was like, I can't hear
Yeah, I
anything.
was just like, yeah, I realized like once I went down, I'm like, oh, there's no sound.
Was there an I didn't see the signature. You said it was in between the two.
There
Wonder
is
Woman?
on my copy. That's just something from X. You know, the
Oh,
actual
I
cover.
see.
Okay.
A Nazi
You were
cover too.
Teasing us. Yeah. Just teasing us by showing us the cover without the signature.
I keep looking for some type of like online resource for Adam Hughes's sketchbooks. If someone like has a complete list, and the J. Scott Campbell and the Michael Turner sketchbooks, because they would do like these annual books for shows, and I don't think anyone has documentation on like what years or what the edition sizes were, or yeah. But Adam Hughes, like he would just do sketchbooks like every single year and just like sell out, and he made good money. He had to make good money doing that,
Right.
because like his sketchbooks became, people would go to like conventions just for that.
Right. The sketchbooks, like J. Scott Campbell, if you go to his website, he has them available, and it's all
He
the
does have.
reprints.
I know he has like the spiral bound ones,
Right.
and there was like a gray one, might be called like gray matter. But there's ones he did before
Before
he
those?
got with the website though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, like a complete list. Like it could just be one or two, also.
Right.
But it's like no one kind of documented that, and because like I wanted, like I'll probably start those because I think they'll be good for the channel. But it's almost like it's hard for me to start not knowing what I'm getting into. Like like which one should I focus on? Like I know Travis Sherris has somewhat of a like he's got one he did as maybe like a Kickstarter, but then he has ones he did in shows too. And
I have one of the show sketchbooks because I got his autograph and I met him in 2015. So
okay,
I do have
cool.
one. If I can find it, I'd share it with you. But
yeah, it's just yeah.
Go ahead.
But like these guys too, like they're so bad with documenting their own work. Like if like why not just like list it on your own site just so people know? Because
right, from
like
Travis Charest, the biggest one I remember is the Space Girl comic Kickstarter, and then the only other version of it is the French one you can buy, which is very limited too, but it's more affordable than the Kickstarter if you find that used, because all the ones I've seen from the Kickstarter, they're like $600 and up, and like the ones I've seen from the French, I've seen it for like $80 to $300.
Right. Yeah, I saw the same, and I went like I'm kind of 50-50 on some of that too, because I think it is important to show what he like kind of like how he occupied his time outside of comics.
Right.
Because it's not like he has much of a comic book career. Like he doesn't have a lot of work outside of like covers and things like that.
Right. He's got a shitload of covers. There's tons of covers. Yeah. Now, I mean, in the last, 10, 15 years, he's done a bunch of covers, but like sequential work, there's not a lot. Yeah. It's like basically all the Wildcat stuff, a couple of DC books, and that's kind of it. The one book he did for Image with Mark Miller.
Oh yeah. And that was only like one issue too.
Yeah, it was only one issue. Yeah.
Yeah. And then like supposedly too, they talk about that on the on his show. I think even that was late.
Yes. It was. It was like 3 months late or something.
Yeah, it's just like, dude, like what like I get it. Like he has a rendering style, but fucking like I'll never understand why you can't just draw. Like just sit down and fucking draw. You're getting paid good money. Just draw.
So he's a rich kid, apparently. Like he's a trust fund kid kind of kid, and he didn't need to do shit. Like he just draws for fun, and it was all for fun, and like the money didn't matter. From what I've overheard, or the stories I've kind of heard about Travis Charest, like why is he so slow? How come he doesn't make more art? Because he doesn't need it and he doesn't care that much. He does it just for fun and because he wants to.
Yeah, there was always
that's what I've heard.
Like stories and rumors. I think there was like a rumor that he owned like a winery or was involved with a winery or something, and that's why he was afraid. And like you always like heard weird things about, but here's the thing. It goes to show you how much people loved his style because they kind of build this lore around him. And there's not many guys that have like that level of lore around them. Like, but people love his art, dude. They really do.
Yeah, I'm there too. I mean, I want to know,
But but on AKA Pad, we're critical of those things.
Right.
Critical.
That's right. Get the rocks. Get the sharp rocks.
Yeah. Give me my box of rocks.
Oh, good.
Screw your rock.
Man. That sounds hardcore.
Yeah.
Speaking
Hey,
of hideously late commissions, hey Rex, do you mind if I pencil digitally and then print it out and ink it analog?
No, I had suggested that.
Okay, I just wanted to double check and make sure. Some people are real picky about that. Cool. As you know, customer satisfaction is always number one.
Wow.
yeah, there you go.
Tank.
Well, we're making progress. I'm going to be down to like one just not being colored yet. So we are. I think we have 4 complete, and Wolf Breath here is going to be complete soon. So
Nice.
yeah, we're making progress.
Progress.
I was just so happy. Yeah, I was like so happy when I took a little bit of a cat nap, and I woke up and saw Tank post that he was like still awake, and I'm like, fuck that, I'm going live.
Yeah,
And
dude,
That's all it
I was
took,
out
huh?
cold, but
I'm
those
like,
the
Tank is now
kids,
edging me.
the kids they they pretended to go to bed good, and then I heard the thundering of little feet. I was like, oh hell no. Um, I gave them one opportunity to get in bed or learn or get reacquainted with the Dark Ages.
Oh jeez. Fire
I
from heaven.
would deny all
Bring
electronic
back the
privileges.
Inquisition.
Yeah.
Right.
Tank,
Give him the rack.
Tank, you seem like you would be like a level-headed parent, though.
I try to be.
Yeah.
I can't say I'm always successful, but
No.
I try.
But you seem like you got like a temperament for it, like, right? Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Like,
when I was younger, I had anger issues, but
Take no prisoners.
like I don't know, I've learned to be tempered over the
yeah.
years.
It's just
Bring
like
forth the guillotine.
yeah. Like in Philly, you regularly see people that you're convinced hate their children. Like,
Right.
And it's like it's nice to hear people that are like that have a calm demeanor towards the offspring that didn't ask to be in this world.
I mean, occasionally I
You
put
mean
on the
Pete?
ogre
You
mask.
mean like parents who sound like they love their kids? Is that what you mean, Pete?
No, I mean like parents that like hate their like you're almost just like wow, like if there was such a thing as like like you can make a citizen's arrest. If you spend enough time in
Yeah.
Philly, you want there to be an opportunity to be like a child services citizen's arrest. Like
I
I will take your child
Dang.
off your hands because you clearly don't have you're not built for this, and I apologize. Yeah. Like that Philly gives you that idea. Yeah.
That sucks, man.
Yeah, I think
Sorry to hear that.
that's pretty much the same in most major metropolitan areas.
Yeah. It's like, wait.
And there's different types of abuse, man. Like you get these parents, these bulldozer parents that remove all obstacles
Yeah.
from their kids' path, and we get the new game awards.
Dude, I
Hey Tank.
Ad. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Hey Tank. Is it
Sorry.
cool if I add you to a group? Like I don't want to add you.
Oh
if
yeah,
you're not
please,
cool with
please.
it.
I love
Okay.
networking, man.
Okay.
Love
I'm adding you
networking. I love
to the
getting
Wednesday
around.
show. So if you ever want to
Uh,
jump on, the link will be in that.
Oh, dude, I would love to.
We
Yeah.
need we need a new group and a new name.
No, I'll bring my fans and pick up some of yours, and there's plenty of love.
Well,
to
all
go
my
around
fans
as
are
far as I'm
Rex's, so
concerned.
it's all good.
Oh, good.
Thanks,
Oh,
Rex.
good.
Yeah.
Hey,
I
no,
take
Rex
all
is
of
a force
Rex's
multiplier,
fans.
man.
Yeah.
Rex is a real force multiplier.
Uh,
And Rex has been a real good friend to me. This last year sucked, and Rex was He was there for me, man. Pardon me, I'm choking on my spit. Tell him I went down fighting a bear. Do not put that in my obituary.
Yeah.
It doesn't go in the obituary. I went down fighting a
Bring
shark.
it up again. We'll vote on it.
As
Yeah.
as it's the one thing that ends up in your obituary.
Right. Yeah, I told my kids that too because the other day I took a
Worst
sip of
case
coffee and
scenario.
I accidentally inhaled it, and like my kids look good. Kids are like,
Yeah.
"Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I just breathed in a little bit of coffee. One, I am not a fish. Two, coffee's not water."
Yeah.
I shared some links with you guys over on X with some PDFs. I hope you
Okay.
like them.
Love is like oxygen, but coffee in the lungs are not good. No.
Yeah, no. And I looked at one of my sons, and I was
Here we go.
like,
I think we're getting
tell
there.
him,
Yeah.
tell him I
Alright.
took the bit with me, but do not put into my obituary that I choked to death.
Yeah.
On.
There you
The
go,
one
Peter.
thing I
shared
wanted,
something
God,
with you.
yeah. You goddamn
Share
kids. I
screen.
just wanted my obituary done the right way.
Right.
I didn't choke on my own
yeah, I was
spit.
gonna show you
Yeah.
guys. I was gonna show you guys the painful work that I'm doing. Let me. Here we go.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. We got one from Rex here too. Rex, what is this?
Here you go.
Daddy. Daddy T.
It was
That's our
acid
boy.
bear spit, mutant bear attack while camping, K-Pop says.
That's right. That's
Oh,
right.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
but you know,
exactly.
I am
K-pop
sorry.
gets it. K-pop gets it.
It was
The
a bear
cooler
on
the
cocaine.
more outlandish, the better.
It was an alien
Yeah,
bear
so-
cocaine, acid spitting mutant. Yeah.
That's right. I went down fighting Cocaine Bear, and I saved all the Girl Scouts.
Mhm.
Right. And then
Can-
we find somebody to lie about being a Girl Scout, and you know.
I was gonna say, and what's happening with? Is there Girl Scout, Boy Scout drama again?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't. Pay
I thought they
Yeah.
were like
I thought they already shut them all down. I thought it was done and over.
or something. Yeah, I there was something came up on my feed that kind of, and I'm just like, wow, like we're still arguing about Boy Scouts being Boy Scouts.
all I really know about the Boy Scout Girl Scout thing is like when I was a kid, I used to read Boys Life magazine. I really liked it. Really wanted to join the Boy Scouts, but my parents were like, "No, you're not joining the local troop." And years later, when I'm an adult, I find out that dude, and that my parents knew it, and they saved me from him.
Wow.
Goodness.
Preemptively saying,
Yes.
"Nope." Like
Not gonna happen.
there were red
son.
flags. There were red flags, and of course, you know, this is like back in the day. They didn't know.
Yeah, I think there's a sense that happens when you talk to people like that, and you talk to someone and you kind of know that they're a little bit weird or off, and you know, I
Yeah.
just think
You'd
that
think
it's like
so.
we have
Some
like
of
a
these people,
Your spider
sneak
senses go
right
off.
in.
yeah.
Normally, I can spot a mile away, but over my time here in comics, I've had 2 sneak in under my radar.
Wow.
Yeah, and
That's like the scary stuff. Like that's the stuff that kind of like I think about where like I don't even know what I would do.
like
Yeah.
no, look up the Alaskan Avenger. I'd be with him on that.
Oh
For real.
shit.
I do my time. Hammer time is what that
Hammer
time I
time. Yeah.
Oh,
Too legit to quit. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he spent like 19 years in prison.
Holy shit.
The Alaskan Avenger, that's an interesting cat, man. Like he is definitely his own person. He has his own philosophy, his own spiritual viewpoint on the universe and everything. That is a straight up like honorable dude and stand up guy. And it's like, look, you know, when I had a little extra money during the holidays, I was like, nah, I'm gonna go ahead and hit up your box right there, which he reluctantly put it out, but it's like, dude, you're under house arrest for the next years. You're not getting a job.
No, yeah, like what do you like? Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like it's like yeah, like what is real like rehab? Like
And he
sometimes.
went to prison for 19 years because he broke breaking and entering. He robbed the PDF files and beat them with a hammer, all because the legal system let him off easy. And I was like, you know what, dude? I can't condone this action, but I sure as hell ain't gonna condone it.
Yeah, it's like that Chris Rock bit where he's like I don't think it should be done, but I understand it.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna condemn it, but I'm not gonna condone it either.
I butchered that by the way.
Violates the rule of law. You know, and it's like, look, if the law is like, I don't know, I think that these people are fundamentally flawed and have no business in society. Like, I think it should be life in prison, but with the possibility of parole.
Yeah. No, I I agree with that. And there's like
I'm against the death penalty. You know, I am. I do stand against the death penalty. I believe life in prison. I love what Norway does with its murder island. The island that they have that's full of murderers.
Yeah, I get that's real though. Like I never looked into that. I thought that was maybe hyperbolic, but that's a real thing though.
They have their own little society over there. It's like a little farming community, and
sounds like classic science fiction. Oh,
right? It's like starring Leota.
Yeah, right. No escape. Yeah, it's a good movie. That's a pretty decent movie.
It is, but it turns out that like No Escape would actually be a lot more civil than the movie.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, it's always too like it's almost like a lot of those science fiction. It's even like Waterworld, where it's like, oh, you guys were like quick to adopt like society and like a way of life. Like you're not really surviving. Everyone's still just living on water, and you have your like legal system.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, and that's they do. They you know it's a very low guard to prisoner ratio on that island, and it's largely self-sufficient, so the taxpayers are paying like they're basically all they're paying for is a little bit of food to be delivered and the guards' paychecks. So it's really economically sound. And these, I mean, there's problems and whatnot, but they have their own like they've got their own little constables. They elect constables and a mayor and all this stuff. Because Norway is their justice system is geared towards rehabilitation, like because they have like they have the halfway house minimum security prisons where it's like, yeah, if you're a good inmate and you're on good behavior and whatnot, you can go get a job in town. You can earn privileges to go to the pub, and that way, you're still under government control, but at the same time, you're learning how to operate in society. And their recidivism rate is the inverse of the United States. We have an 80% recidivism rate. They have a 20% recidivism.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, our system is made to keep people in prison because they're worth money.
They are.
Each prisoner is worth, just like each student is worth money. The education and the
that's a good observation.
Are very mirrored. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, it's crazy, man. It's crazy, and it's like, and plus there's the attitude of punitive versus rehabilitative. Like,
yes,
I don't outright punish my kids when they do something naughty, right? We focus on corrective action and amends if needed. Right, let's go. We'll work on doing a corrective action that will help prevent that from happening in the future. And then we will, if damage was done, then I'm gonna make them make up the damage, and then make sure that the injured party is happy with them. And then it's like, dude, it's like it never happened. And dude, the
Gonna get
chances
that
of them doing the
restitution in,
same,
huh?
yeah, and the chances of them doing the same naughty thing twice, pretty rare. They usually get pretty creative when it comes to being naughty.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's a part of like testing, like the grounds and the limits, like growing up and stuff. Like you know,
Right.
and that's kind of like kids being kids. That's why you kind of have to know what that means sometimes.
And I'm not gonna lie, sometimes like when they do something naughty, I look at them dead in the eye and I'm like, dude, if you did that as an adult, they would send you to jail. That is against the law.
Yeah, this is a capital offense.
Yeah, and so and like I've I've never had to really get nuts on them or anything like that. Like honestly, the worst is I knock them back to the Stone Age, where electronic devices just don't exist. I'm like, all right, you know what? This house was built in the early 1900s, but it didn't have such things as electronic entertainment.
Yeah.
So there's no TV, there's no video games, and there's extra chores. You're gonna work hard. I'm gonna work you.
That's one of those tough things I see, because even when I travel, like I see so many kids that are just like sucked into their like iPad, and they just look like that they're like in a trance. And like the parents, like I was even at when I was in Cancun, like I'm freaking like on the beach and stuff, and there's families there, and like the kids are just mesmerized while like the parents are just like ordering whatever and like having fun.
Nobody talks to each other.
Like, zombified. Yeah.
No, dude, for real. My kids were up late the other night. Right, I come out, take a break from while I'm working, and I come out and all the kids are up, and like one of my sons is there. He's making a house out of paper and popsicle sticks, complete with like working windows and doors and stuff like that.
Wow.
My other son is sitting there drawing, and my 7-year-old daughter's writing her memoirs. She's like, I'm writing down my memories. I'm like, dude, you are 7 years old and already on your memoirs? Yeah.
Did you correct her and say, you're doing a diary right now? You'll work up to the memoir later.
Right. Yeah. She was going through a list because she's recently, like, a homeschool. So, they grok when they grok. We just keep up the practice and everything like that. And so she's recently really started picking up and taking an interest in reading and writing. And of course, like 3 months ago, she was behind her peers. Now she's ahead of them. Right. And
girls are usually smarter that way.
Well, and even with my boys and everything like that, that's just how it rolled. I mean, there was like on some subjects they were behind, on some subjects they were light years ahead, but eventually when they actually get serious about it, they zoom ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, I have my one daughter that decided to teenage extra hard. So she graduated late, but I was like, look, now she's an adult, we can have a conversation on that. But it's like, yeah, no, you screwed yourself.
Yeah.
You were ahead, and then you decided to rebel really hard. I mean, I remember when she got a nose piercing, that septum piercing, and I tried not to laugh, dude. I really did. and she did it to piss off her mom and I just laughed. I was like, dude, I love your booger bling. That's actually the words that came out of my mouth. I was like, dude, I love your booger bling, and that shit was gone in a week.
Yeah.
So I used to be married, and I basically raised a kid from like 5 to 21.
Uh-huh.
And, And I mean, I was in with my ex-wife. I was
Yeah.
in. You know, yeah, I was all
Yeah.
for it.
And
So
now you're a kid, right? Oh,
yeah, I've reverted back to 12 years old. Yeah,
Got the
yeah.
Benjamin Buttons disease.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Go. Yeah, I don't want to interrupt.
But yeah, I mean, and this was in the 2000s, and she had a phone and she had a computer, and she started getting a little wild in middle school, and we had to hunker down for 2-3 months, and no freaking phone, no computer,
Yeah.
and like you could either go to your room and read or go to sleep,
Yeah.
or you could come hang out in the living room with us and be around us, but you cannot be anywhere else or do anything else by yourself. And you have to help us cook and clean. And she turned out fantastic. Made it into college.
See,
She,
yeah.
she was a good straight A student most of her high school career. The only thing is she met a guy in college,
Well, no.
and she got pregnant, and that's kind of when I was divorcing her mom. So I don't know if I don't know what influence she had after that, because I was no
Yeah.
longer in the picture.
Yeah.
But
I
I hope.
can't tell you. Yeah,
Go ahead.
I can't tell you how many interns I've had, and I always isolate one or two, that I think are kind of like there, and
Uh-huh.
I can't tell you how many of them I told them. Look, I'm gonna be the only like non-parent to tell you this, but I tell them I'm like, stay away from girls, stay away from all of it until you start making money, and don't knock in you, and then it's like, yeah, I stay in touch with them when they get through school, and they eventually like dry up, and yeah, I'll get back in touch with them, and it just happened a few times, and like they'll tell me eventually. They're like, yeah, I had a kid. I didn't want to tell you because I knew you would be like disappointed. And I'm like, and yeah, like, and these are like, I have no like blood relation to these
Right.
people,
Yeah.
but they kind of like, and I'm like, find a way to work it out, like, but keep going,
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with having kids. I mean, she was in college. The it was success, right? Because she got in. She got through
Mm-hmm.
2 years.
Yeah,
You know. And sometimes you get a little bump on the road, but you can always go back and finish. It's not a big deal. Like it's just as long as he doesn't the guy doesn't distract you from it entirely, and you can make it work as both parents and both as a couple go to school and get it done. If you're planning to make money, or she could have decided to be a stay-at-home mom, and he was cool with that too. As long as one of them makes enough money for both of them, that's fine.
yeah. And that's kind of like, I think sometimes too, like having a child will like balance you out though. Like like you really do, like if you're having a kid, you guys think about your money. Like you have to think about where your money's coming from,
Yeah, absolutely,
And
sure.
yeah, and it's hard to kind of get into that mindset unless there's a kid coming.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it forces you to get a little bit more serious with life.
Right. Yeah. Everything becomes more important. Like how it becomes more important is your family, the kid, money, planning. Like otherwise, you're just gonna keep repeating poor cycles.
Yeah.
So,
People are getting so many good tips with this stream. We're learning about corn, parenting tips, Rex's 34th cover.
yeah. Yeah, the biggest thing is the technology, man. You've got it totally on point, Tank. Like communication blackout, no sense of any type of technology. Like it
Yeah.
destroys them, right? Like it destroys the kids. Like
Yeah.
Yeah. No, all my kids have their own personal electronic devices, but
yeah,
my wife and I own all the charging devices, and they own it. Like that is theirs, right? I'm not going to take it away unless they're doing something dangerous with it, right? Right. So, like, and that's something that I emphasize to my kids. Like, what's theirs is theirs. And I'm not going to take it away unless it's become hazardous and I have to pull out my safety officer because I want them to have a good, solid sense of property.
right.
So, like, I could say, no, you can't use it right now, but I won't take it away.
Well, here one of the biggest things, and this is a little commentary on my brother's kids.
Mhm.
The the mom wants to be friends with the kids and not a parent, right? So she lets them stay up
Right.
as long as they want, and they can play on their iPads and whatever all night long. And she'll go
So
in and say, "Oh, go to bed," and then the kids will be like, "Okay," and they'll pretend to go to bed, and they'll turn their phone off or have it under their pillow. And as soon as she walks out, they pull out their phones and they're on it for another hour or two, and then they wake up in the
hell
morning and
no.
they're like really tired and don't want to wake up. It's like, well, you need to take their shit away. That's why it's bedtime
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
8 o'clock. If
Yeah,
you're
do that and watch that. Watch. I have the charging device. Enjoy the
yeah,
dark ages. Enjoy your
yeah,
last little bit of electricity. No,
mm-hmm.
seriously, enjoy it.
Dude,
Because I ain't
like,
giving it back.
Yeah,
yeah,
I just cut the power. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
you guys get nothing.
I unplugged
Yeah.
the
No,
Wi-Fi.
man.
I unplugged the Wi-Fi. I took the
Yeah.
adapter. Nobody gets internet now. Nobody.
Hey, look, I
This is the
screwed you.
cell tower from 3 miles away. You guys are screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's no, and if they've got like live services and stuff, no, I'll cancel it. I've had to do that. I've had to cancel all their live services, change the password to the
The router.
Netflix or the Disney or
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
to the
Yeah.
router.
Yeah.
You know, like, and it's their device. They learn to be responsible. If they break it, I'm not replacing it. They have to earn another one because I ain't got, dude. I do not have good money right now.
Yeah.
So it's gotta you gotta be mindful of stuff. You gotta take care of it. And I show them some of my old devices that I may have dropped the phone, but dude, it's still functional.
I'm running an old Android Note 9. I think they're like on
that's
Note.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they're like on Note 20 or something.
Dude, I was really big on those. I had 2 back-to-back versions of the Note. And
That's awesome.
yeah, I used to draw on it too. Like I did like a whole round of like artwork on it.
Yeah.
Just because I just like messing, like it was just cool to mess around.
That's exactly why I bought it, Pete, because it had the pen and you could draw on it and it looked pretty decent. And I
so
mess around with it all the time.
I might get the Fold.
Yeah,
next.
the Fold is awesome. Yeah, and it has a pen too.
Those look cool, man.
Yeah, because the Fold 2 is I can do my remote access. I mean, I literally can use that thing like a portable computer. Like,
it's that powerful. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, and then everything I do here now, that was part of today's like trouble. I'm also remote access here. So I have like a central hub, and I just need things to connect to it for work and for all the stuff that you guys see. So I think that's going to be the next phone though for sure. It's going to be the Fold.
Yeah.
I like the Samsungs. Yeah, like I think they're good products. I think they're good phones.
Yeah, I'm a Apple iPhone hater, so I just don't want to buy into the hype. You know what I mean? They've always had this prestige about them, and I don't care for it.
Yeah, I never owned an Apple device.
Yeah, me neither.
People assume I
had the original iPhone and I hated it and I never went back.
Yeah, there you go. Revolution.
Well, that and the worst part of using an iPhone is right, getting the blood off your hands.
Oh,
there you go.
Damn. Now, don't get me wrong. I loved their advertisement when they had the iPod and all that.
The shuffle,
black and white. Yeah, the shuffle.
Yeah,
all those. It was fantastic. I loved the marketing. Like it almost got me.
I forget who came up with that too. I used to know the fucking name, and I'm drawing a blank. But that's one of the all-time campaigns, though. Like that's one of those ones where you see that campaign and you get like FOMO. You're like, oh, maybe I need this thing. Shit.
Yeah.
I need to buy one.
Why didn't you get a ChatGPT to make that for you, so you wouldn't have to put all those words? It would have done it in like 2 seconds.
But all these fonts,
just kidding.
All these fonts are what do you call it? Right? No, I know. But all these fonts are
You guys are
they're all
using
public
too
domain.
big of words for me. Morning and early in the morning.
It is
Oh
early.
my gosh.
Yeah.
I would say I'm about 1 hour away. No, maybe maybe like 40 minutes away from sunrise here in Philly.
Dang, man,
Yeah,
all rasterizing all these I'm rasterizing all of these at the same time. They're all vector right now.
Yeah.
Rasterizing them,
Uh-huh.
and that is taking almost 36 gigabytes of memory.
Is it really?
Shit.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's still thinking. Oh, there goes the display. Clip Studio Paint's not responding. It's okay. I know it's just going to take a minute to catch up.
Hey, we're definitely doing the 4 a.m. club tonight, Pete, or this morning.
Yeah, it's
whatever.
like I
That's
should have
right.
changed the everything, but I brought up my screen and crashed out, and then woke up and just jumped on it being like a Sunday thing, and I said fuck it. But yeah, this is the true 4 a.m. club.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, which is a cocaine reference if you guys need to know.
You know what? I should.
Well,
really cool.
well, is it a cocaine? I thought it was a military reference to the 4 a.m. Army crew get up and go.
Oh no,
No.
we used to call like when we used to go out and really have these like long, epic, like crazy nights.
Nights
You know,
out, yeah.
The 4 a.m. club would mean like you have some guys going to sleep and you have some guys doing the 4 a.m. club, which is
Couple
strip
of
joints
bumps.
and drug dealers. Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
and
Some bumps of the white powder.
yeah, and then it's that's like your test because if you drop that line and people know what you're talking about, they're the guys that know where to get the stuff. So
Yeah. Well, I'm all down for the strip club, so count me in. I hit some Red Bulls. I can do without the
There we go.
cocaine, even though I've been around it enough.
Oh, that looks good.
We're all good.
That's what that was for.
Damn,
all
bro.
that.
It looks good though. It does look good.
Right? Demure, mindful, because it's very demure, very mindful. Like that's like the thing, and I'm like, nah,
Yeah.
it's dainty, bitch.
Yeah.
Pink fingers.
Bitch.
Yeah. Bitch. It's
Now,
dainty,
who's
bitch. God. What
Who's
are
this
you,
character
gay?
for you?
This is Scalpel Zero, my flagship character for my proto cyberpunk.
Okay,
stuff.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Awesome.
like it's the most overdue comic book that hasn't been crowdfunded yet. It's like
I don't know about that.
Drags.
Yeah.
Like that I said that hasn't been crowdfunded yet.
Yeah, I think
And she's got a good fan base, but it's like like stuff has happened over the years where it's like for one reason or another. Like I've canceled 3 campaigns to fund it because it was like nope, something came up and I was just like I'm unsure that I could deliver this on time, and I'm not going to be one of those guys with late books. Late books.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, I think. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm gonna do the thicker border. I think that stands out better. The thin border was better for the black background, but the thicker border.
I like that pink and green.
Yeah. You got good complementing colors, right?
Yeah, that's like one of my go-tos. Like,
it reminds me of Caitlin Fairchild, Gen 13.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Yeah, because of the boobies.
Yeah, normally she's not quite so well endowed, and she's usually wearing pants. But I decided that
she doesn't have red hair.
As I was done with this, this one I'm gonna save it, and then I'm gonna post it X. I'm gonna tag Melanie Mac and just poke at her because she's a former e-girl who's gone like Puritan, and I'm just like, bitch, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I was wondering what your dig with her was when you mentioned that earlier today.
Because it's funny. That's why.
I can't believe none of us have asked Peter how Brave New World was. Was it stunning and brave?
No, it was.
demeanor
I
Michael.
usually like. Here's the funny thing. I usually make an effort to kind of not come in like with heat. Because I feel like a first pass for a movie that like I think even just to absorb a movie, you have to see it a few times, even if even if you don't enjoy it.
I
But
get it.
that
Yeah.
movie, it really, like there's just things. It just like there's no feeling, and I know like it doesn't feel much like a movie, and then it's like there's nothing to draw you into the world. Like there's no like thrilling sequence there, like like how kind of like Winter Soldier opens with that, when they're raiding that tanker with the missile, and Captain America's just throwing dudes
Right.
overboard,
That
and it's
that
like,
scene just sucks you into the movie, and you're in it from the
yeah, and you're
get-go.
just
Yeah.
like, fuck,
Mhm.
like here we go, like this is nuts. And you have the banter with him and Black Widow, where she's like always busting his balls about like kissing a girl and shit like that. And
Yeah. Oh, you said
like,
a bad word,
yeah,
or whatever that phrase
and
was.
it's just like Brave New World, like it's like I think its fault is it tries to emulate Winter Soldier, and you're watching it and you're like, I just rather watch Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
And that's because Winter Soldier is so freaking good. But I don't think like Brave New World had. I think it has a plot. I actually think it was a well written, constructed movie. Uh, but
Right.
all the other elements are just gone. And I had issues with the casting. There's no character in that movie where I'm like, this is the person.
Well,
So
that's
know
what
what?
I
I
was
stopped paying.
about with Tank. About Brave New World. It's just not engaging. You don't care about the characters. You watch a
yeah,
whole season of it and you're going, yeah, I don't think I'm back for a second season. It's just wasting
like
my
there,
life essence trying to watch
yeah,
it.
and a lot of times, like when I come into a movie and I see like actors on screen, like I get kind of really like golden age of Hollywood, where it's like, like I want to see beautiful people, I want to see models, I
Mhm.
want to see, you know,
You're
because like
referring to
you
the
don't
midget
have,
girl. The
yeah,
midget
like
girl.
you can
Shit.
mitch a girl with like a short torso and long limbs. It looks like she's out of like Willow, and I'm
I didn't even
watching the
know she was
movie.
in some of the scenes. I was like, until they pulled up a close up, I'm like, oh shit, she's in this scene, and she's like hidden behind a person. It's like,
Yeah, and I
it was
don't even
funny.
think like I don't think Harrison Ford is like he's good in it. I don't think he makes a good president. He's not convincing. I don't know. Like I know there's been somewhat of a Twitter campaign about people saying like Anthony Mackie nails it and he's charismatic, and I'm like I don't know, like like Captain America he's a warrior. Like you have to follow him in the battle. That's why he's able to lead gods. Like he's the leader of the Avengers, and all the Avengers can collectively like kick his ass, but he leads them, and there's like a hubris to that position. And there's no way I believe Anthony Mackie can go up against a Doctor Doom character at
You know
all.
what? Joaquin stole all the scenes he was in. Like all the scenes he were in, like that Joaquin character was
Yeah,
like he stole all the scenes because he was likable, he was usually happy, and he was kind of plucky.
yeah. I
And
didn't mind him. I thought
and it,
the Isaiah guy, I thought was like he had a screen presence, like the old.
yes, he could have been Captain America. I was like,
Yeah,
man, why are we watching Anthony Mackie? I mean,
yeah, because like some like when the camera would be on him and he's like staring into the
Mhm.
character, you're
Yeah.
just like, fuck, man, like this guy would like destroy some shit. Like you're
Yes.
almost like afraid a little
Yes.
bit.
Dang, man.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah, he commanded a presence. And
yeah,
and
but
and Mackie just doesn't have it. Like he can, right? He's fun, he's lovable. But the biggest problem I thought of the whole thing, it felt like a really long Disney Plus episode, and
yeah,
Anthony Mackie doesn't give me Captain America. He gives me Falcon.
yeah.
It's always Falcon. It's not he's not Captain
And
America. He doesn't have the juice. He's not big enough. I mean,
And it's even weird where I guess like as I was watching the movie, like I put it together that based on the Thunderbolts trailer because they showed the Thunderbolts.
yeah, uh-huh.
That
looks good.
that Bucky is like a congressman in the Thunderbolts trailer, which I didn't pick up on. And then when he's in Winter Soldier, like he talks about the campaign, and I'm like, I'm like I would buy Anthony Mackie going into the Thunderbolts and be a senator in the MCU versus like Bucky, because to me, Bucky as a character earned to use that shield.
Right.
He just fucking did.
He got
like,
overpassed, yeah.
You know, and but I don't like that. Like, I don't think Bucky could be a senator though. Like, why is he a senator? The guy's brainwashed and tried to kill. He killed people.
Exactly.
He's a maturing candidate, right? He would be a maturing candidate.
And then in that scene, you literally have Isaiah brainwashed, accused of killing a guy, and you have Bucky who's brainwashed and killed God knows how many people. And Bucky's not like, hey, yeah, like I can help you with this. Like this is I know something about this stuff. Like hey. Like, let me remind everyone accusing this guy that I too was brainwashed and killed people, and I don't remember who I killed. Like he could have ended the movie right there with just him showing up.
Yeah,
and that's the problem.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
that's like the problem.
Thank you very much for those links, man.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, those are valuable.
Yeah,
but that's like the problem with continuity sometimes. Like I liked a lot of the continuity threads in Brave New World, that all the stuff that they connected with the other movies. That's fun to follow, but you have to kind of like, you can't betray it at the same time. You can't just do logical like missteps, and because the audience knows, like we know, like we're the ones obsessed with it, not the people making the movie. Like
Pete, can you explain to me the whole nonsense with all of a sudden the fact that you've got what was it called, Eternals, right? And you have the eternal being that's in the Indian Ocean or whatever the hell that appeared out of nowhere. I don't even know where that stupid thing came from.
Yeah, that's from the Eternals movie,
right?
And the whole Eternals movie is actually the Earth X position with Eternals.
Right.
Which is, if you read Alex Ross's and Jim Kruger's Earth X, the whole plot of that. So the whole thing with Earth X, this is the brilliance of Earth X, is that superheroes were somewhat pushed into existence to protect Earth from aliens that would invade Earth and kill the Celestial in the middle. That's the whole hook of Earth X. So superheroes exist to protect Earth and save that baby that's inside of Earth. And they took that idea for the Eternals movie and didn't do like any of the other stuff. They just put the baby, so he's like giving birth, and they just like freeze him. Basically, they freeze the baby, and he's stuck. And that's where, like, you can argue that's where the MCU broke. Like that's just where.
And all of a sudden there's adamantium because of that thing.
You can call that a retcon. You can call that whatever. They retconned that into Brave New World, which is cool, right? Like whatever.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's kind of lame, and it's kind of like a cheesy, easy way out.
Yeah,
that's a key mentality with these politically motivated creators. Is that, and they did it with
Hojo.
What's up, Hojo?
40K. They're like, there's no canon, right? And that's so they can just scoop out ideas and say it's a good idea, and it's like, and then when you say it's not a good idea, they're like, well, you're just a bad person who's full of poo-poo stuff. What's up, Hojo? Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, Hojo in the house.
I'll be back, guys. I'm gonna make some coffee real quick.
Yeah,
I'll be in the chat.
Why are we not getting people sleeping? We're doing we. Oh yeah, well we got this
We're
piece
all
too.
Man.
I love the coloring for this, by the way.
That. Oh, what, this one?
Down.
I can
Yeah,
hear my
I had
neck
fun.
snapping just looking at it. It's got that anime feel, like yeah.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
I sent it to a couple of army buddies, and I was like, see, I told you knife hand beats sword.
Dude, I think that has awesome, just like the effects and stuff. It's just super. I saw it. I like that as soon as I saw it too. Are you using any reference for that, Tank? Like, are you looking at
This is
anything, or is
like
that just
straight out of my twisted mind. I
right out of
saw
your
like
gray matter? Yeah,
yeah, no, I saw Justin's campaign stuff, and I saw the fan art, and I was like, dang man, I'm busy, I'm busy, I'm busy. I'm not going to do any fan art stuff. I'm getting caught up on overdue commissions and make sure that my clients are happy and everything like that. And so then I basically found a little bit of time. I was like, you know what? All right, so I'm going to take a few days because I hadn't been drawing like almost for like a whole year. Right, like
oh wow,
just either I didn't have time, or
yeah,
when I
yeah.
did have time, it just wasn't in me. I was defeated, dude. I like seriously, I was beaten.
Damn.
I am Lazarus. I came back from the dead.
Hey.
I was seriously considering just like I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna pay back the money and get
Yeah.
over. I was gonna give
Well,
them extra money back.
I'm happy you stuck with it, dude.
Thank you. Yeah, me too. And really, honestly, it's guys like Rex, Pixel Trader, and King League, that really kind of kept. They motivated me to be in the game.
Yeah.
They really did. Those three guys right there, super, super, super awesome friends.
Rex, you hearing this?
I'm hearing it.
Yeah.
No,
Write it down.
they
Put
were
it
there
up on
for
your
me.
window. Put it
Even
up
if
on
they
your
were just
mirror.
like, "Yo, hey, you still alive?" I'm like, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
I do have like my round of people that I check up on as well, like through social media. Yeah, and some of them are like people that I think were, like in trouble and kind of needed a little bit of a fatherly voice maybe or something. But
Yeah, I just hit that point where it was just like 3 darts is too many.
yeah. Well, that's good, dude. Yeah, I think that's good looking work. I saw that and I'm like, fuck, dude, I want to steal that shadowing, like that whole, like the whole way you rounded that fucking pencil, dude.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what's funny is that like even the stuff that like looks blue on him, no, that's not blue. Like this was a practice piece. I was practicing some color theory there and whatnot. I could see and I was like, yeah, no, I want to make it look like it's this one color, but it's not. Except for the blue backlighting, that's the only blue on that whole character.
Yeah.
The
And
closest
sometimes
I get is green.
Yeah, and sometimes with that like blue and stuff, where it's like it's a contrast color, and it's in like a little area, and it's just kind of like it just like pops, and it doesn't have to be like a contrast that's throughout the entire like shadowed part or like double lighted part. But I always try and like do something like that to where like you add in just like another color, because you can't always shade with darker colors of your spectrum.
Give it a little bit of backlight.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like bump it a little. But yeah, that's a good looking piece, dude. Like really.
Thank you.
Share my screen. I've got something for you, Peter.
Oh yeah, sorry, but there you go. Oh jeez. The styling.
Okay. I like pizza, but
Yeah. That makes me hungry right there.
does it? Okay. I could eat pizza at any time of the day or not.
I can, yeah. I have to stop myself because I literally would always I would just have a pizza out and I would just like chip away at it all this, like it doesn't even matter. And it's not like I ever buy one, I buy 2 or 3 at a time and just make them all.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Yeah. Because that's what adults do. If that's the way you want to eat pizza, eat pizzas by 3 or 4 at a time.
Yeah, but now do you add to, you like extra cheese or meat or something? Do you dress it up?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm getting a range of them,
Yeah.
like the range always begins with straight cheese. You know, never crazy for extra cheese, but I love like supreme pizzas. I like um if I'm ordering, a lot of times I'll do like green bell peppers and Philly steak. So it's like a Philly steak bell pepper pizza.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you do a Philly pizza.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like chip steak or like shaved, like slice or shaved steak. It like it cooks really well in pizza ovens. It caramelizes and gets
Mhm.
burnt on pieces because it's so thin. It's like actually like a really good topping.
That's a
Sometimes,
good topic. Do you like thin crust best? What kind of crust?
yeah. Look. I like what they call like Sicilian pizza, which is so here in Philly. Like, let me show you guys. Like here in Philly, you have
Simple
you can get.
question, folks. Long answer.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, but here, like you can get like Sicilian, right? And that's like a square. So that's going to be like it's going to have a crust, but it has like a thickness. And to
Uh-huh.
order these, sometimes these are like 40 to like 60. Like you have to order these in advance. But then Philly also does what's called grandma pizza, and it's a baking sheet pizza, and it's like super thin. And people get one mixed up with the other. They'll like, but this is traditionally what tomato pie is made with. But there's bakeries in Philly, pizza shops don't do it, but bakeries will have like 10 different toppings for these. They'll have all the sheets lined up. You can fill up a box for like $16, and they'll have like bell peppers, they'll have onions, mushroom. It goes on and on. But I like Sicilian, but I will go out of my way to get grandma pizza.
Hojo says tomato pie is gross.
Yeah, some people don't like. Yeah, tomato pie it's you have to have a taste for the acid. Like you really have to. Like I get that. Some people cannot do the pie, the tomato pie. But I like Sicilian though. When it comes to just like toppings, and because it's so thick, it's almost like it's almost like a cross between grandma's pizza and Chicago pie, where it's like the thickness can hold ingredients. If it's too thin, you can't do a lot of ingredients. It just gets soggy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's talk pizza all night. There you go. We got over here.
It's
yes.
not good on the carbs.
No. No, it's not. But yeah, that's why we you have a gym membership.
But
Yeah. Like I even like there's a couple good Detroit style frozen pizzas. One of them's called Motor City that actually makes a really good at home. And I'll even get that one from time to time. And there's one called Sasquatch that I love. Sasquatch pizza.
Is that guaranteed hair in the pizza? Is that what that is?
No, but it comes with a punch out Sasquatch. Like you can punch out a cartoon Sasquatch from the back of the box. Yeah, sometimes you see that's in some of my videos. That's in the background.
That's always fun. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, and then I guess like now too, like I'm going to do a round of these ones. But these are all from Aldi. But I think like even Walmart, like Walmart's store pizza is like the same quality as the ones I get from Aldi, like same size.
Now these are Mad Balls that you're working on, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to like get back to the turtle series. But we did good. Like we have
but Mad Balls is not turtles, right?
No, they're actually before turtles. But like the pizza circle started as a turtle series.
I don't think Mad Balls are before turtles.
Yeah, they're like 83 83, 84. Yeah.
All right, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like Mad Balls are like early toy boom, 80s toy boom.
Okay, they
Like
must
like
have
you
came
can
out
argue
around the same time as Turtles. What did Turtles come out? 84 the year after?
the
Something like
comic
that.
book was
83. I
84.
thought Turtles 1 came out in the comics in 83. Maybe I'm wrong.
I thought I remember it as 84. Yeah.
Okay, let
And
me do a
then
search. I got to
yeah,
know now. Thank you very much.
there you go. Yeah, and then but toy line wise, Mad Balls ran parallel with GI Joe and Transformers as of like what was new on the shelves. It's still one of the like idea wise, this is still one of the all time toy like ideas. I think. I think these are very creative. Tomato pie
Oh,
is
it's
great.
yeah. I don't know how they sold back in the day.
No, they only had 2 series. Never now they did not have a cartoon series. They had cartoon VHS. And somewhat of
1984 for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles #1.
yeah.
So maybe Mad Balls did beat them out.
Yeah, it's not by much. Like it's close, but sometimes too, it's also what the release months were. That's where like the internet fails us sometimes to know the exact drop dates for things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like the internet kind of doesn't have all the info, but that's why you got to do. You got to be your own obsessive curator. Yeah, and then they also had a Stars Marvel comic. And Stars did like the Ewok series, they did Thundercats, they did Silverhawks. But Stars was Marvel's like children's like entertainment front. Yeah, the Walmart ones. Yeah. Yeah, correct. Yeah. Mad Balls was on the market years before the Playmates. Yeah.
Yeah, they did do a cartoon. Yeah.
Yeah, they did 2 VHSs. One of them's like it's a variety show. But it's interesting to see how they take this and make it into like a thing. Like it's almost just like hey, you have a ball with a face on it. Make a story. Like make something out of this. And then IDW did Mad Balls versus Garbage Pail Kids comic series. And they put the 2 franchises together for the first time and the last time. Here we go. We're getting this guy coming to life here. Yeah, you used to have the cartoon VHS. They were tough to get. The Mad Balls VHSs were tough to get because a lot of people remembered there being a series, and it's almost like you didn't know what to look for at one time. I always remembered it as like more than one episode. Like I thought it was on TV. Like I would have if someone held a gun to my head, I would have bet my life that Mad Balls had a cartoon series on TV Saturday mornings or whatever.
You think we should audit Fort Knox, see if the gold is still there?
Dude, I thought that was hilarious when I read that, because there's been, like, if you go back to like the early we're talking, if you go back 20 years, people used to run on auditing Fort Knox, and then that just went away. That idea got memory hold with everything that's happening now. I think so.
The
I mean,
Mandela effect.
yeah, it's not even that. It's like, like there was a time where you could run for president with the platform of all your tax forms being able to fit on the postcard, and you would mail in the postcard, and those would be your taxes. And it was like the idea of like overspending and narrowing things down and efficiency. And I think it's hilarious that there's so many people freaking out about, like, I don't know if you guys saw. Did you guys see the map of Washington? No, of is it Virginia? Like the one neighborhood that they all live in, and everything's like up for sale because people are just moving away from Washington.
No.
Yeah, yeah. I forget what little like city, but it's just like everything's for sale, and I don't know, dude. Like, yeah, why the hell not? You know, audit everything. Like, there's how long has it been? Like, it's weird to me that this is like a like an argumentative position. Like, the people
Well,
should know. We should know.
isn't the Federal Reserve? It's not even owned by the government anymore, isn't it? Owned by the BlackRock group from that German banking system.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like,
Yeah, I
it's
don't know.
very
Maybe
complicated.
that. Yeah, but it's not like a part of the federal branch or federal arm. But it's like it's a part of the treasury. So I think there's like, some classification back and forth on but the Federal Reserve was necessary at one time too. Like, you can't escape the history of it. It was there was 100% need for it. There was a run on everything. Who was it? Like J.P. Morgan came in, fronted the money, saved the country because the country was going to get a $16 million draw. And they covered it and created the Fed to kind of protect that from ever happening again. And then this is where we are, away from the idea.
Well, didn't they? I think it happened in like the 2000s. The separation, like the officially like no longer like part of the United States government, or is that right? I remember hearing about it or looking it up and being like, how is this possible? How do we not own our own money? Like,
yeah, it's I'm 50-50 on that too. Yeah, like you could be correct. Yeah, I know there was like, I don't want to say like separation, or it's like the I think the way that they like could print it and distribute it, like they didn't need all the like, I thought like at one time like Congress had to sign off on anything that came out of the Fed, and they circumvented that. Yeah,
right. Yeah.
And it's just like, man, like these people are good though. Like, if government's their business, like these guys do business.
And
Government is,
and it's something about like the way we pay taxes pays off the loan of the reserve, and it doesn't really go back to us. Like the money that we have is not it's not our money, it's their money that we keep playing with, and we keep paying the loan on it or something like that.
Yeah, like we pay the interest. And so I remember so this is the guy that Hojo is talking about, by the way. This is Slobulus. I remember even back when like Obama was in office, there would be these like calculations, and even then where the idea was the national debt, if we confiscated all the available cash in the country, took everyone's physical cash, it wouldn't be enough even then to pay off the debt. So like there's not enough cash period to pay this thing off. And look at how long ago that was,
Yeah.
right? Like it's only gotten worse. I mean, we know there's been a run on spending,
Well,
and
the
everyone's
big
guilty of that. Like
the
that's
big the
it's not
big
just one
fear
party.
came. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just not one party too. Like spending, like this is accountability goes everywhere when it comes to that stuff.
Right. Well, the things changed because what's his name? Bill Clinton was close to paying it all off, and that's why after Bill Clinton got out, they
Oh man,
changed
you
the
drank the
rules.
Kool-Aid. But anyway,
Well, they changed the rules so that that wouldn't happen because they didn't want it paid off. Whoever was in charge, because they
Well,
want to keep floating the money.
I also think like Clinton, didn't he raid? Right? Didn't he break the standard and he raided Social Security for a lot of that?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there you
Even
go.
if you go to the government numbers, it does not sustain what people say about Clinton.
Yeah,
He was a
and Clinton,
horrendous president in my estimation.
like, well, to me, like Clinton had the benefit still of the Reagan economy and part of the Reagan world.
Oh,
And
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
And a lot of that he squandered, just
I'm a big Reagan guy. Uh, like I've read a lot on him. I got his memoirs here, but
well, I feel like I've got a good handle on Clinton because he came from Arkansas,
yeah, right, yeah. Well, there's
he
always
was a horrid governor.
yeah,
He's just
but
not a nice person at all.
there's this guy named his name was Lee Atwater, and he was the campaign front for like part of Reagan, but for George Senior, for Bush Senior, and Lee Atwater, he died of like brain cancer, but he was like they're saying like this guy was like he could run it, like he was like the guy, like he could make you president. He like understood the press act well, and he was like this like instrument for the Republicans. And they say like if he didn't die of brain cancer like the way that he died, he had Clinton on his radar, and he was like the guy where he's like Clinton's coming, like Clinton's going to be their guy. And he they say like if he didn't die, Bush Senior's campaign against Clinton would have been a lot different. But Lee Atwater is one of the guys that his death has enabled Clinton to get in.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're gonna do what they have to do. They're horrid, people. And I didn't mean to shut you down, Omer.
Oh no, it's okay.
No, I'm good. It's good. Yeah, I don't have or favor
It's
anyone.
just if you look at the
particular.
government numbers at that time,
It's
it
true.
doesn't back up even what Clinton says about it. I mean, and what people say, about. Well, he almost balanced, and no, it wasn't even, no. And yes, he did steal all that money from
Social Security.
Social Security. Yeah, I mean, so again, it's the same thing. We're borrowing, we're stealing from Peter to pay Paul and say we're balancing things. No, we're not.
Yeah.
You got to replace that. That was the same thing Biden was doing, with all the oil reserves. Writing all that Trump had built up, and how is it
to where they were
to buy it back at a higher price to replace it?
Yeah, they were like slowly selling off the oil reserves, and I guess like that's like right. We don't know where that was going yet, do we?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I guess we'll know soon. Yeah,
I mean, national security.
Yeah.
We were threatening our national security just to boast to lower gas prices at the pump, simply because the president won't drill. And
think about this, man. Like, U.S. companies are not allowed to drill off the coast of California, but these Chinese rigs are out there
Yeah.
They look like these ships that are just parked out there, but what they are is that they're secretly drilling platforms, and there have been mishaps, and the mishaps are buried in the news, and they get blamed on something else. But it's like, no, it's these Chicoms, man, these scumbags.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
like they're
well, where we're selling our oil to them,
yeah.
that's where some of that oil was going. I mean, it wasn't.
I mean, dude, we sell them our raw timber and then buy lumber.
steel too.
And
Yeah.
steel,
Yeah,
yeah.
and we sell
They
them
bought
our raw iron and buy steel.
in the
And
2000s.
we
They
wonder
bought
why U.S.
American
Steel's
steel.
dying and Nippon
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steel
hmm Yeah.
is going to buy it up. And it's like, no.
Which is literally the plot of the Wall Street movie.
Right?
When Anacott Steel getting bought.
hmm
Yeah.
For real.
Like it's like the whole plot of that movie fucking came real. Yeah, I think it's wild. I think there should be a control of like national interests and foreign bodies being able to get into like farming, getting into the infrastructure, getting into the materials and
Well, yeah.
like it's good on the bottom line. Like you can kind of like brag about numbers because it does boost numbers, but there needs to be like a little bit of a principled position when it comes to like how what the view is of some of this stuff.
So, like,
Yeah. And
foreign
the latest-
investors
sorry.
can buy property and things in the United States, but when it comes to like, if we wanted to go buy land and property out in China, we couldn't do it.
Good luck, dude. Like
Yeah.
good luck. Even it's hard to rent if you wanted to live in some of these other countries too. Like
hmm
like you have to like if you got a job in Paris, France, like they have to tell you where you can like kind of go and live. It's not
Yeah.
just like like here, we have students from all over the world living all over Philly, and so many of them live off campus. Like you'll meet someone at a bar and they'll be from like the Ukraine and they live like right down the street, but they're at Drexel, like a couple miles away. And like no big deal, but you don't get that in other countries, even just how people move around. Yeah.
Well, and put on your tinfoil hat for a minute because, the current, the big bird flu that's rolling around and wiping out the chicken population, right? Which it's not as bad as what they say. But like that started at a Chinese-owned facility in California. That's the center of the current bird flu epidemic. Is it came from Chinese-run facility, Chinese-owned facility in California.
Yeah, that's
and it's like, dude,
yeah.
like we're I often talk about like the FTC needs to do its job, right? Foster's and Tyson own 90% of the market, and to think that they're not colluding with each other to control the price of poultry and dairy is naive at best. Because the light bulb companies conspired for years to make sure that light bulbs only last 1,000 hours, and the U.S. government knew about it. And was
I know
okay,
exactly.
Yeah,
I mean, we could have a filament that could burn forever, but they figure out that if this stuff lasts forever and we make it well, we're not.
Same thing with cars, the car industry and the tire industry, the fuel industry. It's all they've all.
Yeah, the Federal Trade Commission is not doing its job. It's looking the other way. They're bought and paid for. I mean, like I'm watching Doge make its right now. Doge is making its way through like the little apparati that are on the outskirts. But as they gain momentum, they're going to start hitting some of the larger institutions. And like, if you think the corruption's bad now, like wait until they get to the point where it's like, okay, so these people these other things, they're wasting little bits of money here and there. And, ounces equal pounds, right? Minutes equal hours, hours equal days. Like all this stuff adds up.
In for a penny, in for a pound, right? That's how the phrase goes.
Right. And by the time they hit things like, the regulatory bodies that are supposed to ensure like good, fair business. And I got to keep a lookout for that. I'm trying to get in on more. I've failed to do this in the past, and this is one of the things when I pulled my head out my ass over this last year, was to really get more involved in these art and just, get out there and have some fun, right? And I'm a Hojo. Mark my words, man. Hold my feet to the fire on this one, for real. I'm in. I'm game, and I'm in it to win.
So I have a question about the Fort Knox thing. If is that dangerous that we actually audit it and then we find out it's missing?
No. That money went. Look, that gold. That was part. That's generally understood that was part of the New Deal. Was selling off American gold, confiscating gold from American citizens so it could be sold off because we had to buy our way out of debt. And then on top of that, you've got what do you call it? The other stuff, Fort Knox was emptied. Like that's an empty building as far as I know. And then it went to the repository that was in New York, which many movies, big heist movies where they steal the gold repository in New York, right?
Die Hard with Vengeance. Die Hard with Vengeance.
Thank you. Yeah. That was, there was money there. There was money there.
I thought also like the term legal tender, right? Right.
Yeah.
The bills used to say backed by gold, and then it became legal tender because technically it's backed by what they say. Like that's where
you
like
had gold certificates.
Like argument comes from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that gold certificates are fine, as long as that gold is accountable. And that's something my dad taught me. My dad is in his industry, he's literally referred to as a rock star. He does investment relations for money companies. Get it? Rock star. Yeah, I know it's terrible, dude. Just goes to show, even fuddy-duddies have a sense of humor.
Yeah, but
and one of the things that he was telling me when I was like, I want to get some gold certificates. He's like, look, make sure that their stuff's accountable.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, make sure that they have regular inspections of it. He goes, there's a lot of he goes, most of those gold certificates are scams.
It hasn't been audited since 1974, apparently.
Yeah, no, and
then what happened, right? Like what happened post audit? Like nothing, right? Like it gets audited and then nothing.
Yeah.
Like no change, no additional reports.
No, those companies get bailed out. Those companies get bailed out by the federal government because they're insolvent, like the insurance companies. Insurance companies are supposed to be heavily regulated. Like I studied to be a fiduciary until I realized that I would pluck my eyes out while doing that job. But in that, a lot of a fiduciary is the only financial person who is legally bound to look out for your interests. So if you're going to hire somebody to help you with your finances, make sure that they are a licensed and bonded fiduciary. Because otherwise, dude, you don't even know what you're getting, right? I learned about how insurance really works, and it's like insurance companies are supposed to have more than their liabilities in reserve.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Right. They're supposed to have like a certain amount cash on hand versus policies given. And
right. And when
the law,
what was it?
Yeah. The laws conflated that now too.
When one of the big
it's all a huge scam.
Insurance firms went under during the 2008 fiscal crush. It turned out that they only had like 20% in reserve, and everything was lied about on the books. And these executives got golden parachutes, and they got their $1 billion payouts and whatnot. And the American people were left assed out, and the companies were made solvent, and only the big guys were looked out for. Like when I hear, Democrats and Republican politicians, when they say, "Oh, I care about the little guys," no, you don't. You care about your money, and it's like, look, dirty bird politics. We saw it exposed during the last election cycle when the Cheneys aligned with the Harris campaign, and the Harris campaign said, "Yeah, sure, we welcome your endorsement." It's like, dude, you're not even trying anymore.
Yeah, like that is still one
Share
of the
my
most
screen,
puzzling-
Peter. I have something for Omer.
Oh yeah, there you go, bud.
Share my
Sorry
screen.
about that, Rex. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there we go.
I'll be there for you.
That's right, titties.
I
Titties and beer.
for you. Titties.
Yeah, and real quick too, we got Comic Journey here. Who's great, by the way, guys. This Comic Journey is legit.
Right.
Yeah, it's Sunday because I started a Sunday stream. I set it up and I didn't change the title when it became Monday morning. So that's
right. Isn't it President's Day today? Happy President's Day.
It is.
Happy President's Day. Yes.
Who's
Hojo,
right,
I hope
that
you have
means-
a great day, buddy. I know you're sad, but I hope you have a beautiful day today. If you're still out there.
That means I can't
Yeah,
go to the
Hojo,
bank
my
or
heart's
post
with you,
office.
bro. My heart's with you.
Hojo's right here.
I can't say that I knew Xevious very well, but we used to hang out and like we had good times, man. And like, dude, it hit me hard. I'm still, I'm not the type to get like super sad, and I'm heartbroken. I still am.
I didn't know he was struggling with cancer.
I did.
Sad. Yeah,
But like, it was fun. It was fun. Like Bandito and I we're having some fond memories of like, yeah, remember when he would get like a couple of glasses of wine in him and he start name dropping. I was like, yeah, dude. I remember one time we were in the background because I don't like to name drop, right? And I was like, I remember one time we were hanging out. We were like after a stream, and we hung out in that stream yard for like 3 or 4 hours. This is like the first time we really hung out together. I was like, bro, we used to roll in some of the same Hollywood circles, and we were just like trading name drops and like, dude, like for real, it was Pee Wee Herman versus Mike Tyson. I was Pee Wee Herman. Like for real, but it was so fun because like, when you do roll with like the celebrity crowd and you're in the entertainment industry, like if you talk about it, people kind of like go, oh, name dropping, oh, you're some insincere jerk. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
like, yeah, so but like if anybody deserved to name drop, it's like, dude, it's him and Fraga.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, Fragger's got the
yeah, both of those guys, like handling better. Like,
what?
dude,
Fragger doesn't have any right to name drop either. It's so annoying when he does it. What are you talking about? Oh,
hey man.
Yeah,
I'm just
like I said, I don't name drop because I think it's kitsch. I think it's kitschy.
I'm just playing. I'm playing.
Yeah, but
it's
like these guys were like, like a lot of folks in the indie comics didn't realize like he was here because he believed in it, right? This is a guy who like he wiped his butt with more money than what he was charging for titles
commission
and logos and iconography and pages and stuff like that. Was like, you want to talk about taking a pay cut?
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like, this is a guy who, like, in 2 commissions, he could make more than this whole panel put together in a year. Like that's like we talked about, like, so because I talked to him. He wanted to know a little bit about my background. I was like, well, blah blah blah. I studied to be a fiduciary, so we start talking about the finance world and stuff like that. He's like, oh, and he pulls out his portfolio, and I'm like, son of a bitch, dude. I'm like, those are some big names. Like these companies lose more money in a year than Disney will make in a decade. You know what I mean? Like, holy smokes! And sometimes I had to ask him, like, dude, how much you make? Like, an annual income. I'm like, son of a bitch, dude. I never got into that scene. Like, dude, like, you look at his skill. The guy knew what he was doing. Like, you look at like some of his, like, he's like, yeah, here's a quick sketch of the Enterprise I did. And it's like, this looks like production work. And like, that's like something he shit out for fun. He was such an awesome guy, real force multiplier. I love the guys that are the force multipliers that are, they're here to help, they're here to make things grow, they're here to make things kick ass. And no, he was one of that. We lost a good one. He's on to his next great adventure, and I wish him Godspeed.
Oh, did we just? Sorry, I just.
Uh-oh.
It's my one of my I had a pop up there for one of the, because we're also streaming to LinkedIn and Facebook and a couple of.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. Can we start over?
Yeah,
That's right. Rewind the show.
That's it. The show's over, Rex. Thanks.
I actually got that from Tank. He comes into the chat and says, I had to leave for a moment. Can we rewind? Can we start over?
I was like, all right, I'm back. Rewind the show. Not like I couldn't just like rewind it and throw it on double speed or something. You know what I mean? Which I probably
watch all my YouTube videos at 2 speed, man. I ain't got time for the full nonsense. All YouTube videos I watch are like at 2x, man.
So since now we have Red Hulk, do you think Trump would be a good Orange Hulk?
Orange Hulk, yeah, absolutely.
There actually was an Orange Hulk. It was a UK cover.
No,
I guess miscolored. I don't know. They made him orange on that one issue for some reason.
Hey Pete, in the film, did you think, like, I thought Harrison Ford, his acting was not good. It was like okay, but it wasn't like, I don't think he cared to do it. I don't think he was like, whatever, I don't care.
When was the last time Ford was in anything where you were like, and he's old. Like I don't like it when it's almost like elder abuse. Like we just have to say you can be too old as a male or female to be in the movie. Yeah. You can be non-photogenic, you can look beat up, you can just look old. Like recast. Who cares? There's a lot of different people they could have got to pop into that role, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like there was I was thinking of like the guy from Troy who plays Agamemnon in Troy.
Yeah.
That guy could be, just put him in as General Ross. Like, sometimes like the casting needs to be visionary. Like you need to do something to where it could be excitable too. Like you're excited to see a portrayal, and like this, just because Harrison Ford doesn't look good like in a mustache, and we're going to add the line that he doesn't have a mustache because of the election. Like stupid. Which is like it's responsible storytelling. It really is, but it doesn't mean like everything works, everything flies, and just because things are explained, it still works.
I feel like it's all just nepotism these days. It's all inside crowd. There's no risk taking, because so it's there was even though it was a snarky asshole comment, right? But one person on the net was like, oh, they're not getting a penny from me and blah, blah, blah. And somebody responded with everybody's already been paid.
Yeah.
They already made their money. I don't know who you think you're owning, but they already made their money. It's once it's been made, people have been paid. The only thing left is the studio getting paid. And it's and they're bankrolled. They're backed. They have major investors who, that are doing what they're doing. I'm not going to put on my tinfoil hat for that one, but let's just say, like, I would recommend buying Aluminum Futures.
Yeah. But yeah, like I still feel though that Brave New World, I do feel like it did have a story. Like there's a clear story like in there.
Yes,
like they
I
set
agree
things
with you on
up,
that. Yeah.
they make things pay off. Everything's like explained. There's like no part of the movie that you don't know where you are just as an audience member and what, like, you know what to expect, and that's also good storytelling.
Right.
But
Absolutely.
yeah, but it's still kind of like it's some of it is like I don't know what they can do to like win people back, because like I get it, like people might be excited for Fantastic Four, but like that movie needs to be universally loved. And I don't think it's almost like a Star Wars thing where like there's probably never going to be like a universally loved Star Wars show or movie ever again. Like people will just
Right.
always be divided on it. And it took Star Wars all this time, but it got accelerated with the MCU.
Yeah. Well, and a
Yeah.
lot
And
of it is like,
Yeah.
Harrison Ford was coming out. I mean, like if he's looking for sympathy, he's in the dictionary for shit and syphilis. But he was coming out, saying, "Oh, I need the money," and Jim Carrey, as much as I appreciate him as an actor and as a free spirit, like dude, he's like, I'm broke, and I'm like, well, then maybe you guys should, take a page from Rick Moranis's book and stop trying to live like aristocrats.
yeah. Yeah.
Take a page from Jay-Z and Beyonce's book, and if you do want to live like an aristocrat, then have your money work for you and live off the profits.
Yeah. The interest.
You got to be smart about it. You got to once
Yeah.
you make money, you got to make that money work for you. That's how you retire. Look, I initially started investing when I was 13 years old. And I put that into a blind trust so that no matter how bad things got, I would never touch that money. I cannot legally touch that. I made it inaccessible. Right? When I retire, I'm good. I'm set, dude. I'm taking a trip around the world.
Is that
in
why
luxury.
Harrison Ford is still acting? He misspent the money.
Yeah, no, he even stated like a while ago, I do believe that, he
was it
retired.
like a divorce or something? Like like there's something.
I
Because
mean,
like
the guy crashed a plane on a golf course. That can't be cheap.
yeah, like when these guys like get divorced too, it's just like
Yeah.
who was it? I just saw like
Jeez.
Sacha Baron Cohen, I think $75 million divorce. Like I think that's how much his ex-wife's getting paid out.
Dude, prenup.
Yeah, I know. I know
Well,
a couple.
Even
of
when
divorce
in the
couples.
millions with the prenup, sometimes it could still be fought. It's yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and I work with a law firm that's divorce lawyers in Jersey, and because one of our guys is their tech guy, so we talk a lot, and they always say that they'll break a prenup, like they don't give a shit, they'll fucking break it. Like people think they're ironclad, but they're
They're not as
No, they're not.
ironclad as they
It
used
just
to
gives
be.
you some ground to stand on when the divorce trial does come, but it's it's not a guarantee.
The big one is put it in a trust, like you're talking about. Put it in a trust
Yeah.
and nobody could touch it.
Yeah,
Well,
put it in a trust. Like I have
yeah,
mine
well,
is in
but,
a blind trust.
let me interject. We here in
Yeah, go
Philly
ahead.
we have the Barnes Museum, which is
Mhm.
legendary, because
Yeah.
the Barnes was he was a doctor basically that lived in outside the city, and he got ridiculed because he was buying he was like one of the first like big collectors of impressionist artwork. So the Philly art community would make fun of him, and he would he built his own school and museum, and it was called the Barnes, like the Barnes Museum. And
Sure.
when he died, like as he was dying, he had everything put into a trust with trustees. So it can't be it can't be touched. and
Right.
the city put everything they could behind it to break that trust and get the artwork.
Oh shit! Fucking
Yeah, and look,
assholes.
yeah, like look into the Barnes Museum, Philadelphia, PA, and I think this guy had the largest private Cezanne, Van Gogh. I think
So they were able to break the trust, huh?
they broke the
Wow.
trust and took the work. Yeah, yeah,
Most contracts are just a strong suggestion.
yeah, and it's yeah,
Well,
I
yeah,
think
with
it's
I was gonna
yeah,
say
I
with
think
enough
it's like
money
good.
behind something, yeah, you can find the corruption, right?
Yeah, like you can just like you put the muscle like
Yeah.
around it, and back in the day, one of the guys behind it, he used to work with Mayor Street. I won't say his name, but he used to kind of be around my office, and like he would kind of like talk, like he would talk about it, as if it was like a good thing though, because a lot of people thought they were getting artwork to preserve it, and they had to break the
Right.
trust to preserve the artwork, and so even along the way, it's like people who do these things, like they don't think they're doing anything crazy. Like they
Right.
just think they're doing what they're told, and they did a good job, and they now there's a new museum, and people are happy, and the museum's making money, and it's good for the city, and that's it. And then it gets memory hold. Yeah.
What about his family and the wealth that they've stolen from the family? Did he not have kids, or I
No.
mean, I
Yeah.
could understand that, but if there's
Yeah.
family,
He didn't have kids, but he had like a whole unit. He had a whole org around it. They had people to run it. They had people to
oh yeah, well,
manage
that's
it.
yeah,
There was a full like corporation behind the trust,
man,
and
yeah,
like it's fuck you, like
yeah,
like
exactly, yeah, that's what they
I
did,
I've
yeah.
and I've had guys that had like prenubs that were like like as soon as we started like doing the divorce, like
I
the
asked
fucking
my first wife
yeah.
for a prenup. She's like, "No way,
Yeah.
no, not
Did you
Here
saying
we
say
go.
no way? No, right? You're like, oh, okay,
I should have.
yeah,
Yeah. See, like
I should have
here,
never
like
asked her." Yeah.
Comic Journey saying they should pick someone in their 50s as Harrison Ford's role.
yeah, agreed.
Like Harrison Ford's he's not cool in the movie anymore. Like he
No,
doesn't have that like dude,
He is a cranky old man who is
yeah,
just a
yeah,
raging asshole.
yeah.
yeah.
He's lost his swag. He's lost his riz. He's just
Yeah.
an old
He
guy,
lost
and he's
the red,
tired. He looks tired, and it looks like it hurts to move around and shit. And
He's rizzless.
He looks geriatric. He just looks
yeah, which
like
sucks because like
you feel
he's
sorry
fucking
for him.
Indiana Jones and shit, and you're like he's fucking Han Solo, and it's like what? I don't want to see this, man. You're hurting my fucking soul.
Yeah. Bring him back. Bring him back.
Fucking de-age him or something. Shit.
Yeah. That's my fucking boy.
Yeah. Fucking Han Solo, motherfucker.
Yeah.
It's just like all our heroes are like you said, getting geriatric, man. And it's just like, oh man, that hurts my manhood, it hurts my childhood, it hurts my wiener. Jesus. God.
Yeah. But no, dude, like I think some of that stuff is like Hollywood needs to sell a fantasy. Like you need to
Yes, agreed.
like there's escapism when it comes to the theatrical experience. And
Absolutely.
you should feel like like you're seeing people on screen that don't live down the street from you. They're not at the local bar, they're not at the 24-hour Walmart. Like these are beautiful people, and
Right.
there's nothing
They're in a
wrong
galaxy
with
far, far away, and you're never gonna fucking get there.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, for
You're
real.
out.
I used to do air duct and carpet cleaning.
Yeah.
Occasionally for pickup work when commissions got low. And like I used to work at places like Norman Lear's house, David Geffen. Even got to meet these guys sometimes, some
Geffen.
celebrities, insert name drop. And like, dude, no, they live in an entirely different world. They do. They really, even the most grounded of them, they don't live on planet Earth with the rest of us mortals. They live on Mount Olympus.
No, and it's just like, I don't know, like it's
I
like
will
there
say
needs
this: it was a fun movie to watch. I was entertained. It wasn't like bad or anything. It was fun to watch. It just didn't feel like the last 10 years of the MCU. It didn't feel like Infinity War. It didn't feel like Winter
yeah.
Soldier. It didn't feel like Captain America, the first
I'll,
Avenger.
I'll tell you, I thought they were hanging the lantern when he was on the phone with his daughter, when like with Betty.
Yes.
And
Yes.
I thought they were hanging the lantern for her to show up to calm him down when he like hulked out.
Yes. That would have been perfect.
And I was waiting for that, and I'm like, you know what? I'm like, that's going to be a good payoff. And then,
Yeah.
like,
And
I
then
guess, like, how does he calm down? Like, he just blows up, and then, like,
Yeah.
he just calms down, right?
You
like,
know,
there's
and
nothing to bring him
yeah,
back
it was
up.
a shitty version of the sun's getting real low, big fella.
Yeah.
I was saying that shit throughout the whole fucking movie. I was like, sun's getting real, and the people next to me started laughing and shit. I was like, sun's getting real low, big fella. I was like, and then every time the Mexican guy came on, I was like, "Orale, Joaquin, orale,"
Yeah.
Talking in Spanish and shit. And it's just like, why? Like, I like this guy, he's cool, but like, why they gotta have a Mexican in here? Come on, a Latino, like it's cool, like it's representative, whatever, DEI bullshit. But like, I don't
Like,
remember a
what?
Joaquin in the comics. Where's Joaquin?
Yeah. Like, why not just they should have just leapfrogged it and say, like, hey, we got, like, adamantium and people are thinking about mutants. We're going to make the new Falcon, like, a mutant Falcon man. Like,
Right.
like Captain America's Falcon is going to be a legit Falcon man. Like, he's going to be a Falcon dude.
Yeah.
Like, whole new character, give him a deadly beak, make him yeah.
Yeah.
Which, like, technically Marvel has like Bird Guy, right? Birdman. Like, he was part of the New Mutants. They legit had a bird character, like, right before Rob Liefeld took over.
Dude, I totally agree with you. He should have the serum, and the whole thing that they kept bringing up the serum bullshit. Like, just give him the fucking serum. Like, what is the big deal? Like, take the serum, Falcon. Like,
he gets his ass beat by a 60-year-old guy in the movie.
Yeah.
And then like they're like, you need to lead the new Avengers. It's like, asshole, that's a bad pick.
Yeah.
It's like, where's your intel? Like, he can't.
Yeah, I don't care about your fancy toys. You're not Tony Stark, man.
Yeah, but you know what I found out though, and this I was debating on a video. So, comic book canon is he, and I want to say it's maybe 2 years post first appearance. He gets like a wing upgrade from Black Panther, in like issue maybe like 175 or 177, or like he Falcon having Wakanda wings is comic book canon.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that going in. And I'm like, oh, should I just like track down the issue and do something? Because I think that's like a redaction. Because part of my position is that his current costume just does too much.
Right. Yes.
But then if it's in canon, it's more or less the argument that it's just not being used the right way. Or
can I say no one gives a shit about Falcon? I mean,
that's
really.
also true. Yeah.
Hashtag Black Lives Matter and all that.
Holy shit.
Well, because like even in
or
I was
history,
going back and
Black
forth,
History Month.
Like I was going back and forth with Levi on Twitter, where I was like, I was like, does Falcon comic book wise even have a military background? And he kind of reminded me that the Falcon was like possessed by the Cosmic Cube and the Red Skull, and then became friends with Captain America. Like, that's the
wow.
So
yeah,
it
he used
wasn't
to be a
until-
pimp too, wasn't he? He was a pimp.
Yeah. Yeah, so it wasn't until like Rob Liefeld and Heroes Reborn Volume 2 where he it became more useful for him to have a military background. It explained more, it made him more believable, which is another thing I missed with that Rob Liefeld video I did
yeah.
recently. But it's really like to the point though where like the character himself doesn't even have like the build or the DNA to be like this hero of heroes, because that's what Captain is. He's not just a superhero. He's the guy that leads all the superheroes, and they all look up to him.
Right.
Well, what I'm saying is they're taking these secondary characters. It has, Falcon was a sidekick for Captain America. I mean, let's be real.
A failed one too, Rex.
Yeah.
Like they failed when they tried to make the book Captain America and Falcon. Like that failed. And then they moved on. And like in comic book continuity wise too, there's a huge gap between them like giving Falcon his origin, using him, and I don't want to say he doesn't show back up until like 86 with the miniseries.
I think he can be a viable character. I think he can be an exciting character, but look what they're doing. They're combining Captain America with Falcon, and it come on. Just let the Falcon be Falcon,
Yeah.
Right.
And give him a better
agree with that.
costume.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that costume too is a little.
Gay.
I never liked it. I never even liked it in the books.
Don't try.
You
and
know
sell me
who
that
did
the
a
Falcon
badass?
Don't try and sell me that Falcon is the, because the shield was given to him that he's Captain America. It's.
That's Bucky's shield. That's Bucky's shield, man.
I know what it is, because I retconned this years ago that Captain America was Hydra all the time. So Hydra actually handed that shield over to Falcon. It's a scheme of Hydra's. Just saying.
Fuck Hydra. That was a low point in comics, man.
I'm just being a spoiler.
Yeah, but no, they again too, like I mean, I know I say it, I would have to spend money and kind of like catch up on everything, but the Hydra Cap is still Hydra Cap. Like they never went back to correct that, because the current cap is the timeline cap from I think it's the Dimension Z cap came back, which was like Captain America Volume 5 or 6, I think at that point. The current cap that people say is cap is Dimension Z cap, not Hydra cap. And Hydra cap is the one that dates back to Kirby and Simon.
Dude, that just sounds so stupidly convoluted that I almost accidentally choked on my shoelaces and my shoes are across the room.
This is what I hate my life.
I wanted to say that
after a while. Absolutely. It gets convoluted.
Yeah, because do I have where are those books? Crap.
I wanted to say that the most badass I ever saw Falcon was Bart Sears drawing him in that series you covered.
Oh yeah. Well, I got this right. I got that right next to me, right here.
That was a damn good Falcon. He drew him like a badass.
Yeah, dude. Like this is a really good like it's a really good 4-issue stint, and it's really weird because the series did nothing after this, and it's just one of those things where you're like, why was this just not a mini series, or just put this in the regular Cap book? Like you kind of question why this even exists. But yeah, this is a top-notch effort, like across the board.
Is it because maybe Bart Sears pitched it and they're like, oh, okay, we'll do it?
Yeah, this is where let these guys pitch stuff, give them the opportunity, but it's almost hey,
put it in the monthly. Don't make it a mini. Don't make it separate. Put it into
it's not mini. Yeah, it's a whole new sequential series, and you're just like, wow, because around that time, Sentinel Liberty, his second book. So, like, for the first time in history, Cap had 2 monthly books. He had Captain America and Captain America Sentinel Liberty, and Sentinel
Right.
Liberty like was fizzling out, dying at that. Like, so it's like they're just like, maybe you want to say they had faith in Bart Sears that he could power through, but he draws a lot less in issue 4. Like, there is a line work like fall off. These look like all quarter size pages. They don't look like full size pages here. You kind of want to say that maybe, like, they had assurances from Bart Sears that he would continue, and they, maybe he screwed them over. I don't know. Like, that's kind of like what I think about. But
yeah, Bart Sears has stated that once he loses interest in a project, it's like pulling teeth and shit for him. That he doesn't like to. He doesn't want to do it anymore.
Which is weird, because just draw the freaking book, like.
And he's so damn good. He's so damn good. Like, it shouldn't be hard for him.
He's just one of those guys. He can draw any character. Like, it doesn't matter who it is. Bart Sears can draw them and make them look like
beefcake, hot babes. I mean, yeah.
He can sell it. Like, Bart Sears can sell your book 1,000%.
Yeah.
But yeah, let me see. Like, let me grab 1 or 2 of those Cap books, because like we'll see. We'll see what happens with Hydra Cap.
I just like to say Hell Hydra.
Oh, fudge. Don't talk about fudge. Hell Hydra. I was so disheartened and disappointed when I heard that BS. I wasn't buying comics at the time, but I was just like, oh, okay, that doesn't make me want to buy comics either.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, like, you're destroying the Kirby Simonson, Cap. Like, what?
Yeah, so here. I got this one. I couldn't find the other one. So if we go to the back here, right?
Do you think Marvel destroying the Kirby Simon Cap was maybe like a copyright trademark type thing, or related to any of that kind of stuff?
Well, I think that's
Hydra?
I think that's the play for Falcon Cap, where they could have a new character that kind of, because you have to remember, like, Captain America has this like they know. It's like, it's a weird thing with comics. It's like, Captain America works with all these other guys. Like, he works, and it's part of the visual. It's part of like what the character is. But like, Captain America works with all the other heroes, and he needs to be there. It becomes like a weird thing. But then, like, if you have to replace him, put in a different Cap, put in like a character that you have more control over, and hope that it works. And
right,
like, it could have worked. It just didn't.
Yeah.
That's the funny thing. But I do think, like, that's where, like, some of the psychology comes from. Like, there's a hidden psychology to why these things work. See, look, trapped in Dimension Z, right here. So he's trapped in Dimension Z, and then we have Ian Rogers, and then look, then we get to Falcon Cap. And then
Falcon Cap. Oh my god.
And then see, like, time runs out. Yeah.
Next thing you know, Rocket Raccoon will be the new
Captain America. Yeah. Shit.
Tell me I'm wrong.
And see, and not. Then here it's like, see, this is where I get confused. See, and then we're at Secret Empire. So this Secret Empire Cap. See, one of the caps come out at a time. Like, the cap that, see, time runs out. See, look, the multiverse. So this is a multiverse Captain America that ends up in continuity and is not this Cap. He's like this one. Like, they leapfrog. Like, it's one of
it's not confusing at all.
Nah.
Oh shit!
Well,
You almost
it's
made
like,
me choke and spit out my coffee, Rex. Oh my god.
yeah, I was thinking about if I were to really like do this, like what I was trying to make a list of what I needed to read. And it's like I said, it is a good body of stuff, because here's the problem with this era in comics. Everything literally is a multi-series crossover. And it's hard just to know, like, oh, I just need just one issue. I just need these two issues.
Right.
And that's also my problem with, like, with the modern era. Like, because here too, like the Cap Reborn, so he also gets killed, right? He gets killed, Bucky becomes Cap, but then he gets shot with a time bullet. And he's shot with a time
I
bullet.
hate
And
that when that happens.
That's how he comes back to life.
What?
Like he's literally shot through time.
Wow, a time bullet. Holy
It's like,
shit, what a concept.
And that's what Levi and I were like discussing. We were talking about just where, like literally, you can argue that the death of Captain America literally is the death of the character, because there's not a return to center. Like,
yeah, there's not a clear distinction of the comeback. If it
Right,
is a comeback or is an alternate.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I mean about like return to center, where do what you want with the character, he comes back. At the end of the adventure, Peter Parker always opens the door to Aunt May, right? Like, you can have Peter Parker do whatever you want, but he still needs to go home at the end of the adventure.
Yeah.
But it's and so this is where I did read, Omar, that look, Falcon later changed his colors to red and white, and Black Panther gave him a set of wings.
Well, that makes
And
sense.
I want to say that's issue 175 for the regular continuity. But it's but see, this is the stuff that upsets you, because if you go back to the 40s, right, like this Captain America should be the guy that's in the comic books now, and it's just not.
What's up, Ikathy? How's it going, man?
Oh, yeah, Ikathy 5.
It just gets too confusing. I mean, it's all these crossovers that people just throw their hands up and say, "There's got to be something better than comics,"
Fuck, man.
No,
there's nothing better than comics. What are you talking about, Rex?
But that's see, and this is where, like, what should happen is, if I show you guys something from like the 2010s and I tell you about this, believably, I could say, hey, this references all the way here in the 40s, and there's a reprint of this, and you buy the reprint and you can read this, and you get these connections.
Right.
Like, that's like, continuity sells more comics, and people forgot that. They drifted away from that reality.
Exactly. I mean, you shouldn't need an annual just to keep up with it all.
No. And I even get upset when I read stuff and I know there should be like an editor's note, and there's no editor's note. And I'm like, this is a reference to like another storyline or another comic. And that editor's note sells the other comic. Right? It advertises the other comic, because you're like, oh, this happened 20 issues ago. It's like, well, shit, I need to go buy that. Or like,
what happened to the old editor's asterisk, right? Editor's note.
That's what I mean.
125.
That's the editor's note. Yeah.
Well, I don't mind, if they say they reference like Marvel Team Up number 93 or something. Okay, one book. But when it's like, No Man's Land Batman that goes on for like 2 years with multiple crossovers and things, and nobody can keep up with that,
Well,
and then you buy the supplementary books, and it has very little to do with what's going on in the main story.
Yeah, and that's also with even some of the current DC stuff, where they've already abandoned like all the Scott Snyder retconning. Like all the work Scott Snyder did and all these like dark metal and multiverse reboots, it's gone. Like they
Really?
don't like they don't reference it anymore. So again, like the people that spent the money, like you spend all this money, you read all the dark metal crap, you think you're going to be like knowledgeable and in the know, and then the company just betrays you. They're like, we're not doing this anymore. And like, well, I just spent $400 in 3 years to read this shit. Like, fuck you.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. Yeah, betrayed. I
yeah,
remember in the 2000s, or yeah, around the 2010s, like the editor's notes were like everybody like, man, this is getting too crazy because every page started having an editor's note kind of thing. Like, see this issue, see this issue, see this issue.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
and
I don't think it
it's
was that bad, but you know, it was people were starting to notice like every other page has a freaking editor's note. See Spider-Man issue 125. Like we can't even buy that because it's like $1,000.
yeah. But some of it too is like they did get wiser. So like they would do a if they did do something that was going to be like character heavy or like reference heavy, there would be like a zero issue or like a prime issue or like a giveaway. So you would get like they DC did that for 0 Hour. Like for 0 Hour, the
Oh
comic
yeah,
shop
yeah, yeah.
had free primer books and they had the timeline. You could get like a
Mhm.
timeline poster for like they would just give it to you. And
Right,
then you could go buy the 0 Hour books and you knew like the context of it all. And
right.
like that's the stuff that needs to come back because
Oh,
it's like it's hard to even trust the internet with the right info. Like it just is. Like
right.
you want to
Also,
trust
they
the
would
source.
do those character bios and like little synopses on the front inside cover kind of stuff.
Yeah,
You remember to catch up, like a catch up page.
yeah, that's a lot of that is the Joe Quesada. Like the Joe Quesada era said, hey, like we're going to bring back like knowing where these characters are and we're going to catch people up,
Hmm.
which is fine. Like that's fun, but my thing against that is I understand we're in the direct era when things like that are happening, but
Yeah,
the isn't the model to sell advertising space in the comic, right? Like
it used
you're
to be.
taking money
Used to
away.
be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but before, like, you would get like the first like 3 pages would be recap, and the
Hmm. Hmm.
actual comic really didn't start until page like 5 or 6. And if
Right.
you read like enough of those like earlier, like I'm not talking super early. I'm even talking like 70s, like 80s. There was a portion of the recap built into that issue. Um, and then people at that point claimed that the continuity was so complicated, like they had to kind of pull people back in. And then once that failed, once Marvel failed with those foldouts, they went into volume one. Like that's it. They just everything gets a volume one now, and they never went back.
Yeah.
So yeah, like things have to change, and but I do feel like things will change if people just read comics. The more they read comics, I think it will go back. People
Yeah.
will go
good
Yeah,
back
I
to the
agree.
old
comics.
ways.
Good comics. You have to put a
Good comics,
caveat
yeah.
there. Good comics.
And to get a good comic these days, you absolutely have to go indie. There are even the ones that have been recommended to me, I go and I check them out. I'm like, dude, this is not good. I mean, it's polished, but it's polished. It's a polished turd. You know, this is Japanese art where
I
you take a
disagree
ball
with
of
them
dirt.
having to be good comics. I think they just have to be good enough. Like they,
Yeah,
You know, it's
but
true.
that
because making a good comic or a great comic or even good literature or good art is really freaking hard. Like
yeah,
making
and
comics is easy, and that, but they're not good, right? Like it's easy to make a comic book. It's paper and black and white bullshit, right? Like you
We
can
should
make one.
just
Anybody
settle
can make
for
one.
substandard.
yeah,
No,
no,
no. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
Oh,
it's easy, but making it good is hard. That's what I want
well,
to get to.
it's also that comics are like there's an era of comics that people kind of they go back to, and it's like a disposable era of comics
Right.
where
Yes.
they were cheap. you read them, they ended up underneath your like mattress, and you threw them out and you rolled them up. And that's really what people consider to be like the creative like golden age. Like, right, like that's the 60s, that's everything that the 70s were like built on. But then, you know, comic books all of a sudden at that point became collectible, then it became mature. So we go into 87 into 90. But at the same time, it's like, you know, like not every comic is Watchmen, nor should it be.
Right.
A good comic gets you into the next issue. And to me, a lot of times, though, when you look at these things as single pieces, they're not that good. They're just not.
Yeah.
Right.
But they're good when you kind of put them together in this like 30 issue volume. And you're like, this happens and then that happens. But when you single off comics one by one, it gets very confusing. There's plot lines that disappear. There's characters that come and go. It's not designed very well. And I think people like pump that stock a little bit too much. But I think today's standards of what is a good comic, people expect a complete graphic novel.
Right.
Like where
they expect Watchmen, they expect Sin City, they expect Dark Knight.
Yeah.
And not everything's built that way. Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
That's the cream of the cream, right? I mean, that's
But to me, like what you guys might call like a good comic or like a great comic, I would call like a nominal comic. Like, you know, because I think the great ones are very rare.
Right.
You know,
Comic Journey, yes, you are correct, sir, in the chat.
Yeah.
What about the what do you feel like about the John Byrne, Claremont, Terry Austin? I mean, it was one bank or another. Hello.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but to be fair, Rex, Chris Claremont, there's a lot of plot threads not executed. Like there's I call them hanging chads. Yeah. There's a lot of like there's a lot of punchers that didn't go all the way through with the Uncanny X-Men. And you know, people will, you know, like even here, like I got volume 6 of the Essential right here. Like, and the reason why I have this one, this is the only one I have other than the volume 10, is because this is like every single issue, there's so much setup and no payoff.
But that's after the Byrne era.
Well, this is after Byrne, but you have to remember too, where Byrne argued they were going to do like Byrne did one issue and Claremont did the next issue. Like they were in such
good art there
of how to handle those characters. You know, Chris Claremont won. Byrne was able to go off to like DC, and you know, but even like those guys. So like Claremont picks up the Byrne Claremont stuff. We get into volume 6 here, and you know, people will cite this run. They will say, you know, this is, you know, stemming from Byrne Claremont, and it's just a little bit of a train wreck when it comes to.
Okay, but I'm talking about, you know, when Byrne was actually drawing it, you know. And maybe there was plot threads. I don't remember any that were kind of left hanging even during that time. Comic Journey in the chat says with the Marvel Universe digital, it's a lot easier and less costly to track down. Read all those books from the editor's notes. Collectors will still hunt down the hard copy, but at least there's a cheap digital way to actually read the stories. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, like some of it though is like we like to get to this, it's like like we have all this stuff accessible, but I think there's a reading nature to floppies, and it's an intangible thing, and digital never took off. If Marvel could make the money that they made in the 90s off of digital, it's all going no quit. But the money's not there because I don't think people enjoy reading digital comics. I think the diehards wanted for like quick references and like everything Comic Journey says, but I think there's a tactile nature to that people want in comics. They want to hold them, they want to touch them.
Well, you know, I mean, they came
you want
out
to smell
a
them?
few years ago, maybe a decade ago. I can't even remember. And I have them. I have some of them. Maybe the first 600 issues of X-Men that you can read on disc.
Sweet.
They actually,
Yeah, yeah.
they did the same thing with Avengers and Spider-Man, some of their titles. And that was brilliant, especially if you're trying to hunt down a specific issue.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of the intersection where when Marvel does that, their intention is to like, hey, people want to read these books. We'll like publish like the Beatles. Like, we'll always publish our stuff in new formats. Like, right? Like in the lifetime, how many times do you buy the Beatles collection? Right? Like most people have like 5 or 6 separate versions of that. You have it 8-tracks, vinyl. You have the cassettes. Like, you're always rebuying the Beatles. You have the remaster CDs. Like, it goes on and on. I think Marvel saw that and they experimented with that. And it's just like, people, there's a collector part that overlaps with the reading part. And people want, it's like you're part collector, you're part reader. Some people are more readers than collectors and vice versa. And, the collectability part is kind of what puts the need. Like, that's the need. That's why you need a physical comic.
Oh, Rex and I were talking about collectors and that throwaway era. How I brought up and I said that collecting comic books makes you an elitist, and also being a comic book collector makes you an elitist.
Yeah,
because we're super nerds about comics, right? We want to know all these stupid little things, and that's why they come up with the term fanboy, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing with Star Wars fans. The fans always go to
every
conventions
fandom has
to
its
get
own elitism and academic insert into it.
I think that's what it has to go back to. I mean, I used to criticize comic shops for not being inviting, but I say let's make them uninviting again, make them closed off, make them dim lit, seal off the windows, and the people
smoke inside the business.
Yeah, and the people that find their way in there are the people that want to be there,
right?
And they'll be customers for life. And now comic shops are like they're part Hot Topic, like they're well lit. They have all their Funko Pop shelves, and all of their slab books are on the wall, and things are looking pristine and perfect. And it's almost like a car lot. Like you go to buy a new car, it's the same environment as a comic shop, and there's something broken with that.
Right, they want to be Walmart, right, of the comics and the toys. I mean, they want to be like Walmart and have the shelves and be fully stocked and look presentable and make it so you want to buy the stuff. And it's a commodity now. It's a product, right? It's no longer just a collectible. It's about the fandom. It's about getting everyone to like it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like lifestyle too. I think it's just
it is,
like there's something that people will never understand when you go like dollar bin hunting and you bring a backpack and you just it's like you wish you brought 2 backpacks, right? Because like you might show up and be like, oh, I'm only buying $30 worth of comics, and you spend like $150 because you keep finding these veins and these like books, and you think you have to buy them, you have to read them, like you have to have them. And that's like the side of but that's the side that needs to like be there and return. And I don't know, like I really don't see it. I think we're going to have an era where we'll have like back issue bin conventions, we'll have back issue shops, but I don't think that's sustainable. Like you can't sustain it without good new product. Like getting back to that side, you need good comic book product because that store needs to get new people in, and you get new people in not looking for back issues. People need the new X-Men, so you need that. Like that needs to be strong, and then you make more money with the back issue stuff. Like, and but we'll see people trying to do with comic shops what they did with like the vintage video game stores, which also. That market bottomed out, and everyone became vintage video game pop culture toy stores for a reason. Like
Slash
a lot of
comic book
yeah,
back
yeah,
bin
they
files. Yeah.
brought in all the old shit, like bringing all
Yeah.
like we'll sell vintage T-shirts and vintage wrestling shirts and comic images shirts and stuff like that. And but I do feel like the days of just I don't know the comic shop, like probably the shop that Rex had at one point, like they're over, dude. Like
It's
I
gonna
don't
be
know.
like a thrift store slash what's it called, flea market, right? It's gonna, because you're just gonna have vintage stuff like
Like
along with comics.
do you have like good like flea markets and things around you at all? Like, are
Yeah,
you
yeah.
in? Yeah, because like I always talk about how Texas is just like this like mecca for
All sorts of
like
weird shit. Yeah.
yeah like flea markets and things like that to where a lot of these companies came up because they bought the video game inventory in Texas
Yeah.
and like
Hmm.
in the flea markets and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like there's like this there has to be a need to return to like readership. And I like the movies don't help. People are always like, "Oh, the movies, like Brave New World brings attention to comics." It's like fuck, like
No, it
where?
doesn't.
No,
It
it's
doesn't
never.
move
It's
Yes.
never done that.
But it's like one of the most repeated things. Like, right? People just love like, oh, the MCU brings like normalizes comics. It's like great. What what does that do? Like, I don't understand. Like, like, and even if there is a spike in sales, it's like it's just a spike in sales. There's no like return customers. People will maybe they'll buy the Falcon Cap run. They'll buy the Omnibuy or whatever, but they're not coming back and being like,
Yeah.
what else like what other crack do you have? You got more drugs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember when comics felt like I had a drug habit. Yeah, for sure.
Dude, I would like hide my comics.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
like if when I had friends over, I would put them away.
Oh no, I'd show them off. I'd just tell them, don't fuck them up because I'll fuck you up. Don't
Oh
break my
no, dude.
spines.
Yeah, I
Don't.
kind of
Uh,
yeah, I kind of and then it wasn't until later where people like were like, "Oh my god," we're like, "Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't realize that." Like people didn't even know I drew for like a long time.
oh really, man? I
Yeah.
was popular in high school for drawing, and I designed my yearbook cover. Um, yeah, everybody knew I wanted to draw comic books.
Elitism confirmed.
They knew I wanted to be an artist
Yeah.
and be a painter and shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was
kind
kind of a popular kid. I don't know. I didn't think much of it. I didn't care.
What happened?
I'm still popular, Rex. What do you mean? You're my friend. What do you mean? What do you mean, man? You see, you're not my friend anymore.
What happened? We're all on the internet at 7:20 in the morning.
This is where all the cool kids hang out. What are you talking about, man? It's where the 4 a.m. club. We're high on cocaine.
Still the hill.
AKA
Yeah.
good old caffeinated drinks.
Yeah, I think I have to refill mine. I'm like almost like running. You guys came and see. Running low on that.
At the bottom there.
Hashtag justice for my kidneys.
I remember either you and I, Pete, or you and me and Rex, we talked about how every comic book movie that ever came out should have somehow connected to a comic book shop or mentioned their website, like this is where you go buy comics, or this is where you find your local comic shop, like. And they never did any of that, and the little promotion they did with giving away free comics at the movies, like before the movies. I know there were some promotions for that, but I
think
have to tell people where to go buy comics. You have to tell them,
Yeah, it's almost like a different call for action. Like I think about this a lot. So when Steven Spielberg did that, when he did Jurassic Park, and then like biggest movie of all time, and then what follows Jurassic Park, Schindler's List, and he does them both in one calendar year. Okay, so Schindler's List like kickstarted this discussion about, look, we need to like go back to the Holocaust and we have to document like more survivors. Like we want like cinematic footage of these people telling their stories, right? So every single time you saw Schindler's List, they would bring it up. They would talk about that. They were saying like Steven Spielberg put his own money, his own foundation. The movie is so moving. They're doing it they're documenting it all in real life, right? So this this institution that came up around Schindler's List that, for a lot of people, right, life-changing stuff, right? The movie was synonymous with that conversation. And it validated the movie because you're like, this is important. This is like a real, guys, like this movie's. I think I've still only seen Schindler's List like one time. To me, it's like horrific. Like, it's like Passion of the Christ. Like, I got through it. It's a great movie, one of the best, but I'm good. Like, I don't think I'm coming back. Yeah.
Right.
And so to like equate that,
watch.
imagine let's just say we have this like Brave New World publicity tour, right? And what if like the conversation was like Anthony Mackie, instead of like convincing people he's an actor to see, the conversation around the movie was like, American comic shops are dying. This is a dying art form. This is one of the solely original American art forms.
Wow.
We have to get behind this. We have to rally. Hollywood's comic shops have been good to Hollywood. We have to be good back. That's the type of conversation.
Yes.
Pull through.
Yes.
And it's not just this thing where, dude, like back in the day when I was at the comic shop, we would run promos with the local theater. So like Spider-Man would come out. Like Daredevil would come out, and we would have table space, and it would be opening night and midnight, and we would have books there and all the Daredevil trades, and we would recruit people. Like it's almost like we again, like drug addicts. Like we're selling cheap drugs to people to hook them, but at the same time, though, it's not this like. There's so much more of a disconnect now because they're like people would be a little bit more interested, but to get that person to come back and be a regular reader, like there's nothing to guarantee any of it. Like you're going to get a spike, but at the same time though, like if there was like this thing where even Ben Affleck is like, hey, like this, I'm in this movie because of like these comics. And
now that you mentioned that, and Ben Affleck in the Daredevil DVD, he talks a lot about the comics. Yeah, if I remember correctly.
The Daredevil DVD is a great love letter and part Daredevil documentary. You get that Daredevil DVD with the special features. There's a whole Daredevil education rolled in.
And you can see that Ben Affleck loves the character, like, and he knows about the character.
But that's kind of a little bit where we're going with this too, which is we have Disney Plus, and they don't roll out a Falcon Cap documentary about what happened in the comics. Like Comics Explained does, like like the comic book YouTube does that, but Disney's not like, hey, like let's honor, like, we just spent $200 million on this movie. Let's showcase where all of this came from and why we think it's important, even if they're going to skew it SJW. Even if they go down that route, they don't try and educate. Like there's no, and I get it, like there's channels that do it, but there's a valid, it would be
that's
way
a
more
good
valid
perspective, Pete. That's a wow. It's a little profound, actually.
No,
I think it's interesting. No, you don't like
Give it to me. I'll fix it.
Gentlemen, I have to call it.
Oh yeah, sorry.
No, you're good. Thank you very much for having me, man.
I appreciate it. I appreciate Tank so much. I love talking to you. I love learning about you.
I had fun. Fun.
Very cool.
So hopefully Rex, I'll be able to come by and hang out this afternoon.
Okay.
If anybody's got anything going on, just hit me up. You know, I like hanging out. I like having company while I work.
For
You
sure,
know,
man. Yeah. You're awesome,
uh,
dude.
and I'm gonna be working on some Devil Flyer in midnight today. I'm gonna work on some pencils, and then when I'm done
Sweet.
with the pencils, I'm gonna run them past Rex. Yeah, you know, because that's the way I do it. I go, hey, do you like it? Do you like it? What do you hate about it? Tell me what you hate, so I can fix it now. And then yeah,
Don't
print it
be
I
out,
will
afraid to
show
scan
be
you
an
it in.
every
editor.
gag reflex I have.
That's right. Yeah, just make sure you got your bucket handy,
Holy shit.
and the eye wash,
Yeah. Yeah.
aka
Yeah.
the bleach.
Yeah.
And we'll get see. You know, it's like I tell my clients, man. I'm like, look, if you're hiring me for a picture for your own personal collection, well, I want to make sure that this is something that you want to have up on the wall. And if you're hiring me for your project, then let's make you some money because that's the reason why you spent money over here. You're investing in yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's my game. That's the game I like to play. You know, I love to see it when like people like Joe Sontag just kill it. You know, the economy is in shambles. The market is down across the board. And what is he doing with Reaper Destroyer? High five figures. You know,
Yeah,
he killed
very
it, dude.
impressive with that. Yeah, I saw someone post that. Yeah,
Yeah, and it like, dude, the economy's in shambles. Like, it's across the board. Like, the detractors out there are like, you see, it's like, dude, like, how much your eggs cost right now, bro? How much did it cost to get a pack of chicken thighs, right? How much did it cost for a steak dinner? Like, shut up. How much did it cost to fill up your gas tank, fool? And on my parting note, I would like to say, you know, like Stanley said, man, comics are like titties. They're great to look at, but it's better to have them in your hand.
there you go.
Nice.
All right, later, guys.
Take
See
care,
ya.
man. Yeah.
See you. Thank. Yeah, but it's like even here, like what Comic Journey is saying, it's like yeah, I mean, but here's the other thing too, like why are we not able to go to like marvel.com and with all the resources of Disney, like they're like yeah, there should be a QR code, but how come like it's just weird where the resource for the characters it's like Wikipedia and it's not marvel.com.
Right. Yes. And I've always wondered why Marvel or DC or whatever, like, why don't they have a YouTube channel that has people who give a shit about the freaking comics and make the commentary on the comics, and it's backed by the companies, and they have thousands of videos that you could watch and explain all this shit to you, and like are huge love letters to these books, you know, these characters, these legacies. Like
Yeah, and
their channel, like Marvel's YouTube channel, should be the biggest channel for Marvel stuff.
yeah, it should be
Absolutely.
like it should be one of the biggest uh comic book channels, and you kind of want to say too where like what grew the Star Wars YouTube channel, like this is a little bit of like forgotten history, is the
Oh
Star
yeah,
Wars YouTube at one time used to be Star Wars fan films that
right.
Lucasfilm approved
Approved.
and signed
Yeah,
off on and sometimes even encouraged, and
right,
that is how they got 1 million subscribers. And then
right.
there was so much hype around Force Awakens and the aftermath of that movie. People wanted official word from Luke, like so it shifted. They were like, we want to hear what's happening with these movies from the official source, and then because of those fan films, they were able to do their right. They have like that the convention. There was like the D12 or like the D13 or whatever, and they were instantly able to connect with people. But now it's like you go to Star Wars YouTube and I don't know, Star Wars Theory does better Star Wars content
Yes.
than Star Wars YouTube.
Yep. Star Wars
And
series on point. Yeah.
yeah, and
Or you
like
get
I
an
like
opinion
I
from
think
like you get an opinion from like Dr. Doomcock, and it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. But like, you know, like, and for him too, like, how quickly did he become a part of the conversation when, you know, people started to sniff out like why things weren't working, like,
Yeah.
and it's a theory too. Like, you want to say they go in this direction, it's an SJW. That's just one theory, you know.
Right.
Like, you know, but it's one that people, they love it. They just love it.
Yeah.
And it's funny how he's a part of that conversation because,
Yeah.
because of that. Like, he's this important figure in something, he shouldn't be allowed to be a figure on.
Right.
Like,
Yeah. Well,
like
and
Disney,
and he's made like 2 or 3 Darth Vader like semi fan films that are
yeah,
like an hour each. Like, what the hell? Like, how? How?
yeah. And then they're like somewhat approved and even signed off on by Lucasfilm also.
Yeah.
Like they're somehow involved with the, you know, and but I feel like that's what things need to do. Like, that's what a little, because Star Wars is such a bigger market, you have to kind of do that in the comic book market. Like, there
You,
has to be a need to, like, if we talk indie comics, there
yeah.
has to be a need to like find indie comics that were popular back in the day that can still have a built-in audience and license it and bring it back to life. And there's opportunities for stuff like that because, like, there, we forget of the 80s independent boom and the 90s independent boom,
Right.
but there's things out there to collectively bring back, and you bring it back and you have to bring other books with it, and
You,
it's like a long shot that one of those books hits, but
right.
that's kind of like what the process is. And if you're a part of a collective, you have to share that. So if 5 guys put their money together, you license something, you put that out, all 5 of you also do your own book. So you have 6 books going out together. And if one book pops, or if the collection pops because of one book, you know, like, that money needs to get shared also. Like, there needs to, like, somewhat needs to
Yeah.
get
I
divided.
see what you mean. Yeah.
To be fair, but if that money gets divided, it's money for the other books to continue as well, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like, the goal should always be to like make a living, sell more, sell more, sell more.
Right.
And that's, you know, and if, or we treat it as a hobby and no
Yeah.
one gives a shit how much money you make.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
you can't have it both ways.
Right.
How
I
does
was gonna
Rex?
say one of the. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I want to hear.
No, I was gonna. I was just asking what sales price slip away. Yeah, sorry. Let's see. Ghostly, the movie I'm waiting for, original actor. Dark. Oh yeah, Darkman. Here we go. We license this. License
Yeah.
Darkman.
I like Dark Fan. It was cool back in the day. Yeah, for sure. Liam Neeson. Yeah.
Yeah, like, but that's the exact fucking point though. Like, there's, you have to hijack something with name recognition. You just have
But if Darkman came back, I would not hire Liam Neeson to play the character. He's too old.
no.
Yeah, you have to
But-
recast.
Yeah, no, but I mean, it's like, what if we license that for a comic?
Oh, a comic. Yeah.
Yeah,
that'd be-
but then, like, you know, you crowdfund that, you license that, you crowdfund that, you add glitch, the glitch comic to it.
Oh, yeah.
You add Devil Flyer to that package. They're buying Darkman. They get these other books, and you
A little
hope that one of
Spoozy
these other
Susie.
independent books hits.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of, and that's what, you know, I think that's a potential effort.
Yeah, I was gonna say somebody who kind of really pushed comics in the '90s and into the 2000s was Kevin Smith. Kevin Smith, I think, helped mainstream comics in a way and comic shops, because he just talked about comics in all his movies. You know, it was there. It was in the background. It was, oh, look at these comics.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I think he did good. I think there's some bad he did when it comes to comic book, like the conversation around comic.
Yeah.
You know, but he's almost just like a cheerleader.
Yeah.
Now like he's he was like a preeminent creator though, and he was dude. There were people dedicated to him. Like I remember when those View Askew figures came out. They were like
Yeah.
these solid like animated figures. And
Yeah.
that was even before like the Clerks cartoon series.
Yeah.
And they freaking sold out. And they just unposable. People wanted more Jay and Silent Bob. The original Jay and Silent Bob comics were pretty good too. They were all like the original Clerks comic by Uni Press, like all good
Yeah.
fun reads.
Yeah. Jim Malfu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the one that designed those figures too. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
badass.
Yeah, and he lived like I think he lived there, and you had Michael Michael Avon
Yeah,
Oeming.
Mike Omen. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mike Omen.
they all like lived in like North Jersey. I think they were all like contemporaries of each other.
Yeah, that's
Which is
right.
why like they got used and kind of, but they all did good work though. So
Yeah.
and and that led to Omen going to Marvel. Joe Quesada picked them up for Marvel at that point.
Right. And they were friends with David Mack and what's his name? I want to say Robert Kirkman, but it's not Robert Kirkman. It's Michael Bendis, Brian Michael Bendis, and
and Bendis is a little bit and people forget too that Bendis, he wrote and drew his own graphic novels. He did Jinx.
Yeah,
and
Jinx,
he was like, he's like, I can't find an artist. I'll have to do this shit myself.
Right. And he wanted to be an artist too for a while, and then he's like, nah, I can write faster than the draw, and make more money writing.
And he became like people piss on his era, but he is a guy that had an era in Marvel Comics.
Ultimate Spider-Man. I mean, geez, you can't deny he did a good job on those.
A lot of positive work by him, and I know people like I'm not familiar with his DC stuff like personally, but I know people are
dislike it.
They kind of crap on it, and but it's hard sometimes because like DC editor, like on an editorial sense, has been upside down in my view for a long time. So it's hard to just to isolate one guy and be like, it's like, well,
a lot of emphasis was put on thinking he was going to come in and be a savior, and it's just like, dude, that's a lot of pressure to put on one guy who's just a writer. It's not like, and he's going to come save us. He's our Superman. Like, no, man. Just a fucking writer. Jeez.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure even now, like who could come on to any book now and be like, make it that book. Like what, like, right. Like I can't even think of a talent that could, if you were like, oh, such and such is doing Transformers or such and such is working on, Solar Man of the Atom, or the Max is coming back. And St. Keith is drawing a new Max series. Like, I don't think any of that stuff would generate like a level of like real hype.
I don't even think the Jim Lee thing is going to make a big push. I think it's going to do a little bit, but I don't think it's going to do what Hush 1 did. I mean, it's just
and Hush 1 too. Like, people more or less bought Hush 1 because they were curious if Jim Lee could keep a schedule.
Yeah.
Like that's where a lot of the original sales for that came from. And like it was hyped and stuff, and it's still Jim Lee. But then it wasn't until like the Hush character kind of like didn't go away, and then people were like, oh, like the Red Hood comes back, and people just kind of like the series itself had such a cool momentum that people just used Hush as almost like this reboot point of all the other like Batman universe books. But they were like the Bat universe stuff is like the best monthly stuff that DC's been publishing for a long time. Like
I never understood why Jim Lee didn't do stuff with Scott Snyder. Like he was a decent writer. He did a lot of badass, pretty good writing, like the Court of
Yeah, I thought
Owls and
did they do?
Capullo.
I thought they might have done Superman Unchained together.
Oh, is that them? Yeah,
I
okay,
think
that could be
that's
them, yeah.
that thing. I think that's Scott S. Yeah, maybe. Right,
But I
because
mean,
I know he had a Superman arc post Hush where they were like, he's at it again. He's going to keep a schedule, like again.
well,
And
I thought it was Jeff Loeb also on the Superman run.
yeah, it was him. Yeah, and then right. It was Jim Lee, Jeff Loeb. Then it was Jim Lee and Brian Azzarello for Superman. And then there was
Oh, Brian
I
Azzarello.
think Unchained. Yeah, let me
Okay,
look it up.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
hold
can't
up.
remember. I think you're right. Yeah.
Well, hold up. I could not be. Yeah, let's make sure.
The power.
Yeah,
of
here
the
it is.
internet.
Yeah. Where's that? Yeah, written by Scott Snyder. Schneider, right here. Superman
But-
Unchained. New 52. Which was also confusing because there was
Yeah.
another New 52 Super. I think this is the one. This might take place like 10 years after New 52 Superman or something.
Yeah.
Right.
They
Because
should have done.
new-
They should have done a Batman run. I mean,
They're
yeah.
reprinting, on those books that they're coming out with in Dollar Tree. They're reprinting the New 52, which came out in 2011.
Yeah.
And the other dates on the other books are like 2016 and 17 on the rebirth stuff.
Yeah, like you kind of want to say it's like, yeah, like do you go back to New 52 to, because that's like the last time DC had momentum and people excited, and
Yeah,
there's a lot of those books that have resonated from New 52.
yeah, I mean, I was on board for New 52, man. I thought it was a good idea, and I was excited about it. I think I picked up almost all the number ones of the New 52.
Yeah, a lot of people
Yeah.
did that. Yeah,
And I was fucking pissed when they just like a
didn't they
year or
do
two
zero
later.
issue?
I don't remember, Rex.
Didn't
Did
they
they
do a
do-
line of zero issues?
I don't know. I maybe. Oh, they did. Yes. Because I think I have the Greg Capullo one. It was like, I think there was like a Batman Zero. Yeah. But that was later, right? Like I don't think they launched with issue 0.
Right,
Like issue
right.
0, New 52 0 was like like another inside event.
Yeah, like a big crossover, wasn't it?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I don't
But-
really remember.
Yeah. But now it's like, dude, like the version and like, right, like the DC universe now as a universe is as confusing as the Captain America talk we were just having.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't know like what reboot there is, like what reboot is a reference, or does it matter at all? Like, is all of DC just Elseworlds at this point?
Yeah. What a mess.
Yeah, it sucks,
What a
dude.
mess.
But, yeah, but I'd like some, like, as upsetting as some of this is, I love the idea of just saying, if I read everything from Crisis of Infinity Earths all the way to Flashpoint, like I get this big giant story. Like there's still continuity, everything's still interconnected, and then you can just say everything ends with Flashpoint, and I'm done with it. Like,
Yeah.
but all of this other stuff, like the John Burns, like I love the idea when they brought back, when John Byrne made some of his hardline decisions for his Superman. He's like, he's going to be like the last son of Krypton. There's no Supergirl. He's not super powerful, but he will be powerful. Kryptonite will be his enemy. Like he like hardlined all of these things that were kind of lost within the character. And then you look at the new movie and you're almost like, all right, like fuck Kryptonite. We got Crypto, Supergirl's in it. He's not the last son of Krypton. Like, like it's the opposite approach for like a reintroduction of the character. And I'm curious of if that works. But I love the idea too of getting back to like the core of some of these characters and just saying, like the DC Universe Supergirl was like she was almost like a shape-shifting clone at one point. She was like Green Ooze, and she was Lex Luthor 2's, not Lex Luthor 1's, like minion. And that's like a lot of the late 80s, 90s Superman that people like shit on. But I think it's good stuff. They got the ideas people wanted. They just found different ways to do it. And who cares? Like, because it's continuity. If it's in continuity and you make it consistent, you can make, Lex Luthor have giant like red hair because you killed the other one because you got cancer from a kryptonite ring. Anyway. Yeah. Well, guys, we've been at this for a little bit.
A little while. Just a little while.
Yeah.
Rex.
It was fun. I had a good time hanging out with you guys. Yeah.
Yeah, guys, I always feel bad cutting it short. I feel like I should look at my phone.
5 hours in, yeah.
Another 6 hours. Hey.
Yeah. It's time for some breakfast. I'm gonna either make some breakfast tacos or I'm gonna throw in a pizza in the oven, man.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
I don't think I have much food. I may have to wait for the store to open.
Yeah.
I got to figure out when I'm sleeping today. I'm not even sure yet.
Yeah.
Because I slept for
maybe an executive order that there needs to be more 24-hour stores open for our convenience.
Yeah, COVID killed all that. I fucking hate it.
I know. Our Walmart doesn't even stay open.
Yeah.
No, ours closes at 11 now, I think.
Yeah.
It used to be a superstore and it was open 24 hours.
I used to shop at late hours because
I loved going to Walmart at like 12 in the morning. Yeah, exactly.
No, same here. Now, there even used to be almost like a 24-hour McDonald's in walking distance from here. There used to be almost a 24/7.
Kroger was 24 hours a day.
Yeah, we have a 24-hour McDonald's that's still the drive-thru's open.
Oh yeah, McDonald's is going to be 24 hours. We'll
shove
this toxic garbage down your gullet. Sure,
but it's so good though.
And we have a Texas burger joint that's called Whataburger. And they've always been 24 hours. Even through COVID, they were the only ones that said, "Fuck it, we're staying open."
Yeah.
There goes Peter.
That's
undermining my argument again.
Yeah. No, I don't know, because it's already 8, and I know it's like a lot of the federal. If it's a federal holiday, I know there's going to be low activity. So, yeah, very nice. All right, dude. But guys, really, this was really even too like my first time doing anything like this. So
I thought, why is Peter streaming so late?
Yeah.
Well, I was surprised to see Take-On, and I was like, oh man, let me go in there because Pete usually never has guests.
Yeah, and
that's true.
Yeah, I saw Tank came into the chat, and I was like, hey, you wanna fucking just do it, and and he was like, he's someone too where we've been in the peripheral, and he's been on it through the chat a couple times, and I'm like, it's like, let me just talk to this guy. I don't even know who he is.
Yeah.
I heard a little bit of him on other shows, but I'm let me talk to this guy. I don't know anything about him. No, nothing. So I like learning about you guys. I think it's important. So
yeah. Also, there's no time like the present to get on the back end of StreamYards and kind of learn how to using it. It's not that hard. If Rex can do it, anybody can do it.
Yeah.
Smiling,
and Rex is so good at it. I mean, he's been doing it for years now, and I'm just so jealous of how good he is at it.
I don't know about that. Wow.
4,000 episodes deep. 4,000 episodes and 32 covers.
Yeah. Yeah. He's good at it.
But real quick too, I'll show you guys.
What do we got?
We got this.
Ooh,
we got the the Prismacolor Super Set here,
Very nice.
and I've been like I guess like I'm trying to use up as much as my like Five Below ones, and I'm using all my nibs, and then I'm going to kind of get into this. So, and this is great because with some of the ones I've been doing, I've been having trouble with blue. So, like the ranges aren't here. This is almost like there's too many options, but
Yeah.
I got like a pretty good deal. Like, you know, like I did get like a little bit of a break, but yeah, it's all about the new. Like, I like working with the cheap stuff as much as I like working with the nicer stuff. It helps you gauge what, like, if you have like a Five Below. Look, there's Five Below. There's Target. There's Vintage Spectra Color, and then we have a Prismacolor from my other set here. And it's like you only appreciate these when you use them all. Like you have to kind of know different waxes and densities and what they do with different types of paper. So I'll be using some of those like coming up and probably have like a better color.
That's
range.
the problem with the color pencils, that unless it's soft, they're just so darn hard to draw.
Yeah,
I mean, to get any color out of,
it's tough
you
because like
you
even
have
on
to
your
layer and go over and over and over again.
I think that's most colored pencils though. That's so the layer, like even you guys, if you watch the stream with these, it's like I do more layering with these now than ever. I used to do one an hour. Like I used to get these. I think in my earlier streams, I would get these done in like 40 minutes, and now they're like 3 to 4 hours because of the layering. And like sometimes
your art is evolving. You're
Yeah, I just think it's also like just the way the mind works. Like you noodle like more and more. Like it's almost like a compulsive thing. And but with colored pencils though, it's like you can have like an orange from one manufacturer that's like harder than the other. And sometimes you'll know like a harder hit will come up a little, if it's too soft, it could just muddy things. Like, so like it does pay to know the different manufacturers and the applications. Like it's because like on your show, Rex, who was it? Shadowhawk was like, "Oh, I can't use the Five Below," and I'm like, "Yes, you can."
Yeah,
like it could be your paper. Like it's you kind of, this is where like the investment part of it comes from. But once you find, like, that's why I lock in on materials. Like this paper here, this is like my middle grade, and this is from Staples, but it's almost like construction paper. But I use this for like real work, and like you have to lock in on your tools, and once you lock in, you have to just like shut the door and be anal about it, and then maybe go back and experiment, which is like where I'm at now. But dude, I spent years just working with my Crayolas. Like I just used Crayola markers until I started getting the Prism ones, like the expensive ones.
right. All the expensive ones should do is help you make stuff faster and offer you a better quality of pigments.
Yeah, I think there's some colors though. Like there's definitely like there's like like there's almost like this light green here. Like like I know this is going to be like, this is going to pop, and this is worth the money. But I think like a darker green, like something that's more absorbent, like this one here. I like this can be cheap. This can be Crayola because it's a dark.
Right.
So there's those like like even like this pink here. This is like a light pink, good. And then I have this fuchsia pink here. This Crayola has almost the same like shading to it. So but you have to commit to the materials, and you have to get crazy about it.
Yeah,
I totally agree.
So
you need to learn what works and what doesn't work. Trial and error.
Right.
I know.
Have fun with it. Yeah.
When Omer was like doing everything in color, and it's like, okay, I got a color set. I'll do this one in color, and then and now I'm doing everything in color. It's like, wow.
Because it's
Pretty
fun,
much.
right? Because it's fun.
Well, I mean, it slowed me up. I'll tell you that. I mean, it does add a different dimension to my work for sure. Kind of locks it into the color choices that I make, for printing. But
Yeah.
uh, yeah, I mean, it's just another way of doing things.
Yeah, you just gotta keep going. But and some of it too is getting back to some of the other discussion is I don't know. Maybe we put some accountability on each other's to get these books done and do good work and be consistent and invite real criticism when it comes to what our work is doing and if it's where we need it to be. Or we treat it as a hobby.
Well, right. And Gable Penny Shot was in my chat, and he said, you guys need to do more sequential work than just pinup stuff. And I'm like, absolutely. That's what I have planned. I'm getting ready to launch into a bunch of sequential work, So
yeah, it's tough though, and sometimes too, like you can have a solid take or like a good position on your story, and the sequentials can kind of and that's the pain of the comic book stuff, where it's like, what do you do at that point if you have bad sequentials that come in, or someone that just doesn't like do a good job? Do you like restart the book? Do you have to use it? Like that's kind of where like you have to kind of have it's a come to Jesus moment. And I've been a part of projects like that too, where I'm just like, I'll just redraw it then. Like, let me just redraw it, or I'll make that call before I even show it to people. So, but yeah, dude, well, we'll talk more about it, Rex, and just so you know, like you can always hit me up. I'm always available if you have like questions and kind of if you need to help figure things out. Just let me know. I know Omar's available too. So
what's that you sketched in and almost with that
oh
fin?
yeah, I just said like feel free to hit me up though. Like if you really have questions about some things and need like feedback or care about the feedback, like let me know, because I think we want to help make your book like as good as possible.
Oh yeah.
Like I think we're a little bit motivated for it. So
I'm hoping that we'll be able to fulfill in July. I can't wait to get product in hand, because that's when you can go to conventions and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Not that I'm hot on that, but I just can't wait to get it in my hands and really start promoting it then, because you actually have something physical you can,
Yeah, I think you would be, like you would be a good convention guy. Like you would be a good
dream
pitch guy.
has become a reality at that point.
I know it's always exciting when it's just done.
Well, I remember the thrill of getting, my ash can in my hand, printed up. They're printed. They're here, along with the trading cards and magnets and bookmarks. It's like, it's tangible. All this work is paid off, So it's a rush. Yeah. It never gets old.
It's also like all the time you spent by comics, like learning, like it's all of that comes together when it's printed.
Well, I know this, that if we want the entertain, and I'll leave you with this, because I know you'll be up another 3 hours. If we need to become the entertainment that we wish.
Yeah.
See done,
Yeah, no, yeah, and that's a little bit of like when I talk about just kind of
if you don't see it on the stands, produce it. Start producing it yourself, even if you have to hire out the work, like with great artists like Peter here,
No, I don't know if I'm
There he goes.
Yeah, flattery
Undermining my narrative once again.
Yeah, flattery will get you everywhere, Rex. Flattery will get you everywhere.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll see you. Shut you
but
up.
No, dude. Like, like let's I'll finish up this Devil Flyer piece and I'll post it,
Okay. Yeah, with
that's what
that
we got.
fin, I was thinking it looked like Sea Demon, because actually Sea Demon I created in 1993, and Devil Flyer didn't come around to 2017.
Oh, okay.
But
I'm not familiar with CD. Like, yeah,
but
I think I have to
you know where I got the idea for a fin on the head? Yondu from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean,
I,
even back in the early 90s, I liked that with Yondu way before the movies came out.
yeah, and that the '90s Yondu also is a fin upgrade from the original. The original design, it's more of a, you know, it's like it's not as like giant and flowy. Like,
Exactly.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
with Valentino, he kind of made it huge compared
yeah,
to
he made
yeah.
it like it's like its own little like set
It's
piece.
like
You know,
Kelly Jones Batman ears compared to, Jim
everyone
Aparo.
else is, yeah.
Everything
Yeah.
was bigger in the 90s. Go
Yeah.
big or go home.
Yeah, and but I like that. I like the aesthetic of kind of just like pushing like what's a character, like how does it work? What do I have to add to kind of tag it and just make it fun to look at. And that's a tough thing sometimes. Like you because you have to kind of look within yourself and be like, "Oh, this is what I like and this is entertaining for me," and put yourself into it, but take yourself out at the same time and not be too crazy of like your own critic, because the work needs to get done type stuff, and
Yeah.
but Devil Flyer has like a lot of you can do stuff with the wings, like you can give him more of a power pose, because like he's got to be strong, he's got to go
Right.
through the air type stuff, and and do things highlight wise where he's red, so you got to give him blue highlights, you got to contrast it like real easy. And
Yeah.
and that's like, I think that's a lot of the stuff that happened with the 90s, where everyone kind of did that with a character that they got to work on.
Well, I'm glad you like him.
Yeah, he's cool, he's a cool looking dude. He's right there, we got him.
Is that your cardboard paper?
Yeah, it just
or your construction paper? Yeah, I imagine it had some tooth to it.
Yeah, I favor this a lot. I actually print pages on this too, to like ink. This is like, if someone had no money and they're like, I cannot afford like bristle, I would tell them to like get, because this is what is it? It's 67 pounds. Like it's it's almost like a little bit like a cardstock too. So and you can you get 125 sheets at Staples, and it's a solid pickup.
I had the idea of doing light reactive sort of black light poster type stuff.
Yeah, did you find someone for that, or
No,
oh,
I mean, I just started using more of the fluorescent colors, with the alcohol markers.
cool.
I don't
Yeah,
know. I don't know if
that's
it's going
actually
to
a
be
good
light
idea.
reactive or not, but I thought I would try a few, just test it out.
I can see myself playing with those. Because that kind of came back too, the black light stuff, right?
Mhm.
Like people kind of, they I seen a couple campaigns
Well,
have that.
I've seen some campaigns where they're using that fluorescent, over the top coloring, and
I
it
like
is
it.
eye catching.
Yeah.
See, that looks very Grecian, what you're doing there, just like almost like a statue of a, and really that was it was the Yondu, but it was also a Roman centurion helmet.
Yeah.
Was kind of the inspiration for the fin for Devil Flyer.
Which is,
And the original mask didn't have a beak. It was sort of like a V-cut mask. That was something that my artist changed about the character that I don't think was necessary necessarily a good design change. You know,
Oh, okay, because like that's kind of okay. So, and that's what I'm basing
that was
like
not
mine
my
on,
original design. No.
not the original. Okay, so next time we will minimize the beak and give him more of a like an armored faceplate kind
Yeah,
of.
I'm gonna have to figure out because he's gonna have a change because that's not my original design, and I want the character to reflect
Yeah,
what I want it to be. And in this first issue, it really wasn't. So I'm gonna have to look into designing some new either stick with my original design or kind of tweak it, upgrade it.
yeah, or just like work it into the story where
Well, I mean, the thing of it is, the guy that John Ferlandez is my friend of over 40 years. He wants to tweak and change what I give him, and I don't like that. It's like,
yeah,
no, that's not my character.
yeah, I think there's a little bit of a responsibility just as like a contractor, and I
Yeah.
think if you're like a little bit too, it's a little bit of a flex as an illustrator. You should be able to like draw things of any spec and make it like sell. Like it like if the guy wanted like Crypt here to be on model for a Crypt comic book, and he's like, this is how he looks. Like part of my flex as an illustrator is nailing it and making it look mine, making it look different, making it sellable, but also being on model. And one time, like you would get fired if you didn't draw characters on model. Like
Exactly.
you were told to go home. You were told that you had like one more chance, or your pages were useless, and people would be pissed. Like you could lose a job being off model. And now it's just like people are just blasé about it. They just don't care.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's important to be conscious of it, to hit those marks. Um, Maybe like early if there's like experimentation and people are trying to figure things out. Sure, like you can play with it with
Right.
form a little
Yeah.
bit.
I
Yeah,
mean, again, it comes down to continuity, like you said. You can't draw him in one panel or one page one way, and then 3 pages later, he's different.
yeah. And like they worked in because McFarlane used to be like very random with like the Spawn cape and the place
Mm-hmm.
of his pouches.
Mm-hmm.
So the comic book world, they were so continuity heavy even back then for that. Uh, when Alan Moore came on board and Neil Gaiman, they collaborated and they explained how that happens in all the other issues. Like, why does he have spikes in one panel and he has studs in the other? And
Yeah.
that's where like the living costume idea came from, right?
Yeah. I was going to say, unless he's like unless the character's like a shapeshifter or, with Bog, I like to draw him in as many iterations as I can, just to experiment with the character, to try and improve on my original design, and he's a plant, so he can kind of change, I kind of have over 10 years, a couple of days ago, I celebrated 10 years of drawing Bog because I created him in 2015 and hit the anniversary. Created him back in November 15th, 2015. And
that's impressive, Rex. I love how you remember the date too of like.
Well, I've got the original drawing to help me remember the date, and it was shortly after. That was the year my father passed away, and at the very beginning of February. So he's a very significant. And it took me to about April to say I need to get busy doing something, and publishing something. And my original character that I had in mind for that wasn't Devil Flyer at all, because he wasn't created to 2017. It was Bog, but through Devil Flyer and adding backstories. Bog was actually the last. Well, I mean, originally he was the last, character that I kind of added to the book. Big character, that I created.
Yeah.
So,
I like Bog. I think Bog is such a, like he's like an illustrator's dream. Like he's such a great character, and I'm sure he's like an easy character to write because it's like you kind of have the Swamp Thing template, you have the Swamp Thing model,
right.
you have the Main Thing model. Like you kind of know the types of stories he could lean in on, or
I'm going to
like
start him off. I'm writing the supplement right now. I'm going to start him off as basically an unprogrammed computer, like a blank slate. And he makes contact with this brain that's in an android's body. Is another character of mine called Cortex. And through his sort of telepathic scanning of Bog, he kind of programs in, in the first story in Devil Flyer, he's brought up from the grave out of the earth by the cosmic power of sort of my Watcher character, Bystander. So he's already cosmically powered, infused with that. But he's at the beginning of the new story, he's starting to fall apart. That power starting to dissipate. And really, it's the sort of psychic blast or scanning from the cortex that has been drawn there because of the psychic energy of the cosmic energy release that attracts him there. And another character called Dirty Joe.
nice.
Those are the three characters. He's like a ghost wraith like Venom character, tooth and claw,
Yeah.
But he's impish. He's not good or bad. He responds to strong emotions. If you're angry, he's probably going to become angry.
Yeah. Oh, so he's like tethered to people. That's cool.
Yeah, he's kind of empathic to a certain degree, but he's kind of like Mr. Mixoplick or Loki. He's more on the mischief side, impish, but he is a dangerous character. And he has to have a host body. He starts to dissipate over time if he doesn't have a host body. So he has to take somebody over.
Cool.
To exist. He's kind of the genie out of the bottle, and the thing that kind of keeps him in check is the host, which is the bottle.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that's.
Mm-hmm. And in the next story, spoiler here, he's going to be female, and the story takes place 250 years into the future.
Nice.
And why is he female? Well, for one, I needed more females on the team of heroes that's battling the confrontation with the evil guys. And I thought, what characters do I have? And I thought of Dirty Joe, which is not female, but I thought in the future his host could be female, and he's reflecting his host. He looks more like his host.
Nice solution.
A little change up. Always keep them guessing. Why is he male without really gender swapping? If you're going to gender swap, you might as well have a good concept behind it, right?
Yeah. And like the gender swap stuff isn't like uncommon. Like that's
look at the what if issues. They did it all the time in What If. In fact, a lot of the what ifs inspired current characters. Like Spider-Girl came out of that. The Red Hulk really came out of that. The story of Thunderbolt Ross, I have a couple of those original what if pages from that issue.
Yeah.
And one reason I bought them is, oh, snap. I can own this. I'm buying this because this is going to be worth something, because look what they're doing with Ross now.
Yeah.
becoming the Hulk, and that was just what if Thunderbolt Ross became the Hulk, and it's
Yeah,
very
and
powerful ending. He winds up. Bruce Banner gives him a pistol, and he commits suicide, kills himself.
wow, I'm not familiar with it. Yeah, I know like the Jane Foster Thor came from a what if too. Like where
Exactly.
yeah, like but and that's kind of where like getting back to like the continuity stuff, that's almost like where a lot of the break happens within these companies, because like kind of like the fun ideas became the continuity, and like the what if stuff really just existed as like a little bit of a joke. Like it was just like,
One of the best stories, though, Peter, was the Atlantis attacks, which was the failed crossover in all the annuals that year.
oh yeah, I remember, yeah, great
But
crossover. Yeah,
and I didn't read all that, but I read the what if, and the what if was the Avengers did not stop the threat, and the threat could go into the other universes, into other into the multiverse. Because I mean, Marvel's had the multiverse concept out there for a very long time.
it's but it's
And
like
and so I thought, oh snap, this threat that they stopped in mainstream Marvel could show its head up again in mainstream Marvel the way they've written it. Because in that universe, in the what if story, they did not stop the threat. So the threat can now dimension hop back to the main universe,
yeah,
or any other number of universes and
like
threaten it. So
my
I
head
thought
my
that
head
was a
hurts
very
already.
poignant.
Yeah,
I thought that was a very poignant story for what if,
yeah,
because it had ramifications for the main universe.
no, it does. Yeah, like and back when I was like probably like more collecting than reading, like the one of the what ifs that was like the valuable one was like, what if Bullseye didn't kill Elektra? Because like it was kind of like, like the Frank Miller story, like Frank Miller reference, and that was like kind of like always the one to get. Or what if like the Punisher's family hadn't died, and that's because like the Punisher character was like so big at the time. And but it seems like now that, like, doesn't it seem now like they can do what if and no one gives a, like, no one cares. Like they can do what, like it, like them going multiverse and everything becomes everything, takes the fun away from what was what if and what was fun reading it, because you're just like, oh, this is already like a Marvel thing. They're already doing. I just think it kills like both ideas. That's all.
Drop mic.
Yeah, but
Drop that
yeah,
mic.
but let me get going, dude, because you always get me talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I will I'll work on this. I'll work on this as I'm like, starting my morning, and I will I'll post it and tag you in it. All right.
Sounds
And
great.
yeah,
Peter, it was a great stream.
Yeah, no, dude, great talking. Yeah, I love talking to you, Rex, because you're one of the keepers of the guard, as
I'm
I
a
like to
fountain
refer.
of knowledge.
Yeah, but it's you guys like you are important. Really are.
Thank you. Keep collecting. We will see you on the next Peter grouping. It may never happen.
There you go. That works. See you guys.